Great British summer, eh? Well, there's little chance of any cricket today. The golf is going to be affected, but nothing stops the FA Cup of angling. This is Fisher Mania. 4,000 anglers up and down the country have tried to get here today. This is their theatre of dreams. It's Fisher Mania 30. It's Fisher Mania 2023.
A piece of sporting history. The first ever live, televised, major match fishing event. It's never been done before in Britain. It is the biggest prize in the history of angling.
All my life, I've been waiting for a chance to shine. Now I'm standing on the starting line, ready to take my place. These are the moments that make me.
The story of all stories. It is the mecca of fishing.
There's been some agony, some ecstasy, and some vivid memories.
Oh, look at this.
Incredible. Thousands up and down the country have tried to get here.
This could go any way.
Fisher Mania 2023. It's got something to live up to. Oh, wonderful memories of fun in the sun in 2022. We're back at the same place in rural Lincolnshire, the Westwood Lakes, particularly on the Falcon Lake. But this is completely different. The wind is swirling in. Just as we came on air, we were met by a storm, but that will not stop us. 5 hours of angling, top-class angling. Legends are going to be made today. It is Fisher Mania 2023. Well, they've come from far and wide. There is the smiling assassin, the 3-times winner, Jamie Hughes. A picture of assurance. They're young and old. This is the veteran, Steve Openshaw, 63, the oldest competing today. The youngest is Ollie Robinson, the junior national champion, only 15 years of age. Kayleigh Dowd is the women's champion. Harry Begnall, a couple of years ago, went on a spree in the final 2 hours of Fisher Mania to win it by, well, a huge margin. Last year it was very close. It was Christian Jones is the man they all want to beat, the reigning champion. Couldn't plan this, could you? Here we are, standing in the puddles, in the rain, in Lincolnshire, but it's not going to deter us. It's certainly not going to deter the anglers. This started in the winter, up and down the country, 20 different heats to get here to this festival of fishing in Lincolnshire. I think the umbrella's about to blow away as well. But we have a fine assortment of experts here this afternoon. Andy May, champion in 2016. Emma Pickering, who's competed in the Junior Championship a few years ago, believe it or not, also the Ladies Championship as well. And Steve Cook, who has parted since 1999, when indeed he was the Fisher Mania champion. Sadly, no Keith Arthur this afternoon. Keith, it was a great year to just step aside and watch it on the television. The face of fishing, as we like to call him, same gag every year, fish face, hope you're well. Steve, my goodness, I mean, they won't feel the rain out there, will they? They'll just be in their little zone when we have the all in a few minutes' time.
They'll be just elated to be here and be waiting for it to start, and hopefully we'll have a finish like we had last year. Amazing finish.
What are these conditions going to do to the anglers?
Get wet, basically.
Well, the fish are going to get wet anyway, aren't they?
Not a lot. The wind's the main thing. It's providing them get too windy. That's the big challenge. Rain, we cope with that. It's the wind that's the challenge.
Emma, just a quick word. You've been down there when they were angling and they were practising last week. They didn't have conditions like this, did they?
No, it was pure sunshine. It was absolutely lovely. So I think it'll be a complete different approach for people today, based on last week's events.
And Andy, any idea who's going to win it? What's going to win it today?
If it were me, I'd be in the pub, Rob, to be fair.
Well, that's why you've taken that position at the end, haven't you? You're the one nearest to the pub.
Quick getaway, the gap's here, I'm ready.
Well, that is our array of experts here this afternoon. Sadly, we didn't have a weather expert, but we have got all of the gear. Let's head over now to the podium. Every half an hour, you're going to hear a hooter. That signals that we're going to have a weigh-in. This is the most important one because this is the kickoff. It is the start of Fisher Mania. We're ready for the all-in. We're going to be introduced by Ashley Wilmot.
Hello and welcome to Westwood Fishing Lakes here in Boston, ready for this year's Fisher Mania final. And it's great to see so many people here supporting their favourite anglers despite the weather conditions. We're wishing everyone the very best of luck this afternoon. And without further ado, are you ready? Because anglers, it's all in.
Perfect, Ashley. It's her debut on Fisher Mania, and that is the initiation. This is the moment they've been waiting for well, pretty much the last 5 months. When they get to the water's edge, the adrenaline will be flowing, the nerves will be jangling. They'll be in the fishing zone. They'll be hoping for an early catch as well. Barry Hearns this week saying it is the FA Cup of fishing. When we started this 30 years ago, Barry had the great idea that we would parachute in Chris Eubank from an aeroplane and he would land in the water. They decided that wasn't safe enough, so we went for the hooter, and it has been the tradition ever since. But Steve, you've been in this situation, in this position before. How important is it to get an early fish?
Massively important. No matter what people say, they're really nervous today. It's such a big event, so you'll have a slow start and hopefully a quick fish in the net, and they're off and running. Just
Andy May, you're going to be our tactical guru this afternoon. Tell us what he's doing here. What is he searching for? What is this particular method?
Yeah, so he's fishing close in the edge to start with, which is pretty common whilst you prepare your main swim, which might be out in the water, you know, fishing up in the water. Although conditions today, I don't think there'll be many fishing up in the water. I think it could be on the bottom in the deeper bit. But usually for a few early fish and big fish, usually patrol the margin to start with, and that's what he's doing there by the looks of it.
it's just his angle, isn't it? The angle's quite tight and an eye bank close in, so he's got to have the pole quite high up in the air so he can get his pole tip close to the water. It looks his unusual position for him to actually fish in.
Emma, you've been down here, you had a look at the lake last week. What would your top tip be to the anglers today?
Stay dry.
Stay dry, yeah.
No, I think, like Andy said, the main approach for people to start with is starting the edges, work your way out for your main lines and things. But one thing I did notice last week when I came down, everybody was doing different things. And I think those anglers that fish to their strongest point are going to be in the top.
And we are preaching to the converted today because we have all of the anglers that were wishing they were here today. So 1 million people go angling every year in the UK. They would all dream of being in the final and they would all dream of catching the first fish. That's a big fat fish.
It's a carp. I don't know. I can't make out who that is.
No, they've all got the rods up. It's difficult.
I know, it's difficult.
I can't see who it is.
Oh, it's Mark Griffiths. Mark Griffiths.
Yeah, so, yeah, he's off with a nice carp to start with. I think that's the second fish. I noticed somebody else had caught one quite early as well, but I couldn't see who that was.
Young Oliver's had one, hasn't he, straight away, just behind us here.
Excellent. That'll really settle Oliver down as well.
Is that Dan Squire? Oh, aye.
As expected, it started off.
Sign, isn't it, that?
It's.
Do you know what? I thought it'd start off really hard, obviously conditions. Well, this is brilliant sign this. If they're catching now, it's going to be.
So, yeah.
Everyone's catching.
Oh, it started off well. Everybody started to get a few bites, a few fish straight away, which obviously is looking good. It's looking good.
That looked like an F1 for Ian then.
Yeah. I think it's changed a bit from last year. It was mainly F1s last year for a lot, and then obviously the carp, but I think it's going to be more carpy and barbary this year.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is, yeah.
With the conditions, definitely.
Oh,
I want to go now.
You see he's there fishing really tight into the bank there, close in, hoping to catch a few early fish down the edge and maybe, hopefully, fish it all day through.
Yeah,
a lovely little cut out there as well.
Yeah. Oh, good signs early on that. Brilliant.
Definitely.
Go on, the fishies.
Well, the plan today for these anglers is to make it onto the Roll of Honour. We actually go back to 1994 when we first started. These are the recent years. The champion last year, who won by a tiddler in fishing parlance, was Christian Jones. Before that was Harry Bigelow with a massive bag of 85.22. Andy Bennett won it 2020 and 2019. But the legend of this particular event is Jamie Hughes, the only man to have ever won it on 3 occasions. Oh, this is what they're fishing for. It used to be winner takes all, but now it is £50,000 to the champion. Yes, that can be life-changing, does make a difference, and during the course of the afternoon we'll be letting you know what they plan to do with that money: new car, new house, holiday of a lifetime, or with a lot of them, just new fishing gear. The runner-up gets £10,000, and in each section we will have a winner that takes home £2,000 today. Well, the most important thing is, I guess, where you are drawn on the lake. We'll get rid of the elephant that's sitting in the room over there, keeping dry. We had a redraw this week. There are a few technical issues when we tried it early in the week. So the anglers all assembled here yesterday afternoon. They all drew out their own peg numbers. And although it is kind of deceiving, I'll just bring Steve in on this. It is kind of deceiving. It looks like they're quite far apart, but they're equidistant, aren't they?
Yeah, what there is an angle every peg, and the spare peg between which every angler's got a spare peg is a camera board, so gives them an area space on both sides. One longer, one shorter.
Where are the hot pegs, Andy?
Peg 1's really fancied, Rob, 25, but to be fair, looking at it today, I'd say anywhere from 10 all the way around to 22.
Peg 10 last year, isn't it? Is that right?
Peg 10, that's where Christian was last year. Any of them pegs around there, I think you've got a fancy.
And Emma, for those that are not anglers, we're winning over people that may fancy fishing. Some of it comes down to talent. People just think you just throw a rod in the water and hope for the best. Some of it comes down to talent. A lot of it comes down to where you're drawn and who you're fishing alongside.
It does, absolutely. You've got to have that little bit of luck in the draw. I always say that. But the angling ability of the anglers that are actually in this final today, it's just phenomenal. And I really can't call it who's going to win it even now.
I'm just asking my director to throw in that weather forecast again, because that cannot be right. Did it say something like 52% humidity? 92% humidity. It's 192%. The wind is apparently 10 miles an hour, and the wind direction is south-southwest. I think that must be an old weather forecast, because we are absolutely drenched here this afternoon, and the wind is rustling up. And from my golf knowledge, I can tell you this is about a 20-mile-an-hour wind as well. All of the guys are going to be watching the golf as the weekend evolves as well. But, Andy, the wind and the weather conditions have a major effect as well on where the fish reside on the Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. Obviously, the wind's a massive factor. And with it blowing southwesterly, obviously prevailing wind westerly, so with a bit of warmth in it. I know it doesn't feel warm, but the southwesterly, yeah, that's why I'd fancy over that far side of the lake, as I say, 10, and then round to where Jamie is on 22, something like that. Deceiving there on the peg 22 where Jamie is not quite as far up as what it looks like on there, and he's just catching that wind a little bit. So anywhere there's a little bit of wind just gives the fish a little bit more confidence.
Well, like everything in sport these days, there is a major betting market, and this is what the experts think, that Christian Jones can retain his title. He's 7-2. Jamie Hughes out there on the edges at, well, peg 22 on the edges, but he's one of the favourites, 11-2, and then Jordan Webster, Matthew Dawes, neither have had their name on the trophy. Andy Power has been here a few times, Harry Bignell, a former champion, Charlie Law, one of the youngsters, on peg 4 at 14-1, and then Mikey Williams and John Alexander. Well, that is Andrew Crocker on peg 10, who qualified from Tunnel Barn. It's his debut in Fisher Mania. Let's get to know a little bit more about the anglers. Let's have our first shake around the lake to meet our anglers. First of all, looking after pegs 1 to 8 today is going to be Claire Thomas.
Thanks so much, Rob. Well, it really is quite soggy down here at Lakeside, but I'll tell you what, I've canvassed a couple of the anglers, and the good news is, the consensus is, fish are waterproof, so I think we're going to be OK today. Well, as any good estate agent would tell you, location, location, location. So let's start at one of the most favoured pegs, peg number 1. Quiet, spacious, and as of yesterday, teeming with carp, just the way that this man, Germany's Marvin Rutger, likes it. He's been staying in Boston for the past fortnight, practising away here at Westwood Lakes. When we caught up yesterday, he seemed quietly confident that he's getting the hang of this snake formation and its tricksy little F1 carp. He's got 2 things with him this afternoon. His own tactics, which he's not going to deviate from, no matter the pressure that the greats like Jamie Hughes and Harry Bignell might be putting on. And perhaps most importantly of all, his lucky pair of Calvin Kleins. Well, appropriately, we're going to move from boxers to squeaky bum time, because over on peg number 2, and already catching some big-looking fish, is Ricky Small, the very last angler to qualify for Fisher Mania this year. As of 9 days ago, the 38-year-old didn't have a spot in the FA Cup of Fishing, but he's through, and that's all that matters, because now he's in with a chance to win himself enough money for his dream house extension and a couple more trips to see his beloved United play next season. He knows what it takes to compete at this level too. Ricky was here in 2014 as a bank runner for his good mate Ashley Price. Right, let's head on down to peg number 3, to an angler who doesn't really like to talk about himself. He's very shy, is Ross Harrell, but that's all right, because the others were very happy to heap praise upon him yesterday when we caught up. He's a silent assassin, one to watch, and the man for a big occasion, a competitor who won't be fazed by anything, as evidenced by the fact that back in 2016, when he made his debut, he finished a brilliant 3rd and then backed that up a year later with another bronze medal performance. Well, next in our shake around the lake, Rob, I just love that expression, never change, is young Charlie Law, better known to his friends as Claw. The teenager has just gone and made it 2 junior national titles in as many years, nicely sandwiching a debut at Fisher Mania to remember. Back in 2022, he produced a remarkable sprint finish to clinch 12th spot. Now, if you ask any of the people here lucky enough to have bagged themselves a ticket to this Angling All-Stars, they will say the F1 carp are devilish, tricky little customers, but that's not the case if you're Charlie. He's a bit of a hybrid carp specialist, so if he finds his rhythm and the fish behave themselves, expect him to catch all day long like an on-song Johnny Bairstow. Well, there you have it, the first quartet of anglers. I'd love your thoughts in the studio.
Well, thank you, Claire. I'd like to say we're drier than you are out there at the waterside, Claire, but we're certainly not. She's going to be looking after pegs 1 to 8. Let's have a little chat about Charlie Law here. Andy, you do lots of great work getting the next generation of anglers out there.
Absolutely.
He is only 19 years of age. He actually qualified for this before the National Championships.
Unbelievable, yeah. I know Charlie really well. I've known him from a really young age, and you could tell then he was just like something special about him, and he's just absolutely flying at the minute. So it's great to see him doing well. Yeah, just that. His style of fishing is what you know. I was going to catch him today. You know, short lining, carp, F1s. He just loves that style of fishing, and you know he's going to do really well at it. I wouldn't say he was in like a fancied area either, but it just shows how capable he is. He's flying at the minute, catching loads.
156 pounds he caught in the middle of April at Partridge Lakes to qualify here today for Lincolnshire. Let's go find out a little bit more about the other anglers that Claire will be keeping a keen eye on this afternoon. Claire's looking at pegs 5 to 8 now.
I am, and it's at peg 5 that you can find Ian Giddens. Now, Ian isn't a superstitious man, but there's one thing that he won't start a day of competitive angling without, and that is a good old-school fry-up from his local calf. White toast, hard yolks, apple juice and a dash of milk, in case you were wondering. Said it was a good one this morning, and he's ready to tackle today's challenge head-on, finishing better than the 5th that he managed back in 2016. If he scoops one of the big cash prizes today, he's planning to take a month off work and take himself off to the Caribbean on a cruise. What I would give for one of those right now, trying not to blow away here in Lincolnshire. You suspect on a cruise, Ian would quite enjoy the buffet breakfasts on offer too. At peg 6, we find young 23-year-old Jordan Webster, and that in and of itself is something of a victory, because Jordan apparently is always late for everything. But he's made it down, and fantastically for him, he's very familiar with the setup here at Westwood Lakes. His in-laws live just up the road, so he's always in the area, ostensibly to visit them, but really it's so he can shoot out the front door and head on fishing. He's not a man that believes in fate or omens, but his bank runner Ted is, and he reckons that it's a really good sign that on Tuesday's peg draw, Jordan drew number 6, and then again in yesterday's redraw, he got the same number again. Now, couple that with the fact that Jordan's dad's been having dreams that his son is going to win Fisher Mania, and, well, I mean, you've got absolutely nothing concrete, but wouldn't that make for a lovely story? Let's head on to peg number 7. It's not one of the favoured pegs, but that won't faze this angler one jot. Mark Griffiths is a canny, experienced, versatile fisher, and he is absolutely hell-bent on clinching the most prestigious prize in the sport. His ultimate angling ambition, he says, is to win Fisher Mania. So much so that he's not even that fussed about the prize money. If he were to win the jackpot today, he'd buy his neighbours a hot tub, something he promised them over a few glasses of rosé last summer, and then give the rest distressed wife, Catherine, to spend as she pleases. He's not here for the money, Griff. Oh, no, he's here for the history, the legend, a chance to put the carp in Carpe Diem. Just finally at peg number 8, the last of my anglers for the afternoon is debutant Simon Dumont, a man who hasn't stopped smiling since we met yesterday afternoon. He is so excited to be here and only took 5 attempts at qualifying to manage it. He's in red hot form at the moment and qualified with the biggest net total just a couple of months ago, a whopping £426. He also is a man who likes to problem solve as he competes. So he only clapped eyes on Westwood Lakes yesterday for the very first time. This morning was the first time that he dipped a rod in the water. So he's figuring the nuances of it out right now. We'll come back soon and see what it is that he's caught in his first outing at this Carnival of Carp. There you have it, pegs 1 to 8 of Fisher Mania 2023. We're going to head to Zara Bock next to meet her anglers, but first and finally, in the words of Marvin Rötzger, Petri Heil, that's German for happy fishing.
Thanks, Claire. Well, in the world of angling, it doesn't get much bigger than this, FishOMania, and it's an absolute privilege to be here for my first grand final. Now, behind me is 62-year-old Steve Openshaw on peg 9. The 62-year-old veteran is from the Wirral. He's the oldest angler here today and is a 5-time FishO finalist. Now, Steve's been match fishing for over 15 years. He's got so much experience and fishes around 4 times a week at Lingmere Fishery. He's a granddad to 3, soon to be 4, and has a couple of the grandkids braving the weather here today and supporting granddad. Now, when I spoke to Steve earlier, he told me he's feeling really, really confident here. He's won his last 2 open matches, so he's proving that age is just a number. Now, on peg 10, let's move over to Andrew Crocker. Now, Andrew is making his first FishO Grand Final appearance and goes by the nickname of Tuna, although I don't think we'll be finding many tuna at Westwood Lakes today. Andrew hails from South Wales. He's an electrician by trade, and he's very, very happy about his spot on the lake. When I caught up with him earlier, he said to me that this peg is quite lucky. Well, we know it's lucky because Christian Jones won here last year. So peg 10, keep an eye on that one. Now, Andrew also mentioned to me that he was a junior pool world champion when he was 15 years old. So I'd say he's pretty multi-talented. So that's Andrew at peg 10. Let's take a wander down to peg 11 and meet Andrew's neighbour and very good friend, just going around the trees, very good friend Mike Williams. Now, Mike is also making his debut today, and when Mike and Andrew drew yesterday, when they found out they were next to each other here on the lake, they couldn't believe it because they're best mates. They were each other's ushers at each other's weddings, so hopefully they'll be able to just stay friends. You know, nothing going on wrong here. And he's got his wife, Fionn, here. He's got his 2 kids as he makes his first grand final appearance. Now, the 37-year-old has his eyes set firmly on the prize, and he told me that he'd spend the £50,000 if he were to win today on some diesel for the 6-hour long drive back to Carmarthen, Wales, and a couple of chicken nuggets for the journey. So that's all for now from pegs 9 to 11. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Zara. It's not a real name, by the way. She's got a clothing deal. I've got one. I'm called Giacomo. Steve Openshaw there. Our producer said, could we talk about Steve Openshaw to Steve Cook? I think that's because he's the senior citizen this afternoon and you are the wise man of our experts.
It's nice that he didn't say old wise. That's the main thing.
Wise man. Wise man. I mean, Steve's been here many times.
Yes.
What would it mean to him to win it?
To every single one, it means a massive amount to win this. Steve has been here quite a bit. It gets difficult the older you get to qualify. So I know how difficult it is.
Have you tried this year?
I have tried.
How many times?
I had three attempts.
OK, how close?
Not very close.
No.
I caught some fish, but
yeah,
obviously you
That's
need
the
a bit
object of the afternoon day.
You need some luck to win this.
Yeah.
And hardest
You're
thing is
trying to say
it.
Steve Openshaw's lucky?
Yeah, well, it helps. It helps, but
yeah.
It's difficult to be in it. As you see now, he's playing a fish from down edge. He's fishing chop worm down the edge. We've just seen him lose a fish earlier. This is really good. This is really good for him. This is his type of fishing, Rob.
Yep.
He's in his zone here. This will be good for him.
And in all seriousness, this is the one thing when he's 62 years of age, he's been here a few times as well, is that when the cameras are on you and you're normally fishing in isolation, you don't have people behind you, the eyes of the world watching you as well, crowds here today as well, expectation. He's got that experience, he's going to be calm.
No matter what anybody says to you, you can't prepare for this. The only way you can prepare for this is by actually fishing it in the past. You know, there's nothing like being here. First timers, it takes some time to settle down. No matter what they said, they're not nervous. As soon as you start putting a camera in the face and start talking, when people start coming behind you and clapping, the nerves start kicking in. No matter what, experience of being here and going through that is massive.
Well, we're going to be bringing you the action all afternoon, but let's continue getting to know our anglers this afternoon. Zara Bucky's back down there now on peg 12.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, peg 12 indeed. And right behind me, you will find 32-year-old Kaylee Dowd. Now, I'm very excited about Kaylee. I'm looking forward to seeing how she gets on today because she's got an impressive CV to date. She's the current ladies national champion and she's won the ladies FishO twice amongst many other angling accolades. And on bank running duties today is her husband Adam. Now, they've been together 15 years. They've been married 2.5 years of bliss, no doubt, and have a 5-month-old baby, Oliver. And Adam and Kaylee will be working together, no doubt. I believe they are a power couple indeed. Now, just over here on peg 13 is John Alexander, nickname Caster Blaster. John is a bait trader and he told me that a number of anglers here today are using his bait. He's also a new dad to 15-week-old baby Theo. He's got many fishing friends and family here today supporting him. He made his debut last year, so knows this lake pretty well, as does another man who made his debut last year, and that's his bank runner, Art Hilmy, who you may remember fishing here last year and finishing 3rd at the 2020 edition of FishOMania. Art has returned as John's sidekick, so surely those two are going to be a force to be reckoned with. Now, peg 14, just to the side of me, is Matt Dawes. Matt is a 2-time FishO Grand finalist. He's from Chester. He works as an aircraft fitter when he's not on the lake. He's a massive Liverpool fan. He loves F1. So he'll be looking for some more F1 today out on the lake. And let me just wander around. And when I spoke to Matt earlier, he told me that he would spend the money if he was to win the £50,000 on, well, he said, ask the wife. So you know what? I went and spoke to Nicola and I said, Nicola, what would that 50 grand go on? She said, I've got a long list of holidays that I've got, lined up. So hopefully a little bit of sun, get out of this rain, no doubt. So let's move over to peg 15, where you will find a really chatty, really confident guy. When I spoke to him yesterday, he's a right character. This is John Jones on peg 15. Now, John is from Dudley. He works for Dudley Council, and he's also a 2-time FishOMania Grand finalist. But he told me he's after a little bit of luck, and as luck would have it, he was recently given a crystal, which is supposed to represent wealth. So I said to him, you better make sure you bring that down to the lake today, and I've got my fingers crossed for you, John. John's got 15 of his friends and family watching at home in the dry, having a bit of a FishO party, no doubt. So they'll be cheering on John over a couple of sausage rolls, no doubt. So yeah, they'll be wishing John all the best today as he cracks on here for this FA Cup of fishing. Now, let's move round and back to Prez, back to Rob.
Thank you, Zara, doing a fine job down there. It's not easy. She's got all of the gear this afternoon, and it's very difficult for our reporters as well because they have to get over all of the equipment, make sure that they damage anything, don't distract any of the anglers as well. Let's have a little chat about Kaylee, who's representing the ladies today, the national champion. Emma, you've done virtually everything in angling. You've junior champion just a couple of years ago, ladies champion. You've got a house full of trophies as well. You've never quite made it to the water's edge here, but she's doing it for the girls today, isn't she?
She absolutely is, and what a fantastic angler she is. I've been fortunate enough. She's a little bit younger than myself, but yeah, I've been brought up through Kaylee with fishing for England and everything as well. So I've seen her come through the ranks, and my God, she's brilliant. She fishes for the England carp team now as well as the England ladies team. And to say she just had a baby 5 months ago, she's just out competing. It's amazing.
And it's a fishing family. That baby's going to be an angler in time, isn't it? Like mum and dad.
Absolutely. He's already been out. I saw him last Sunday, and he's had a few nights out in the bivvies already. So they're doing the right thing, bringing him up the right way, out on the bank straight away.
Right, we're ensuring that everybody gets their 15 seconds of fame if we don't see them catching a lot of fish this afternoon. So let's go learn who's on pegs 16 to 18 and rejoin Zara Buck.
That's right, Rob, thank you. Yeah, peg 16. And here you'll find behind me one of our international qualifiers, and that's Ibran Mertens, who has come all the way from Ziekim in Belgium. He's travelled here with his nephew and bank runner Dylan, so we've got the family here. And Ibran first learned to fish on his grandfather's pond, and after that he was instantly hooked. He also loves a little bit of saltwater spearfishing, he tells me, and can hold his breath for 6 minutes. Can you believe that? So let's...
Our apologies, I seem to have lost Zara there. Hope she's okay. Maybe she needs a rubber ring or some kind of...
Probably drowned, Rob.
No, Steve, she hasn't done that. Do not... It's a debut here this afternoon. We don't want that. She's a very strong swimmer. I think the batteries have just disintegrated in the rain as well. But she's getting to know over there Ibby Mertens, who's come a long way. He qualified at Snake Lake. Ollie Robinson, the winner of the Angling Trust, the national junior champion, and John Arthur over there as well, who came third back in 2006. There is Ollie Robinson down on peg 17, making his debut. Only 15 years of age, almost 50 years junior of our oldest competitor this afternoon, Steve Openshaw. He has a bank runner this afternoon, Dale Jackson. It's like having a caddy in golf, isn't it, Steve? Somebody just in your ear, somebody to calm your nerves, do the hard work for you as well.
I mean, obviously, a lot of people don't realise how important it is here. He's keeping an eye on what the other competitors are doing, what methods they're using, whether you need to make a change. And it's just to give them an heads up, but inevitably the angler's one who makes the decisions.
Steve, thanks very much. Let's get back out there and Zara can continue the introductions.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I certainly can swim, no worries there. And I tell you, someone else who can swim is Ibran Mertens over on peg 16. He loves a bit of saltwater spearfishing, can hold his breath for 6 minutes. I don't know if you heard that as I got cut off earlier, but as you said, Ollie Robinson on peg 17, he's making a bit of FishO history here as the youngest ever competitor at a grand final, FishO Grand Final. And here on peg 18 is John Arthur. Now, John is from Bicester. His nickname is actually N-Peg. As he's told me, he's always drawn the N-Peg at a match fishing event, but not today. He's here on peg 18. And John is a bit of a familiar face in the angling world. He's got his own YouTube channel where he posts regular angling content, and he's an angling consultant too. Now, John is feeling really, really good when I spoke to him. He said he's fishing better than ever. He's qualified for a couple of major events recently, and he's just thrilled to be here on the bank as he's had a rough start to 2023 with long COVID. So let's see how his fourth FishO Grand Final goes. Back to you, Rob.
Thanks, Zara. We're all reassured to know that you are safe and, more importantly, kind of semi-dry out there, looking after pegs 9 to 18. Just have a quick chat there about Ibby Mertens. It is an international event now, Steve, isn't it? They come from Germany, they come from Belgium. We've never had a winner from abroad. Is it so different, the angling over there, to here in rural Lincolnshire?
In Europe, they don't fish for F1s, and this lake's full of F1s. Now, it's a carp hybrid with a crucian carp and a common carp that's been bred together, so they call them an F1 carp. They don't have them in Europe, it's just standard carp, and they are completely different fish, feed different, they're very temperamental, the fish are a lot finer to catch F1s than they do big carp, which they fish for in Europe. So it's difficult for them. They have to spend some time and learn the techniques, but these lads are doing it every day, week in, week out, with the rest of them, so it's always going to be difficult for them guys.
Andy, Keith Arthur always told us about fish psychology when he was one of our guests as well, and Steve's kind of touching on that there as well. It is man against fish, or woman against fish this afternoon as well, isn't it?
That's a big word for me, Rob. Come on. Yeah, absolutely. Trying to outwit them. You know, he had his theory that they always swam, was it anti-clockwise or
That's
clockwise?
right, yeah, one
it's
of
one of
them,
them. I don't know about that, but yeah, it's just one of them. Just trying to, once you get them competing and getting into that rhythm, that's what it's all about. Just like keeping them coming slow and steady.
But it's difficult for them, isn't it? That they don't fish for F1s abroad.
No, definitely not. When you're not used to fishing for a certain species, it will take you. Well, you can't do it in a day. It's over like weeks, months, years. You know what I mean?
And you need somebody like yourself, somebody who does it regular, to pass on the information and show you and try and help you to intuit the way of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the beauty of, like, obviously what we've got, the likes of YouTube and all that, the videos that they can look in. You know what I mean? It's always different.
There we go, on the hooter. You're going to hear that noise during the course of the afternoon, and that is going to be significant because the way that this works, and I know we are preaching to the converted, to the anglers out there, we have a weigh-in every 30 minutes. It's the culmination of those weigh-ins over the next 5 hours, and this is the first weigh-in. This is where I get the fish in the bag, they get it to the scales, they take it there, and then behind the scenes, the best statisticians that money can buy on a Saturday afternoon in Lincolnshire do their sums, and we weigh it up. And the angler that has the biggest catch of fish, culmination of fish during the course of the afternoon, is the winner and takes home the first prize of £50,000. 25 pegs, 25 anglers. Let's hope that somebody has something, every angler has something on the scales in this opening half an hour. All be revealed when we come back after the break in a few moments' time. If you're part of the angling world, it's a rather sodden Wembley at the moment, and we've seen lots of fish caught in the opening half an hour as well. And Andy May, champion 2016, this will be getting that first fish in the bag and having something on the scoreboard will be so important to those anglers out there.
Rob, it settles you down so much. You know, it's all about getting that first fish, calming your nerves down, and then catching another one, and then just catching another one, and then just going straight back into it. You know what I mean? Catching loads. But yeah, that's what it's all about. It's all about being calm in an event like this. Obviously, with the pressure of the the spectators behind you, and then obviously the more fish you catch, you get more spectators behind you. But yeah, it's just fantastic.
I was going to imagine everywhere you go, you got this social media following these days.
That's why I
you?
just made it back. I was just signing a quick autograph.
Yeah, you got your entourage.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why you didn't qualify this year. You know?
All right, Rob. All right. Didn't ask for that.
And Emma, how different is this to anything else?
It's incredible. Even though I've been fortunate enough to fish in the international scene, it's still a massive event, and it's the biggest one in the UK for these anglers, and the pressure on them is massive, and you've just got to hold your nerve and just do your best, haven't you?
There's quite a lot of big events, Emma, isn't there? But there's nothing like having a camera put in your face.
No.
And the crowds that you have on this event. This event is a one-off. There'll nobody ever duplicate it or replicate it. It's such a big event.
Well, we've had a little bit of information on each of the 18 anglers that we've had so far, from Zara and from Claire as well. But let's find out about the anglers on pegs 19 to 25. Keeping a keen eye on them and the weather this afternoon is Ashley Wilmot.
Thanks, Rob. Yes, I'm going to be covering pegs 19 to 25. And there's a real crowd gathered behind me because, of course, on peg 19, it's the man everyone is talking about. It's the reigning champion, Christian Jones. He's back again for his third outing here at a Fisher Mania final. And I can report that he's just weighed in at just over 6 kilograms. So he'll be really pleased with that start. I know for a fact he'd caught 5 F1s and a cup when I last checked. So he'll be pleased with that. He did actually think that he would be fishing for barbell, but we might see a few of those this afternoon. He, like I say, he's back. He did fish on peg 10 last year, and he came in right at the very end and he clinched the win. Some thought he wasn't even in the competition. As you'll remember, it was really exciting, and I'm hoping for like a last-minute dash this year as well. But it's great to see him. He wasn't feeling the pressure at all. He was very relaxed today. Last year he spent his £50,000 winnings on a new van. This year he's going to treat himself and Kieran, his bank runner, to a nice holiday in Thailand, and hopefully the weather's a little bit better than it is today. Anyway, moving on, champions are attracting champions, because here on peg 20 we've got Harry Bignell. He of course won the title back in 2021. Now he said he actually couldn't be happier with this peg. He was thrilled to be on it. His daughter Pippa selected the peg, and he thinks he's in with a really good chance of winning. So we will have to keep an eye on him and how he gets on this afternoon, and what a win it would be, because for the first time ever he's actually allowed his family to come and watch him in action. So maybe that'll give him a little boost this afternoon. I know they're thrilled to be here. We will give them a little shout out. Kirsty, and like I mentioned, Pippa here, along with his mum Alison and stepdad Rich. So it's great to have them with us, albeit a little bit rainy this afternoon. Now our next peg 21, is Dave Shires. He's already caught quite a few fish this afternoon in his first weighing. I think from my notes it is 3.475 kilograms. That was his first weigh-in. He's come all the way from West Yorkshire in Pontefract, which he tells me is the home of licorice. He said licorice is average, Ashley, a bit like my peg. He wasn't overly thrilled about being in this particular position, but you know, he was feeling optimistic. He's gotten a lot of practice ahead of today as well, and as you can see, his family are here, and they've got their t-shirts out, their FishOMania t-shirts. Give us a little wave, guys. Hello. Supporting Dad in action. It's great to see them here. Lovely family day out. We're wishing Dave all the very best. So what are your thoughts, guys?
What I want to know, Ashley, is we're here in water up to our ankles. It's hammering down with rain, and she's over there, and there's not a spot of rain. She's got like her own microclimate, hasn't she? It's like there's a little rainbow over her head. Aww. Look at that, flawless, perfection. I'm going there on my holidays wherever she is next year. We'll be back to you in a second as we get to know more of the anglers. But she's looking after two former champions, the reigning champion, Christian Jones, and his neighbour this afternoon is Harry Bignell, Steve.
Yeah, I know Harry quite well. He fishes in my area, my section of country. He's a really capable angler, catches big weights. Today he really fancied it. When I went on a chat to him before it started, he thought he'd got a proper chance today, and if he thinks it, he probably has. He probably has down there.
He's a confident lad, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's a little bit. I think he's the peg too far out of them, but you know, hopefully he'll prove us wrong.
Alongside is Christian Jones. Well, there are 3 former champions in that particular section today. So, you know, there's 50,000 for the winner. There's £10,000 for second. That could be the big one. Whoever wins that particular section today, because you've got Christian Jones, you've got Harry Bignell. Let's find out about the other anglers from Ashley. And I think she's alongside now Jamie Hughes.
Yes, Rob, I am. I don't know what you're talking about a rainbow, because it's absolutely pouring down. I'd like to see one though, but like you say, our next angler here is Jamie Hughes. He doesn't need an introduction. He's won this event 3 times. He's a full-time angler. This is what he does for a living. He does it twice a week. He lives and breathes this sport, and he's super pleased to be here. He did actually tell me that he woke up at 2 a.m. this morning. I don't know whether that was the excitement, but yeah, he was feeling not anxious, I don't know. He was just ready and raring to go. I don't know if that was on purpose though. He is currently second in the UK Championships with 1 match to go. He's really a man in form, like you would expect. And his daughter Sophie, actually, she was the one who drawed the peg 22, and he believes he's got half a chance. His bank runner today is Rich Chapman. He's done it. This is his 3rd time actually that he's been his runner, and they actually run a YouTube channel called Winning Ways. I do urge you to give it a look. It's very entertaining, really informative, informative. All of their angling antics they keep track of on there, so do go and check them out. Next up on peg 23, we have got none other than Dan Squire. He wasn't thrilled with this peg position, if I'm completely honest. However, he's had his bacon sandwich this morning and he's looking up. Things are looking up. He's already caught a few fish, but we will get back to you on the exact weigh-ins. He's best mates with his bank runner, Steve Chant, who was absolutely honoured to be his runner for today. They've been best friends since they met in 2016, and they're already having a great weekend because actually they got upgraded in their hotel. So happy days all round. And Dan did say if he wins from this peg position, he will actually split the winnings with Steve. So I don't know if he actually wanted me to say that live on air, but you know, I'm going to hold him to it now. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Dan's from Somerset and he actually lives 20 minutes down the road from Andy Power, a very familiar face here on the lake, aka The Power. He, again, wasn't best pleased with this peg position. He actually said, Ashley, I've got no chance at all, but that was yesterday and it's a new day, and he did look a little more optimistic this morning. His bank runner is also Neil McKinnon. As you'll know, he won Fisher Mania back in 2010. So they are really quite the dream duo. And we can't wait to see how he navigates this narrow area of the lake. So best of luck to the man with the power. Now finally, last but definitely not least, is Max Beeston. He's here on debut. Now, he's a fantastic story. Some of you might actually already recognise Max because he used to play football for a very familiar team, Port Vale in League One. He was on scholarship there. He played centre-back and was really enjoying his football, but unfortunately he did suffer an injury to his hamstring, which meant he had to leave that career behind. He started working with his dad, and that's where he found himself Tom, his bank runner, Tom at Whitehouse. Hi Tom, you all right? Give us a little wave. He is so thrilled to be here, both of them. I think they are going to be the dream team. And Max, one of the most laid-back people I've ever met. He was so chilled when I spoke to him, but I know the nerves were settling in a little bit prior to us getting started. But Tom says if anyone can do it, Max can do it. He said he's got star quality, and what a debut that would be. Coming here for your first ever FishOMania. He's only been fishing for 4 years and clinched the title, so definitely one to watch.
Oh, a great sportsman there, isn't he? Max Beeston, former footballer, Port Vale, most famous man to come out of that part of the world since Robbie Williams. Will he take that this afternoon? Well, the celebrity of fishing this afternoon is over there, and he's on peg 22, the pegs that Ashley is looking after. Jamie Hughes, who is, Andy, an absolute legend. Lovely guy, but an absolute legend in this sport, isn't he?
He makes me sick, Rob. No, he's my bestest fishing mate. You know, obviously we've got our YouTube channel together. He's just a phenomenal talent. This is 13th Fish Off final and his 12th on the run in succession. I don't think what he's achieved in fishing, I don't think we'll ever see the likes again. He's just a phenomenal angler at everything. Not just at this game, you know, snake lakes and pole fishing, he can do absolutely everything. He's just unbelievable. Brilliant.
Good broadcaster as well, isn't he? I mean, he
not in my league.
Not as good as you. Not as good as you.
No, he is. He's really good. So good at everything. And yeah, as I say, he makes me sick.
There's a rumour that, obviously, because you two have a regular challenge on your YouTube channel, the rumour is today that if he wins it, you're going to jump in for him.
No, the rumour that you should have heard was he's going to split his winnings with me, Steve.
I'm sure he is.
It's good to see him catching as well.
Yeah.
See him catching.
I had a chat to him before start as well, and he said, I'm really pleased, pleased. A lot of people didn't want to be down there, and he said, I'm really pleased, and if he's pleased, it's for a reason.
I don't think it matters where he goes, does it, Steve? He's pleased anywhere.
No, he's upset me on a few next pegs, I can tell you that. The thing about him, he forces you to fish and change your style.
Yeah.
Because he's so good, and I had a set plan, and he started catching not how I expected to and forced me to change how I was going to fish. He's so good at what he does.
Well, guys, what the anglers want to know is what they have got on the board after the first of our weigh-ins this afternoon. Well, leading at the moment with a catch of just over 9 kilos is Matt Dawes, second place. Simon Dimon, John Joneses. Well, the Joneses keeping up with each other this afternoon. John and Christian, third and fourth place at the moment. And this is a very solid start. 12 anglers there on the scoreboard so far. And we saw Jamie Hughes catching after the buzzer. He's currently in 7th place. Andy Power as well. So all of those guys there that have got almost 5 kilos will be very happy with their opening half an hour, Emma.
Yeah, they will, absolutely. I mean, looking at those weights, it's been a phenomenal start for the anglers. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as that for the first half an hour, to be honest. So it's really good to see plenty of fish being caught, and Matty Dawes' 9 kilo start's just amazing.
Only one angler so far hasn't got anything in the bag, and that is the former champion Harry Bignell, but he will not stay on that big fat zero for too long, Steve, will he?
Well, the thing is with this competition is you don't win it in the first half hour. That's for sure. As we said last year, you know, I was saying there's no one going to beat Art, and look how that ended up. So it ain't over, but I wouldn't like to be in that position. I'd like to be just ticking over in the 4 or 5 kilo ring. What do you think, that, Andy?
Absolutely, yeah. Obviously, Matty's you know, had a right result there in the first weigh-in, but yeah, like you said, you want to be 4 or 5 kilo, you know, thereabouts, and then obviously with a charge later on.
Harry's just caught.
Yeah, he's just got his first fish there. Look, so obviously he's off and running now. Don't feel calm. It was a carp as well, not an F1. He may have just made the wrong decision to start how he started. It could be something as simple as that that's been the cause of that. And then his bank runner will kick in and say to him, look, they're all catching carp, we're trying to catch F1 or whatever, vice versa.
His bank runner's Chris Riley, though. He's looking pretty laid back, to say the least, isn't he?
Well, that's that microclimate. There's no rain down there, you remember saying? He's sunbathing.
But Harry Bignell is from Beverley in East Yorkshire. If you live in Beverley, you say that you live near York. Truthfully, it's 5 miles away from Hull, so I don't know why he doesn't say he's from the Kingstown upon Hull. Started his fishing at Beverley Beck, beautiful part of the world. He was the champion in 2021. His first ever memory, he says, of Fisher Mania is watching Jamie Hughes win at Cudmore.
One of the things about today, Rob, is that these weather conditions are such a big, massive change, and changing pressures affect it quite badly. And especially with it being so high pressure, then dropping to so low, and then this today, you as anglers, we really don't know how it's going to affect them. We think we do, but it started off really, really good. If it carries on like this, it's going to be a really good match today.
Do they say, Andy, and again, layman's terms are educating people today, that maybe sun isn't a good thing if you want to see the fish coming out?
No, I'd sooner fish. I mean, minus the rain, these are the best conditions you can have. You know,
overcast, grey,
overcast with a nice warm, you know, southwesterly. Yeah, with a pub on site as well. With a nice southwesterly wind, you can't get better conditions than that. And the thing, obviously, with the water being so shallow, it's going to be the same temperature all over the place. So that's why, you know, some will catch shallow today up in the water, and then majority will be catch on the bottom as well. So yeah, it's great.
And there's a good stock in this lake. There's a lot of fish out there to be caught today, Emma.
There is, absolutely. There's the F1s, carp, barbel in specific areas. One thing that is quite deceiving when you're looking at it from a TV point of view, it's a lot narrower, the Snake Lake. It's a lot narrower when you actually physically here on the bank as well. It's sort of 11 to 13 metres maximum. But the anglers have got a lot of water to look at, and they'll do what they want to do at that each hour of the match.
Do you have a bit of banter with the angler alongside you, Steve? Or do you just get into your zone?
Sorry. No, today, no, they'll be concentrating on what they're doing. But, I mean, generally you would do. But today, there's too much at stake. There's your pride at stake here today. And in front of you, us guys. You know what I mean? So you have to sort of get it right. It's nice, Kaylee started really well as well. She's up with 4 kilos plus, so it's looking good. It's really looking good.
Well, and all of the waterproofs there is Andrew Crocker, who is over on peg 10 from Neath, alongside his good pal. They were ushers at each other's weddings. Mikey Williams, the Welsh contingent. This is good Welsh Valley weather here today in Lincolnshire. Andrew Crocker qualified, one of the early qualifiers, back in March at Tunnel Barn with 144 pounds. He's an all-round sportsman. Pool, darts, snooker. All indoor sports.
The athlete.
Absolutely.
we put the heart monitors on the anglers one year. Do you remember?
Yeah, I can remember.
And they were up there with athletes as well, weren't they? When the heart starts beating and they, you know, the nerves are jangling and they're trying to get those fish in the bag.
I check my heart rate quite often now, so I've got it on a watch. And when you're fishing, it's usually about 80 to 140. Believe it or not, never drops. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's just particular to me, but I keep an eye on mine, and it's quite high while you're fishing. It goes up a little bit when you're landing a fish, especially if you're catching like 20 carp. You see 20 little booms up and down when you're landing your fish.
I don't suppose you notice it in normal fishing, but
it gets even higher when you lose it, I can tell you that. Quite high rate.
They put it on me one year. They had all of the anglers out there and their heartbeats, so there were little up and down little pyramids and whatever. They put it on me and mine spiked only once all afternoon. It went above 70 only once. And when we checked it out, that was when we had our comfort break.
Yeah.
And I ran over there during one of the commercial breaks. Well, as you can see from that camera angle, it is lashing it down with rain here this afternoon at Westwood Lakes in Lincolnshire. You probably turned over from the cricket, and I don't know what's happening in the golf, but that's going to be affected. It's good for us. We're going to get so many views this afternoon. It is Fisher Mania 2023. We are having, well, I'll normally say fun in the sun. There's no pain in the rain. Every angler has caught something in the opening 40 minutes of Fisher Mania 2023. Stick with us. We've got you hooked.
When you look anybody in that top 12 is in with a shout. They're all catching a few fish. Matador's pulled away a little bit, but it's still early yet, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
That's
we
right.
always say.
You only got to look at last year, haven't you? Christian, you know,
Yes,
going into that last way in, it's like ridiculous.
But it's nice to see they're all, and when you look at that top 12, the weights are spread all around the lake. It's not just one area. There's peg twos on that top 12 as well, so there's fish all around.
Of course, you have to get the fish out of the water into the bag come, is it going to be 4:35 this afternoon? We started at 11:35, didn't we? That's when they will be rushing, and that's what happened last year. It went right to the wire, and that is how Christian Jones eventually won it. I won't say he came from nowhere, but he came from about 4th or 5th place to win it eventually. And they've got the time. They won't be distracted by any noise they hear, something like this. Well, that fish won't be in the second weigh. And how time flies when you're having fun. An hour of competition already.
Done already?
Yeah?
Yeah, fantastic. It's great to see it fishing so well. I really wasn't sure, you know, the conditions, as we said. It's brilliant. Fish and all species as well. You know, we've seen some barbel, we've seen F1s. It's nice to see these big carp showing as well.
I don't think the lake's fished as well leading up to the event this year like it did last year. I do think the weather's had a big impact, but there's some really decent fish been caught, isn't there, Andy?
Absolutely, that one J-lad, that's just there. That was like, you know, a couple of kilo.
Yeah.
You know.
When you see as well, Andy, they're nearly all fishing on the bottom. There's not many people catching shallow, if any, really.
Yeah.
Nearly all the weight seem to be coming fishing on the bottom.
Right, let's get over to the water's edge. Simon Dimment is one of the new guys. He had 426 pounds in qualifying, the most of any angler. He's had a good start as well. How's he doing, Claire Thomas?
Well, he's doing very well indeed. And how exciting, our first live weigh-in of Fisher Mania 2023. We've been stood by with bated breath, as has bank runner for Simon, his brother, Jeremy. He's stood by and he's got a fair few big ones in there. Look at that carp. That could make quite a difference to what's been an impressive opening for the newcomer to this competition. Let's take a peek. The numbers are just settling on the dial. 2 kilos, 1.25. That's not as big as his opening haul of 6.285, but every little helps. So, Zara, let's head over to you, hear how your anglers are getting on.
Thank you, Claire. Well, yeah, things are hotting up down here. I mean, it might be raining, but things are certainly hotting up down here at peg 14. Matt Dawes, he's off to a great start. His first win, he caught over 9 kilos. So let's get Sam Slockett, his bank runner, to bring over to the scales, and let's get this second weigh-in of the day for Matt Dawes underway. Excited to see what this one is going to say. He caught some absolute whoppers in the first weigh-in. Plenty of catch in there. Let's hand over to Malcolm to confirm.
4 kilo, 325.
So that's 4 kilo, 325. Great second weigh-in. Over to Ashley for more.
Thanks, Zara. Yes, it is indeed raining fish on this side of the bank. Just behind me is Jamie Hughes on peg 22, and he's off to a good start. I'll tell you that. Now, Rich, his bank runner, he's ready to run up here, and we're going to have our second weigh-in. His first weigh-in was 5.525 kilograms. You can hear them. He's got a good few fish in there, 5 or 6. Okay, Rich, open it up, pop it in. There's five fish in there. Just get confirmation of his second weigh-in. .025 kilograms. Another really decent effort from Jamie. He'll be pleased with the start. Back to you, Rob.
I want to know how she's keeping so dry over there. It's absolutely remarkable. It's a miracle of television. But they're catching the fish. Now, this is good. This is what we want to see this afternoon. Is it? We're going to have a big audience because people don't want to be going outside and picnicking and going for a walk in the woods. They're going to be watching sport on the television. And I know that we will get them hooked and we'll get a lot of new viewers this afternoon. And this is what we want to see. A lot of fish being caught in the opening hour of FishOMania.
There's plenty of methods being used as well. It's all various methods, all various fishes being caught. It's spread around the lake, so it's not over yet, is it?
Absolutely not, no. It's, like we were saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and it's nice to see young Oliver's catching a few fish as well, and Kaylee's up there in the first hour, so hopefully nerves are settled for Oliver with it him being so young, it being his first event. But yeah, I'm really glad to see those two names up there.
Andy, I mean, you have get yourself organised. You have brought some wet gear as well.
Yeah.
You're hoping that we've forgotten that at some point this afternoon we're going to throw you out and you're giving us a demonstration of what's going on and how the tactics are changing. But from what you've seen so far from the pictures before we get you wet, what have you seen? What are the various methods that the anglers are using, the different tactics and approaches this afternoon?
I'm so happy, Rob, that everything I'm going to show you is working at the minute. You know, there's people catching in the margins, there's people catching across, there's people catching shallow, and there's people catching down the middle, you know, on the bottom. So, yeah, what we're going to go through, you know, it's fantastic. Everything's working. Tick.
Well done, don't worry. And of course, one of the features as well is as the afternoon progresses, we'll wire them for sound. Well, hopefully in this weather, hopefully if it's health and safety and all that kind of thing, and if the batteries are working, we'll be hearing from the anglers as the afternoon progresses as well. And it will go right to the wire, we hope, as it did last year. It was a magnificent finale. Let's recall it, shall we?
Welcome to the beautiful Westwood Lakes. It's all in.
We are off to a flyer.
I think it'll be a very close match overall. Not a lot of weight between the top, say 5 or 6.
Well, his reign is over, but he's still sitting on his throne over there, Harry Bignell. Peg 5, Jamie Hughes.
You never write that man off, do I? No.
This is Sarah Taylor, peg 8, the reigning women's national champion. Peg 10, Christian Jones. After the first weigh-in, he was in 3rd place. Andy Power is leading. Very close behind him is Art Hilmy. In fact, all 25 of the anglers have caught something in the first 30 minutes. But Andy Power is no longer the leader, but anybody could win. It can come from absolutely anywhere.
No one really knows.
It is so incredibly tight that the lead has changed yet again. Well, to make things even, we are now miking up Andy Power, who's over there on peg 19. He's just caught a fish.
Get Andy Mayer to go and stamp on his platform.
He's got his eyes on a prize. He's getting tight at the top. It looks like Art Hilmy is extending his lead, and Christian Jones is on a charge. He's had a very good second half. Competition complete. Crowds around Art Hilmy on peg 15. There is a tension in the air. A lot of confusion behind the scenes. Fished in 2019, Christian Jones, a final catch of 10.325 kilos.
He knows he's close, but he doesn't know he's won it.
Have you ever known anything like this? And I think word is getting out, and I think the officials are about to make it official. Christian Jones has made a major splash and is the new Fisher Mania champion. Christian Jones, £50,000 richer last year, and that Fisher Mania trophy as well. He's on peg 19 as we are doing the sums behind the scenes. He is currently the leader on peg 19 today with a weight of 11.65. But we actually haven't got Matt Dawes' catch with a big tick from the officials so far. Now, sometimes in TV we pretend that the interviews have just been done, but as you're going to be able to tell from the pictures here, we caught up with Christian yesterday.
Yeah, so the first time I watched it, I'm sure I sort of just stumbled across it from, you know, looking at fishing programmes. I didn't know a lot about FishOMania, and I just seen it on Sky and decided to switch it on. And it was the year Shane Atkin won in 2011 at Cudmore. So, and I think caught a load of barbel, some big carp, and it's just like straight away, it's like I'd love to be there one day. Yeah, first final, Hayfield 2019. Obviously, just crazy to get in the final to begin with. And then to be there on the day. Hayfield Lake's a venue I really like as well. Andy Bennett's a good mate of mine, and obviously that year, 2019, he won. So I think that last half an hour, when I knew sort of my match was over sort of thing, I was sort of just cheering Andy on. So it was great to see obviously Andy win his first one as well. Me and my mate Kieran, who was the bank runner on the day, it was interesting. We both said, even when we jumped in, we weren't 100% sure that I'd definitely won. We were a bit like, we sort of got nodded at, like you've won, jump in sort of thing, and we were in, and it was like, but it was, like I say, it was just all happened really quick, and I think we were talking about it on the way up here today. It's just complete blur to us, crazy. And then obviously, you know, signing the autographs and stuff at the end and lifting the trophy, it was just something I've, you know, dreamed of since I first watched in 2011. Just shows how, you know, how well received the event's been. Like, I think every year, I think everyone's looking forward to it from the last year, and it's going to get stronger. Hopefully, it's going to keep going on. It's the 30th year, and I'm only obviously 24 years in age, so the event's been going on a little bit longer than obviously I've been alive. So that's crazy. It just shows what a good event and how everyone's enjoying, you know, fishing on TV.
Well, that was Christian Jones yesterday. You can just about see Christian's image there through the rain-soaked camera. And he's had a very good second half an hour in Fisher Mania. We have weigh-ins every 30 minutes, and Christian Jones has a catch so far of just over 11.5 kilos. We have champions. They've been there. They have run the race. Emma, former junior champion, ladies champion as well. All kinds of things she's won. World champion? Were you world champion?
I was, yeah.
And your dad as well?
Absolutely.
Has he got a book out?
He has,
we'll talk about
enough,
that.
Yeah.
We'll be talking about Tommy later. And Andy, you won it 2016. How life-changing is this?
Oh, it's just phenomenal. Proper, yeah, life-changing, obviously, for the kids and treating them and, you know, putting a bit away for them when they get older and choose what they want to do, what path they want to go through, union, what have you. It's just, yeah, it's fantastic. It's brilliant. Buying a fishing van.
How did you spend the money? You bought a fishing van, did you? Yeah. Kids and fishing van, Steve?
A sports car.
Sports car?
It was, yeah. I thought easy come, easy go. So I bought a sports car and rode into the sunset, so to speak. Yeah,
isn't that impractical for your fishing gear?
I have actually had me tackling it once when I was down at Newquay. I had to go to somebody's funeral, so I had to take it down in that. But it was difficult, I can tell you. I needed it. But you know, it's the money. Like I've said this every time I've been here. The money's not the real thing, is it, Andy? It's not really the money, is it?
No, it's getting your name on that trophy, Steve.
It's that
first
trophy.
And foremost.
And the first, obviously, I can speak about the early trophies. Every trophy was different. Every trophy's got gold leaf with Fisher Mania on it. There were so special things that made it what it is. And how Andy Fisher's tried to get back, I tried to get back. Everybody who sits here today, new first time, will do their utmost to get back next year. It's so special, this event, and you can't explain how special it is until you've sat there, and even more so when you've won it.
And Emma, they say fishing for all as well, and we've got the lady out there, we've got the juniors out there. I know you're an ambassador as well to get people fishing, and this is it. This is the showcase, isn't it? This is what you aim for.
It is. It's the pinnacle of fishing in the UK, and like you say, to have the young anglers coming through that we're going to see more and more of them in these finals over the next few years, I'm sure.
Well, that's Max Beeston, who's only been angling for 4 years. We got information from all of the anglers, so 24 of the 25 anglers. Max gave us absolutely nothing about himself, but when I learned that he'd been a footballer for Port Vale, you can hit the internet, and unfortunately for him, he got a career-ending injury about 4 years ago. But he played for Port Vale. He's got the experience of excellence at one sport, and he's transferred this, and this is his debut in Fisher Mania. So he's done very well to get to this kind of level so early in his career as well. That is Matt Dawes, who was our early leader. He had around, it was 9 kilos, wasn't it, in his first catch?
He started like a train, didn't he, Matt? Really. But I think we knew it wasn't going to carry on all the way through at that pace. It was always going to slow down a little bit.
Yeah. I think this is what you're going to see. It's going to be the pattern in it. You know, you'll see obviously some really making a charge for it, and then it's going to go a little bit quiet whilst you just settle down again, and then other anglers coming through. I don't think anyone's going to run away with it from the start. Well, as we saw last year, you know, anyone like 7 or 8 were in it right to the end last year, wouldn't he? So I think it'd be very similar this year.
I think Christian's got a proper chance, because then he's on the peg where the barbel live.
Yeah.
If they decide to feed, today's perfect conditions for barbel fishing on the bottom. So I think he's got a real good chance today from a really quietly unfavoured peg, really. Yeah.
Was he where Andy Powell was last year?
Yes.
He's on the same peg, yeah.
But I think conditions are a lot better today.
Yeah.
For that peg.
Yeah, especially if the other fish feed. He's going to catch the barbel, and then, as you know, barbel, they tend to have the feed, and then that's when they go. But then if he's got other fish around there, obviously the carp, if they move in for him, yeah, he's got a right chance.
I spoke to him when I was speaking to him this morning. He said he drew it in a match the other day and didn't decide to fish for barbel till there was 2 hours to go. So, and had quite a big weight of barbel. So he says he's happy. He just hopes that he can have a good start early and keep him in contact.
Yeah.
He had 80 pound on Sunday. I came down and watched the match. Just to have a little bit of a look, and he caught really, really well across into those stick-ups. Yeah. It's just a nice little area. You can see why they live there.
That covering, anything with cover. I mean, more so usually when it's sunny, but we haven't got that problem today. They're just going to be, I mean, it's that little bit more depth as well, isn't it, that you've got on some pegs?
Yeah, it's definitely deeper on this bank in the higher numbers.
It's the aerator, isn't it, scouring that bottom out.
It probably as well, that because of the weather, it keeps the crowds down a little bit, which is really good for the lads who are fishing. They're not going to have massive crowds behind. There's still got quite a lot of people here, but there's not going to be the crowds that there was last year when it was nice and warm and sunny.
No,
so that helps them as well.
Oh, definitely. Plays a big impact. I don't think it affects barbel, though. I remember on the arena, the barbel are like, when they were knocking the posts in for the stands, you were still catching barbel. Yeah. You know? So I don't think it affects them, but obviously F1's and carp, yeah.
Well, that is the view from above. Behind the scenes, they are still doing the sums and getting the totals together for the weigh. And I think we've got 3 or 4 before we can give the official leaderboard. But as things are looking in the last weigh, and I believe that John Alexander had a weight of 7.725 kilos, which should take him into second place. We saw Matt Dawes catching again. He got off to an absolute flyer, and he, in the last weigh, I believe, we'll get this official in a moment, had just over 4 kilos as well. There was an excellent second half an hour for Ricky Small over there, who is on, I believe, is on peg 11. We'll come back to that in a second or two. That is Ian Giddins on peg number 5. He was a competitor in 2016. I can't remember who won that year, Andy.
Was he? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know Ian really well. I fished the same circuit as him, a fantastic angler. And obviously that year was the year we had the semi-final as well. We've never ever been as nervous when we had that semi-final. Yeah, made it through to the final. Yeah, quality angler, catching a few fish as well.
And we're seeing there, as we're seeing the pictures of the likes of Christian Jones, the bank runner, helping them out, doing their bit. How important is an experienced bank runner?
Very important. I mean, I probably had the most experienced bank runner back in 2016, Andy Bennett, and he just calmed me down so much. My style of fishing is very aggressive. You know, once I've got fish in front of me, I love to feed, and that day it was completely wrong. So Andy's like that, Andrew, what are you doing? Calm yourself down. And you need things like that because you're concentrating so much on your own fishing, your own float, obviously. You can't see what's going on around you. And if someone's doing something different, then that's your bank runner's job to tell you what's happening and just make a decision, but ultimately calm you down from what's going on.
And to put it into context, that there are no ego. Well, there are egos in fishing, we know that, but they go out of the window when it comes to FishOMania, Emma, doesn't it? Because they're offering the advice, helping them out. We've got Neil McKinnon here to do. He's a former champion who's a bank runner today.
Yeah, I was in 2010. I was fortunate enough to be my dad's bank runner when Neil actually won it.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking day for the Pickerings, but Neil fished an incredible match, and it's so very vital for the people that are behind you to give you the correct information at the correct time.
It could be something as simple as just change your bait. Something as simple as that the people are catching on worms and you're using maggot or castor. It's just something as simple as that can have a massive effect. But like Andy says, the final decision is down to you as the fisherman, what you're going to do.
But then you blame it on the bank run if you don't do anything.
Why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, how dare you?
But there's a nice spread of fish being caught all the way around.
It's phenomenal.
All different fish. It's fished a lot better than I thought it was going to. I thought it would be a slow start and slowly build up, but they're having a proper go today.
Well, during the course of the afternoon, we're going to be bringing you the angling. We will have the grand finale, of course, just after 4:30 this afternoon when somebody takes home the trophy and £50,000. But this is FishOMania 30. I did my first one 29 years ago. Let's test your trivia. How much do you know about FishOMania? We're going to be sending you a variety of questions during the course of the afternoon. I believe as we're heading to the break, the first one is about to come up. What do you know about FishOMania?
Right, I'm going to have a soggy sandwich. Everything else is wet too.
Christine's Harry's jumped up.
Harry?
7 kilo in that half hour.
It's easy, isn't it?
FishOMania in 1994 was, of course, Mallory Park, won by Ian Turner with only 13.15 kilos. Half of the field have had that already in the opening hour of FishOMania 30, the 2023 version. I don't think that Kaylee was actually born back then. I have to do my sums. Kaylee Dowd on peg 12. She was 2 years of age. There we go, Emma. And can you call in Kaylee? Call in Kaylee. Can you hear us, Kaylee?
I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, Kaylee. Well, this is Kaylee Dowd, the ladies' champion, over there on peg 12, making her debut in the main FishOMania event. And when the guys sign the contract and they get here, they know, Emma, that they're going to have to be talking to us at some point this afternoon. I'll let you lead the questions to Kaylee.
How's it going, Kaylee, so far? You're up there. You're sort of 5th or 6th with 10 kilo.
Yeah, not too bad. I had a good start down edge, to be honest, Emma. I had a couple of carp, decent size F1s, and then obviously when that died, I've gone on my short line and picked up a few fish there. It's just going a little bit iffy at the moment. There's a few fish there, but it's one of them. They don't want to be quite shallow yet, but they're not on bottom, so it's just finding out what they do want. But once I connect with them, we'll be off again.
Brilliant. I mean, I know we spoke before the match about how you was going to fish at the start, and has it gone to plan?
It has. I didn't actually go out on my caster line at the start. I said I was going to feed that, go down edge and go on casters. But I ended up going on maggot short because there were a few blowings, so I knew there were a few fish on that line.
Yeah, well, you've had a good start, Kaylee, so definitely keep it going.
Cheers, mate.
Have you had any shallow yet, Kaylee?
No, I haven't hooked any shallow yet, but there is a few shallow. It's one of them. I've caught a few up bottom below it, but then every now and then some come in, so I'm just trying shallow now, but I haven't had any as yet.
Have you tried it on the bottom underneath them, Kaylee? Is that why
Yeah,
you've done shallow?
I've caught a couple
liners?
underneath them, yeah.
Oh, go on.
But then you get a few iffy liners and whatnot, so you come shallow and you don't get a bite one of them days, Andy.
Ah, right, okay, right. Staccato, you're doing amazing. You're doing brilliant.
I'm enjoying my day, to be honest.
Right, good,
nice.
You just got to keep putting a few fish in your net, Kaylee, and keep yourself in with them.
Yeah.
Just keep yourself in contact with the rest of the group.
No, I'm enjoying it, catching a few fish.
There's fish being caught from all over, Kaylee, so no one's running away with it at this moment in time. So keep your 4 or 5 kilos going in the net and fishing the net, and you'll stay up there, I think.
That's all you want, innit? Just in with a chance, and then later on, hopefully, get a few more carp down the edge like we did at the start.
Well, you're still trying to work your peg out, aren't you? You're still trying to work out how it wants to be and how it wants to fish, and how they want to feed more than anything.
It's early days yet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I say, just put some fish in net each time and see where we go from there.
Kaylee, thank you very much for joining us there. We'll let you get on with what you do best, which is catching fish. Hopefully we haven't distracted you for,
No
for a couple
problem.
of minutes there. Thank you very much. We're going to be hearing through the anglers during the course of the afternoon, and the closer we get to the finale, the more we'll hear from them. This is Kaylee winning the Ladies' Championship in 2023. This is her debut in the main event, but she is twice the Ladies' Champion.
She may only be
kickback that day, wasn't it?
She may only be small, but she's a big girl on the bank, I can tell you that. Awesome.
And I'm sure that has pride of place back home in the Dowd household. Adam is backing her up this afternoon. Her husband, Adam, was the junior champion in 2007. Fisher Mania royalty. Like the Pickering family.
Hopefully she'll match him today.
Adam and Kaylee, they're a great team, and she'll feel a lot more confident having Adam sat behind her as well. He's brilliant eyes on the bank. He's been through the World Championships with her, been a bank runner on that. So they do work really well together.
The thing with Kaylee as well, she's used to this kind of pressure, isn't she? Obviously from an international background.
I said any nerves, and she said, look at that, straight as a dart.
She's so calm.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
The cameras there trained on John Jones, who's from Dudley. His first memory of Fisher Mania is watching his great pal Les Thompson compete in the final. He says that his favourite method is margin fishing. And Les actually failed to qualify this year, but Les, as we mentioned before, is his bank runner today, so he's got an experienced word in his ear.
Yeah, it's great angler is Les. Obviously, he's won one of the other big majors. Fantastic, chilled out bloke. Just a really, really nice bloke he is, and you know, phenomenal angler. So he'll be giving John a load of decent advice.
I actually think he's drawn the peg that Les practiced on Sunday. It looks a similar area, so. Even Charlie Law, it looks like he's fishing short there.
They're all fishing different. Everybody's got their own idea what's going off, and all fishing different methods. They're all trying shallow up in the water, then they're dropping down underneath, or fishing worms down the edges. So people still swapping and changing about, trying to find where the fish are and how they want to feed.
It was something Jamie said to me. He says it's all about, you know, nicking a few fish and trying something different. Don't just try and sort of clatter one line.
Yeah.
He always said, like, you know, two fish, change, go somewhere else, and just keep rotating. That's going to be the one today, I think.
I think you're right in saying the rotating, resting your lines is very important, especially when you've got all the people on the bank as well, watching the event.
Well, I don't think it could carry on at the pace it did do that first half an hour. Obviously, it was going to slow down and ease down a little bit. It just a matter who can find out where they want to be and build it back up again.
I think you've got to remember as well that the lake's not been fished since Sunday, so it's had all week to rest and everything. So I think that's a positive for the fish feed in that first hour.
Quite often you have a lax spell when the fish basically stop feeding throughout the day at some point, where they ease right down and you don't keep catching. Very rare you catch for 5 full hours.
I think with the amount of fish in this venue, though, so I don't think that's going to happen by the look of it.
No, it don't look like it, no.
Normally it'd be happening now, wouldn't it? But every time we're seeing someone new on catching.
The thing is, what you want to be is one of those final 3 going into the last half an hour, knowing that you've still got a chance to pull it back.
Yeah.
You know, last year was unbelievable.
I've never witnessed a final quite like it.
But when you saw what happened, there was a migration of people.
Little nod of approval there as Jamie Hughes gets fish in the back before we hear the third hooter of the afternoon. This has been the length of a football match so far. 90 minutes into Fisher Mania 2023. Camera there trained on Jamie Hughes, 3 times champion. Going shallow, heading the pole out, little nod of approval. Alongside him is Rich Chapman. He says that if he wins another £50,000 a day, then his daughter is going to be the beneficiary of that, and not his pal Andy May.
He lied. He said he was going to give it to me, though. He's got enough money.
And this is an art form as well, isn't it, Steve? Getting the fish weighed. You have to be very careful on the touchline, and this is evolved.
We take lots and lots of care with the fish now. Obviously, we want them there for us to catch in next time we come down. So they spend a lot of time slowly putting them down the net into a wet basket, on mats, and keep them as safe as we possibly can, and then put them back in the safe net just in case there's a problem at the end. We don't put them back in the water till the end. We put them in the net in case somebody says my weights are wrong. So all the fish are in the nets until the very end, and then if we needed to, we can do a complete reweigh of the fish to make sure that everything's
When you say the end, when are you talking about?
End of the match.
OK. So
if somebody said, you know, my weight was wrong, and we have had it happen before, it happened to me when I won it, we do a full net check.
Well, let's get down and see how it's done. And Claire Thomas has got a bird's eye view, fish eye view.
A fish eye view indeed. I'm looking increasingly like that girl from the horror film, The Ring. It is absolutely sopping wet down here, but the action is hotting up because Germany's qualifier, Marvin Röttger, well, there was an extra fish that escapes the weigh-in initially, so we're just getting a second tally, but he's had a really profitable last half an hour here at Westwood Lakes. We will keep you posted on the scores on the doors there, but that could prove significant. He was languishing a little bit further down the standings, but he'll have climbed quite a bit. We know that Peg 1 was expected to be favoured. It's so peaceful around here. There's no crowd noise, and the wind is just starting to build a little ripple right in front of where the carp like to hang out. So Marvin is feeling pretty optimistic about his chances. I'll tell you what, we're going to bring you up to speed on Ricky Small on Peg 2 because he's had a brilliant last 30 minutes. But let's head over to Zara now, and we'll get his thoughts, and then hopefully we can pop back and hear what's going on with debutant Ricky Small. Zara, over to you.
Thank you, Claire. Yeah, we're here at Peg 10. Andrew Crocker. Now, he's had a fantastic start to the day. I'm just going to call out his bank runner, Tom, a local guy who knows this lake very, very well. He's going to bring out what looks like a really healthy haul for Andrew Crocker. Now, in the second weigh-in, Andrew got a whopping 10.45 kilos. A really, really decent start today. Now, I'm excited to see what this third weigh-in is going to be. Alan is calling it.
The weight is 4 kilos. 4 kilos. No, it's gone down. 3 kilos, 975. 3 kilos, 975.
So that's 3 kilos, 975. And we're going to throw to Ricky now with Claire.
Yeah, definitely Claire, not Ricky, Zara, but he is just behind me, and we're about to have his weigh-in now. He's just landed something, so as soon as his bank runner's ready to go, we will get a weigh-in for Peg number 2. I can confirm that it was 5.275 from Marvin Röttger of Germany, which will see him surge through the standings here as he makes his debut at FishOMania. Right, here we go. Here comes the haul of Ricky Small. Now, the spectators do their best here at FishOMania to keep quiet so as not to disturb what's living in the lakes, but they haven't been able to help themselves the last half an hour. They've been cheering Ricky on because just look at that. That is seriously impressive. I can see, it's like a sort of brain teaser this. I can see 7 fish in there, including some large specimens. So, fingers on buzzers back home. This could be a really healthy catch for the man making his debut. Of course, the last man to qualify just 9 days ago. Can I get a number, please?
8 kilo, 125 grams.
8 kilos, 125 grams. That is gargantuan. Moby Dick in the neck here down at Peg 2. Ashley Wilmot, what have you got for us?
Wow, Claire, I mean, that was a fantastic weigh, and I'm not sure we're going to match up to your side of the lake. But, of course, I'm here with defending champion Christian Jones, and we're going to get his third weigh-in. He's just over 11 kilograms at the moment. As you can see, Kieran, his trusted bank runner, just taking out the net. As you'll know, these two partnered up last year as well, the dream team, as it were. Kieran's having a lovely day. He's doing a fantastic job. And in we go. So 4 catches there. Popping the bag on the scales. 4 kilos 350. So that's confirmation. 4 kilos 350. And yes, I might actually also be able to confirm that it has stopped raining.
You know, you can dislike somebody immediately. That's Ashley Wilmot, who's not wet, but poor old Zara Brook, absolutely soaked. Nobody's got an umbrella to her, so ours are down. Here we go. So I'm going to send. So I'm going to send this over to you in a second or two over on pegs 9 to 18. So it's beginning to take shape, isn't it? As well as the weather improving.
Absolutely, yeah. Brollies are down, thank God. But yeah, it's fishing unbelievably well. I know we've said it a few times, but I really thought it'd be slow
easy
to
for you
start
to
with.
do. Go on.
I really thought it'd be a lot slower to start with, and then obviously a fast finish. But you know, there's a few of them up there already, and you know, it's a cracking final.
It's nice that every now and again somebody puts in a 7, 8, 9 kilo.
Yeah.
And puts them back up the list, and then it keeps everybody else on the toes. It's not just a one-horse race at the minute.
No. Normally that sort of happens at the end, doesn't it? You know, the last sort of like 2 weigh-ins
Yes.
is normally a big weight, but yeah, no.
I mean, just looking at the board on that last weigh-in, Harry had gone from 0. He had 7 kilo in that,
Yeah.
and that just really bumped him up in the table. But Matty Dawes is really flying, I think.
Matt Dawes appears to be the man to catch at the moment. He's had a great start to Fisher Mania. On peg 14 in the last weigh-in, he had just over 6 kilos. I believe his total weight at the moment is 19.5 kilos. And what would you do? You set yourself a target during the course of the afternoon? Something you would like? It was about 56 kilos last, came down to a few ounces, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, fish being fish, you know, they'll do what they want, wild animals at the end of the day. I don't think you can realistically set yourself a target. You like to think what you go for, but it can change. I know I keep going back to it, but the year that I won it, I knew it was small fish, so I knew realistically 25 to 30 kilos was, you know, sort of achievable, but anything over that, with the lack of the big fishing, not. And obviously this year, the way it's fishing now, you know, we might be looking at sort of 70, 80, 90 kilos or something.
When you think about it as well, the weight that he's got at the minute, he wins loads and loads of matches. He's got £40, well, best part of £40 already. We're only 3 weigh-ins in.
Yeah.
And he's into another fish. Looks like he's fishing shallow as well, which we weren't sure that was going to be key today with the weather and things, but it's paying off for him and John. We've got a sort of steep preview of him from the side of us, and we keep seeing him having a nice little battle.
Hopefully to be nip and tuck where people's coming in and out and moving up and down the leaderboard. And
conditions, as I say, obviously it's stopped raining, so that'll be play a big part with people, what they're doing in the tactics, and obviously shallow fishing will come into it a little bit more now.
do you think there'll be a finish like last year where they caught a lot of fish down the edge? Do you think that'll happen again, Andy?
Looking how it's going now, Steve, I think it's going to be a lot closer until we get into, you know, sort of like the last hour, half an hour. And I think someone will make a charge down the edge again, yeah.
But some of that's forced, isn't it, by conditions. Sometimes, if you're a little bit behind, probably 89 kilo behind, you're going to have to fish down the edge to catch bigger fish.
Oh, that's, yeah, if it nail in the head, obviously the bigger fish, you're going to catch them in the margins. If you're, you know, out shallow, for example, I would just see Matty catch one there, it tends to be F1s. So it's one of them, it's decision time. Stay on catching the smaller F1s or try for the bigger fish. But it might be like 5 or 6 F1s for like one carp kind of thing, so.
Obviously looking at Matty there, he's using a fixed rig and slapping the water, which basically means that his float makes a splash on the top and his shot he's got makes a splash, and he's just behind it is what bait this fishing makes a little splash, so the fish thinks it's food, what you've fed, but that time you haven't fed, you've just slapped it in and caused like a little ripple for your fish to come in on attack.
Yeah, it's just mimicking bait going in basically. Yeah, we'll go through that all later on. Also be revealed. Yeah, I look forward to that.
That is Matt Dawes. This is to bring you up to date. In the last weigh-in, Matt had 6.15 kilos. Gives him 19.5 kilos. He's a fraction ahead of Ricky Small, who in the last half an hour caught just over 8 kilos of fish. As far as we know at the moment, Andrew Crocker, who's there on peg 10, has had the biggest catch of fish in the last half an hour. He's got just almost 10.5 kilos. Heading up to that 90-minute mark.
It's almost what Christian had in the last weigh, wasn't it?
Yes.
Last year,
Yeah.
10 kilos. So obviously it's achievable, and we've seen like bigger half-hourly weights than that. And the way these fish are feeding, I think we're going to see it again.
And if you look where Ricky's fishing, he's fishing down the edge at the moment. So it's probably what he's catching is probably caught with a few F1s chucked in with it.
Yeah.
I can see Andy Powers is creeping up the board as well. He's had a good last half hour, I think. He's on 16 kilos and sort of come out of nowhere from an unfancied area as well. So that's quite interesting. He wasn't very happy, I don't think, this morning.
Not at all. He actually said, "Can I get my runner to fish him in? I can be home before it finishes," because he got a long drive. But no, he wasn't happy. But like we've said, fish swim, and we don't know everything. We think we know everything about how fish behave and perform.
Fish psychology again.
That's right.
Yeah,
we think we do.
Book to be written on that.
I'll do it in Braille.
As you can see, he's under the umbrella there. Most of the other anglers are now in the fresh air. This change of weather, there's still a wind, there's a little bit of moisture in the air, a bit of humidity in the air, but it stopped raining here. Andy, you were saying before that these now are the perfect conditions, aren't they? No sunshine, no reflections.
Absolutely, changing conditions like this means that the fish want to come shallow. Them little tiny pressure changes, the fish feel them more than we do. We can tell obviously it's gone that little bit warmer, and the fish are going to pick up on that. And that's why that shallow fishing will come into it. I'm convinced it won't before with it raining, but yeah, definitely the shallow anglers are coming through now.
Obviously, to a fish, every sound on that water, every plop on the top of the water is potential food. Well, when it's raining, it's just the surface is covered in rain droplets. When you start feeding casters, this little condensed area of bait going in, so they hear that sound, come to the bait, and obviously build up more and more in your peg. And then you're going to can start to catch them. So it's easier to catch them shallow when it's like this than when it's raining.
Yeah.
Do you think most anglers are fishing caster shallow, Steve, or maggots? Because I've noticed last week there was a lot of people loose feeding maggots shallow.
I think trouble is feeding maggot shallow when it's raining is a nightmare.
It's not ideal.
Because they're everywhere. But, it might swap and change that throughout the day.
I did see a lot of casters on the side trees this morning.
Yeah,
so
loads.
It's like Kaylee said she was going to start fishing casters, but she actually started on maggots, so...
Well, the sun is almost coming out. The fish are coming out to play as well. That is Mark Griffiths on peg 7. Griff, as he's known to his pals. He's one of our more experienced anglers, 41 years of age. He remembers Kevin Rolls winning in '97 when his bag was pretty much full of roach.
It was eyed, actually. Not roach, it was eyed.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
He said roach in his...
I was actually there. No, it was eyed.
You was eyed.
Yeah. Eyed into nothing. Well, Keith and I've got to use one of his.
He wants to broach the subject. That's Ibi Mertens, one of our European competitors. Ibi made a pretty solid start to Fisher Mania. He was in the leading 10 when we started out. We are just doing the weigh-in behind the scenes. It's easy. He caught nothing in the last half an hour. That's why he's dropped down the leaderboard, and he's now in 21st place.
The Welsh Wizards there, look, sneaking one in.
Yep.
I always feel I need a translator with Mikey.
He's from very much Welsh Wales.
Lovely lad.
He can read this, and we have now got all of the weights for the third weigh-in of Fisher Mania 2023. The suspense is killing us.
Yes.
Hold on tight, it's coming. It's coming. Do we have a new leader? Of course, it was Matty Dawes who got off to an absolute flyer in the opening half an hour. Christian Jones, reigning champion, has done well, and it's so tight at the top of the leaderboard. Peg 14, Matty Dawes to the side of the lake. Ricky Small, 19.45 kilos. Andrew Crocker had a very good half an hour. I think he had over 10 kilos in the previous weigh-in. Andy Power, vastly experienced, in 5th place. Christian Jones, Jamie Hughes, who have won this competition before. And it's those in the middle section. They'll move up the leaderboard, they'll drop down the leaderboard. And as we said last year, if you watch Fisher Mania, it went right down to the wire, and the signs are that it's going to go that way again. Everybody's catching fish. There's not a lot of differences there between 13th place and the leader.
If you look one way, that could be one way. You have a quiet spell and one way and you're back up there. So anything there, I think Andy's still in with a chance of pushing it towards there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy, you know, if I were unhappy, rather if I wasn't there, you know, at the bottom of that first page, John Arthur's position, you know, I'd be more than happy just ticking over.
As long as you keep putting fish in, isn't it?
Yeah. Ricky Small had over 8 kilos. He had the best catch in that last half an hour as we did that weigh-in number 3. This is the bottom half of the leaderboard. 25 anglers, of course, at the moment. Jordan Webster and Mikey Williams. But we've just seen Mikey Williams catch a fish. This may change when we hit the 4th weigh-in. Mikey Williams scored a tiddler. Jordan Webster got nothing in the last weigh-in. So those are the guys. But 5 kilos. So he's 14 kilos behind with a 10-kilo catch half an hour ago. So things can change dramatically.
Your problem is you don't want to drop too far back, because if 10 kilos OK, but he's not going to sit there without any fish. He's very unlikely not to put anything in his net. So your 10 kilos soon becomes you need 15 kilos.
Yeah, still proper early days, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't want to let your head drop whatsoever yet.
But it's not as expected. The weights are all over the lake, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
It's not just like 4 angles in a row.
No.
It's really good.
Matt Dawes, tidy catch of just over 6 kilos, gives him a weigh at the moment of 19.55 kilos, just ahead of Ricky Small. And interestingly, one's on peg 14, one's on peg 2, so the fish are having a good old swim around the lake.
Yeah. What is noticeable on Matty's peg is in sort of like where the 2 winds meet, if you like, and it's pretty calm there. And Ricky will be the same, he'll be in the calm water.
I thought where Mikey is, there'd be a few more fish there, where Mikey Williams is, and it's a bit hard. It seems a bit hard there at the minute.
Yeah, maybe it's, you know, later on. We also what happened with Christian last year in that same area, you know, it could be a late show with them carps when they move in there.
But last year, majority of fish that were caught was F1s, and then later on the caught carp, where now they've caught carp early and swapping to catching a few F1s now, with odd carp in it as well.
Yeah, I think them F1s will predominantly be coming from, you know, fishing up in the water or in the shallow water. But it's like that. It's one of them fish that you can carry on catching and keeps you ticking over, doesn't it? Keep putting something in the net, as we keep saying. So important.
And making a change at right time.
Yeah.
You don't want to bring in your substitute on yet, do you? You want to wait until later on when things start to...
I'd just let Jamie fish for me anyway if I qualified.
It's absolutely flat calm where Andy is there, isn't it?
It is.
You know, as you've seen where Andy is, he didn't fancy it at all, and he's nipped up that leaderboard. And it can happen really, especially with carp, really quickly. It could be 3 or 4 fish that can be like 6-7 kilo quite easily.
Yeah.
That's the thing with the bonus fish. You can always get yourself back in it, can't you?
And he looks like he's been fishing on the bottom with what he's making a swap now. I can't make out what he's going to pick up.
He's always so cool and calm, Andy, isn't he? He's just
the first time I ever met him, Emma, was when he was a young man at Whiteacres, and I'd never seen anybody fire so much bait in it. I thought, what's he doing? And he's always been the same. He's one of the most aggressive anglers out there. I can remember fishing at UK championships, and he went and sat on his box. He wasn't catching anything on this particular lake. He sat on his box, turned around, had a sandwich, got a rig out of the box. This is halfway through a competition, and then went and won the UK championships. It was at Lindome. Now then, and he's a really strong, aggressive angler.
Yeah.
Lovely lad, lovely lad.
You know, Emma, you said he's cool and he's calm. We saw him there, and we saw Jamie Hughes as well with the shades on. That's not just to look cool this afternoon, is it? They're there to spot the fish. They're there to aid you.
They are, absolutely. And it's amazing that I don't think Andy ever takes his off, to be honest.
No.
I think he actually lives in his, but... yeah, it definitely helps you read the water a bit better as well. You can see those moving fish too.
Jamie's might be so nobody recognises him.
Yeah, he's in disguise, I think, Jamie.
That's John Arthur, who has the backing of his family down there. John is on peg 18. He said that if he wins the money, and that's why he's got the support of his daughter, he's going to do a bit of DIY, he's going to buy a laptop for the family. But his daughter, who's behind him with that beautiful homemade sign, is going to inherit the £50,000 should he be successful this afternoon. No wonder she's made that. It's a small investment, isn't it?
It's lovely to see the family support behind the anglers, especially having the youngsters on the bank. Because one day the children might be fishing themselves. You don't know. It's all good luck, Daddy. Oh, bless her.
It was good in the draw yesterday, wasn't it? Getting the children to draw the pegs for him. Jamie had his daughter and Harry had his daughter draw the pegs. It was fantastic, that.
My daughter is an absolute drawbag.
Oh, really?
Oh, you always want her to draw for you.
Emma.
I'm glad you qualified that was a positive term. He used to be the fisherman's wife, but it's now 2023. So, you know.
She's a Pickering. They always draw well.
She is, but she's also a footballer now.
Well, the man who has set the pace this afternoon is Matt Dawes. He's got a huge smile on his face, and his bank runner is with Claire Thomas.
No, he's not with Claire, he's with me, Rob. Sam, bank runner for Matt Dawes. He's off to a flying start down here. He's currently in pole position. How has he been getting on? Has he stuck to his game plan?
He has, yeah. He started in his edge and had a really good first half an hour, putting 9 kilo in his net. And then he's just chopped and changed. He's caught some short on the bottom and then some in the edge again. So, yeah, it's all going to plan up to now.
Good to hear. You know, you need 2 people in match fishing. You know, he can't do his job without you as bank runner. Tell me a little bit more about what your role is here. Just sort of keeping him calm, coffee runs, that kind of thing.
Not coffee runs, but yeah, just keeping him calm, letting him know what's going on around him. Yeah, and just making him stick to the game plan. That's about it.
Any final words that you'll say to him, I guess, as he goes through the course of the day?
We'll just carry on doing what he's doing. He's in the lead now, that's the best position to be in, so hopefully he can stay there.
He's obviously doing really, really well. Are you confident that he can keep going and he can do this today?
Yeah, of course I am, yeah. Usually, this venue usually gets better as the day goes on, so hopefully if he can carry on catching in the edge, he's got a chance.
Well, Matt Dawes certainly on a roll, and let's see how he does for the rest of the day. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Zara. That is Matt Dawes on peg 14. You're hearing the voice there of Sam Slockett, his bank runner this afternoon. I know a lot of people go out there and they pick their favourite and they want to get behind somebody. If you're looking for somebody to support, then Matt Dawes is a Liverpool FC fan, so he won't be walking alone at all this afternoon. Cue the boos behind us this afternoon. I think we'd better take a break, don't you?
Here at Mallory Park. It is the biggest cash prize in the history of angling.
It's been absolutely brilliant, it has.
Well, they're fishermen who've all got a fantastic tale to tell of the day they once won Fisher Mania.
And it's the champions of the biggest event in the sport. It's much easier being wise up here talking about it than it is being down there under the pressure.
And it's sort of now, ever since, wherever you go, people say, oh, that's Steve Ringer, he won Fisher Mania.
has ever won Fisher Mania 3 times. Andy Bennett is the first ever back-to-back winner. Nobody has ever returned to take the title. This is year 30 of Fisher Mania. Some of us haven't aged. It was my first day at Sky. Fisher Mania was back in 1995, and we saw Keith Arthur there looking in these Freddie Mercury years, and we've got previous champions here who've won it, and Emma Pickering Jr. champion, who clearly has not aged whatsoever. Are you doing that barefooted there?
What does it mean to beat all the lads?
I think so, yeah.
It really is. Fantastic. Brilliant. Fantastic. You should be absolutely thrilled to bits, are you? You must be.
Emma Pickering, will you come forward, Emma, the junior Fisher Mania champion? There they are.
Wow, wonderful memories. Is that Lee Sharp's name on your back as well?
Absolutely. And do you know what? After that happened, the actual Leeds United rep, he actually saw me on telly, and we went up to Thorpe Arch and met all the players.
Did you?
Yeah.
What division were they in then?
Oh, God. Better than now, I'm sure.
I don't, yeah.
Someone's got to support him.
Hey, I tell you what, it was so long ago. Our director today, who can hear these voices in my head all afternoon, and I'm hearing he's reminding me that they were the initial Premier League days. He said if Lee Sharp was playing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's before you dipped down, and my team, Hull City, were better than you.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
Anyway, we digress, because as we were reminiscing, they heard the hooter, which means that that's the 4th hooter of 10 this afternoon. Let's find out what's in the bag with Claire Thomas.
Well, that was the 4th hooter, which means it's time for the 4th weigh-in, and we find ourselves at peg number 4, home of Charlie Law, better known as the Claw, better known to his friends, who I've just been chatting to, as Charlie the Draw, because he always gets really good pegs, which is why he's developed a handy habit of decimating fields at age group level. He's a 2-time national youth champion, and as we know, he was brilliant on debut last year, finishing 12th in the end. Now, he's just had what looked like a foul hook there, one just escaping, but it's a truism in fishing, isn't it, that there's always one that goes away. So let's see what is actually inside the bag. This is Johnny Jowett, his bank runner. Johnny, good to see you.
Are you all right, yeah?
Yeah, good, thank you very much. Let's get those in the bag. Charlie had just over 13 kilos after 3 weigh-ins, sat in 10th. But Johnny tells me that he's twice the angler this year than he was last year. He's improved massively. And he's improved his haul by another 3.100 kilos. Another 3, that brings them up over the 16 kilo mark. So let's hear how the other anglers are going on, and we'll find out ultimately what that means for Charlie Law.
OK, we're here at peg 17. And it's Ollie Robinson, the 15-year-old from Birmingham. He's the youngest competitor here at Fisher Mania 2023. I'm going to call his bank runner Dale, if he wouldn't mind, just bringing over the catch, and we'll get this 4th weigh-in going. Now, Dale took Ollie under his wing a few years back at their local fishery, and Ollie's just been having such a fantastic year. He was the junior 2023 national champion. Let's see what it is. Ash, if you don't mind calling for me.
kilo 050.
So that's 2 kilo 050. Thanks very much, and back to Rob.
Well, all around the lake here in Lincolnshire, they are doing the weigh-ins. 25 anglers to catch up with there. The man they're trying to keep up with is Matt Dawes, who's the early leader after 3 weigh-ins of Fisher Mania. Well, you can tell we've got the umbrellas back up, so the weather has changed again. The wind has changed again. We'll find out whether the lead has changed. We can get back down. We have got a connection now with Ashley Wilmot.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I'm here on peg 24 with the man we're all talking about at the moment, Andy Power, and he's with his bank runner, Neil. Neil, we're ready to get this weigh-in underway. As you can see, him taking out the net here. He's definitely caught a good few fish, and as you're well aware, he wasn't too pleased with this peg draw. In we go. What I will say is we had 2 peg draws, as you're well aware. And the first one, he drew this same peg. He was destined to be on peg number 24, and he has added to his tally with 3.35 kilos. Right, Neil, I'm going to let you take the fish back into the water. Oh, here we go. And we're just going to get a quick word with Neil because, of course, he's a very familiar face in the fishing world, and he won FishOMania back in 2010. Hi, Neil.
Hiya.
When I spoke to you and Andy yesterday, you weren't best pleased, to put it nicely.
Oh, on the original draw, Andy drew this peg and he was a bit disappointed. When he drew it a second time, we were really disappointed. But today, I think it's working out well. He's fishing a great match, as he usually does. The conditions, I think, are favouring him. Because it's rainy and cold, because we've had a 3-degree temperature drop, I think normally if it was warm and sunny, the wind blowing to that end, the fish would have naturally followed the wind. But as it is today, I think, because it's gone colder, I wouldn't say the fish are coming this way, but it's working in his favour.
I mean, you're smiling, which is great. That's always a good start.
He's had a great start. It's slowed down a little bit now and he's had a couple come off, but there's fish there. He's working to his plan. His tactics are working, so hopefully he'll keep catching a few.
Now, we know you obviously won the title back in 2010 and he's been the runner-up twice here already. Just what would it mean to him today?
To be honest, I want him to win it. He's such a good angler, he deserves to win this competition, and like you say, he's been so close previously. I really hope he wins today.
Oh, thanks so much for your time, Neil. All the best. We'll let you get back to it. Over to you, Rob.
That's Neil McKinnon, who's the best man for Andy Power, who has been a bridesmaid on 2 occasions. Let's roll back our memories to 2010 when that was Neil McKinnon making a massive splash. He's a big lad back there as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. That changed the deal, hasn't it?
Having a whale of a time. But that should be some combination, isn't it? A former winner as your bank runner with Andy Power, who has got the silver medal on 2 occasions.
Bit of talent there, isn't there? You'll remember that day really well when he won, wouldn't you, Emma?
Very well. I cried most at way home, I think.
It's right nip and tuck, one in between Neil and... Well, your dad was obviously winning then, and Neil's just come right back at the end, when the last weigh-in, wasn't it?
Literally the last 10 minutes. We could see Neil out the corner of our eye, just round the island, and we had the earpieces in and everything, and Dad were like, oh, I've lost this, and he's overtook me, and we're on the phones and everything, and no, we had a great finish, did Neil? Really good.
But the talent of Andy Power is just you know, beyond words, really. He does deserve to win this big one. He's won the other majors, you know, that kind of thing. He's always thereabouts. He's always in these big finals. He's just an unbelievable talent. Such a lovely, quiet guy.
He's quiet man, isn't he? He's a really quiet man.
He doesn't know what to make of me. A bit loud, a bit noisy for him.
There's a lot of us that don't know what to make of you either. Believe me. He's in the majority, my friend. How many years have we known you? Still not worked you out. It's like the Times crossword.
Andy's just a quite unassuming guy, isn't he, who just comes and does it. He travels thousands and thousands of miles because he lives right down on the southwest.
He set off last week to get here today. Yeah, everywhere's just, you know, miles away from him. So the time and effort he puts into his fishing, he deserves to be rewarded with this title.
Multi-talented as well. He said that his first ever experience was fishing on the coast in North Devon, and his favourite form of angling is actually going sea fishing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Houses.
Yeah. Told you something you didn't know.
That's probably because he eats it's probably because he eats what he catches. That's probably why.
I'll just pretend to know everything, Rob. I'll normally ring Jamie up and ask him, and then relay it back to whoever.
But he's a phenomenal angler. Really, really positive. Really, really positive every time he sits down on a box.
And obviously this style of fishing, well, he's not noted, well, he can do anything obviously, but he's noted for his waggler skills, his pellet waggler skills and this, that and the other, and you know, this snake lake fishing, he's just gone to a whole new level with it again.
But the anglers can adapt to everything so well, all the different venues that have been fished. I mean, it's obviously predominantly pole fishing, so but he's adapting well, and he's up there.
It'd be amazing if he set pellet waggler up, wouldn't he, and just won on that today. That'd be amazing.
I'd still be underarming an hybrid, let me tell you.
Yes. That water looks almost calm now. They were like waves, weren't they, crashing in earlier in the day?
So where he is, Rob, up that top end, that's why I didn't really fancy it. But as Neil touched upon then, with the wind that's just blowing down here, that little bit cooler, 3 degree temperature drop, that's why some of the fish would have come into that calmer water, because it's that little bit warmer. That's why he's had his run of fish.
There's another thing about that bottom end where Andy is. He's on the inside of a bend. So if you fish out where they want to catch the fish, it's a shorter length to your next angler because they're on the inside of a bend. So he hasn't got as much room as he's on outside of a bend.
I know what you're getting at, Steve.
There he is, he's round the bend. Little like Steve.
Talking about me again, though.
The cameras can be deceiving. What kind of area does he have to fish in there, Andy?
If you look there,
how about between his knees and the reeds?
If you look there, you can see the bend that he's on, can't you?
Yeah, that's it. So it's like imagine like a bike wheel with the spokes. They're sort of coming in on themselves. So he's only probably got 1.5 metres, 2 metres between him and the next angler across. But as Steve said, when you come back to yourself and fish down the edge, he's got a lot more room. And it looks as though that's where the fish have gone to, in that calmer water.
All this space is this side of the bank. Mm-hmm. We're down there, on the outside of a bend, all your space is on the far side.
At the moment, it's a calm Saturday afternoon at Westwood Lakes. Not a lot of activity after a feeding frenzy in the opening half an hour. We're still doing the sums behind the scenes after weigh-in number 4. Just looking at the figures, Harry Bignell has moved up the leaderboard. He had over 6 kilos in the last half an hour. It's another decent weigh for Matt Dawes, who I'm going to predict has taken a rather significant lead after 4 weigh-ins. We'll make everything official. Christian Jones as well, over there on peg 19, has had almost 5 kilos in the last weigh-in. Christian Jones is the defending champion of Fisher Mania.
And what a talent the lad is. You know, I fish with Christian, you know, sort of most weeks. Just unbelievable. You know, there's a lot of youngsters coming through. You know, you've got obviously Oliver Robinson as well, amazing. Charlie Law. There's so many of them in that, you know, sort of age bracket. Just absolutely superb talents.
That's Ollie Robinson there, who's 15 years of age, making his debut. He's the winner of the the Angling Trust National Junior Champion. He's good at cricket. He loves his table tennis. His first memory of Fisher Mania was getting Jamie Hughes to sign his pole. Oh, wow. But I have to say, just for balance, Andy, when we went to the last commercial break, you had to leap back into camera view because you were signing autographs for your fans out of vision.
It's lovely. You know, obviously it's created through our YouTube channel. It's fantastic. You know, the youngsters coming into it. It's brilliant to see. And they absolutely adore the fishing, and you know, it's brilliant. Absolutely love it.
It's from Derby. You all right, me duck?
I actually met Oliver last year at Riddings Fishery on a junior day, and I was very, very impressed with him back then. He's a lovely, lovely lad, and all he wants to do is go fishing. It's amazing to see.
That's what he's done this afternoon.
Absolutely.
He's emerged £50,000 at the age of 15.
Quite incredible.
And he's going to do it without wearing a Lee Sharp shirt as well.
I told you, someone's got to wear it.
So whose name would it be now on the back of your Leeds United
Me,
shirt?
it would be Cooper. Liam Cooper all the way. He's
Cooper,
an angler himself.
Yeah.
Top lad is Coops, and speak to him every now and again. But yeah, he's an angler. He's the heart and soul of Leeds United.
Is he? Well, I hope you're the second best team in Yorkshire next season.
Looks like Christian's fishing over to try and catch those barbel, isn't he?
It's changed a little bit. The people have had to change, make subtle changes, Andy.
This is what we talked about earlier on, wasn't it? Just after that first weigh-in, it's a case of rotating your swims and putting fish in your net. You know, just trying to keep ticking over before you make the decision sort of halfway through thinking, right, I need to change something, I'm a little bit behind, this is what I need to do now. You know, whether you come in the margin and that. But obviously on Christian's peg there, it's that little bit deeper over, a little bit more depth. And looks as though it was barbel who was catching last year there, wasn't it?
Yes. But the thing is as well, when you see where he is there, a lot of the lake looks quite calm, it's quite breezy, and he's got it across his pole, so it's going to affect his presentation a little bit because it's going to move the end of his pole tip about, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult.
But they do make it look easy, don't they?
You all do, to be fair. You all make it look very easy. Let's talk about food. It's getting to that time of the day. We gave Claire Thomas a kind of an initiation early. She said, put her hand in a bucket of maggots. We told her the diamond ring at the bottom, she bought it. But tell us about the bait. What do they bring this afternoon? What is the fridge full of last night?
There's going to be a variety. The main baits, Rob, are going to be maggots and casties. On top of that, you've got hook baits like worms. Pellets will come into it a little bit. The thing with pellets is they're a little bit more of a selective bait. So
what's in a tasty pellet these days?
A tasty pellet?
Yeah.
There's loads of like liquids and that you can put on. My favourite, salted caramel. But yeah, with the pellets, they're a little bit more of a selective bait, so F1s and carp tend to like them. And then obviously the fish like barbel love worms and maggots and casties, so there'll be lots of bait choice on the side tray. Every eventuality, Rob.
I think that's Matt Dawes. And I think he's got another one in the bag as well. 29-year-old Matt Dawes finished 5th in 2020. In the last weigh-in, he had 6.1 kilos. I think he's got 25.65 kilos, and I think he's just added to that.
Yeah.
He's on the charge a lot, isn't he?
It looks like he's still fishing shallow as well.
Right. Yeah, I know he had his plan was casters. I spoke to him before. He was going to go down the caster route, so blasting casters through a catapult, putting some in, so you're creating that nice little area for the fish to come and graze over.
One thing about Matty, he'll probably have 3 or 4 lines going all day.
Yeah.
He'll not just pick 1 or 2, but he'll fish quite a few all the way through.
Yeah.
And swap and change what he's going to do.
Right, we have the leaderboard after 4 weigh-ins. No change of leader. In fact, Matt Dawes has increased his lead over Ricky Small, 25.65 kilos. In the last weigh-in, over 6 kilos. Ricky got in just under 3 kilos to take himself to 22.375. It was a good half an hour for Andrew Crocker, exactly 4 kilos in the last weigh-in. So Andrew on peg number 10 moves into 3rd place. John Alexander from Kingston upon Hull has moved up into 4th place after just under 4 kilos. Just under 5 kilos in the last weigh-in was Christian Jones. So Christian, one of the favourites here on peg 19, has got 20 kilos. It's very close, isn't it, between those top 6. Andy Power, 19.425 kilos. Andy out there on the penultimate peg 24, had just over 3 kilos. In that last weigh-in, the best weigh-in was Harry Bignell with 6.225 kilos, which puts him on the top half of the leaderboard after 4 weigh-ins. That's the top half. This is the bottom half. John Arthur currently in 14th place. He's moved up from 13th place, or down on peg 18. These are the guys that haven't been catching a great deal. Like Ibrahim Mertens had almost 4 kilos in the last weigh-in there. Is it fair to say that it's only the top half that can win it, Steve, or is it still open at this point?
I think it's still open. If you remember, first half an hour, Harry Bignell never had a weigh-in, and he's in the top half now. So, obviously, I would say you want to be in the top 4 or 5, but a 10 kilo and they catch a 5, you're on the reels chase them along. So I think any in that top half still in with a good shot.
You saw what happened last year, you know, the pressure of the anglers, you know, the spectators behind the anglers. it moves fish. So when obviously people are seeing who's doing the best, and then you start getting the build-up of spectators behind them, that will move the fish, definitely, and that's what happened with Christian last year.
There's, also, if you get where Andy is down there, the rope is quite close behind him, so if he starts catching a lot of fish, there's a lot of people behind him, it'll slow him down as well. So it's noticeable how close it is to you there because of the road that runs at the back of him. There's a lot of things that can happen that can change this, a lot of things.
Right. Well, the crowds will gather. Last year it went right to the wire, and Christian Jones was the champion of 2023. Leading at the moment, though, on the far shore is Matt Dawes, Liverpool fan, extending his lead after 4 weigh-ins. Got the cameras trained on him, and he's catching an awful lot of big uns. He is setting the pace at FishOMania 2023. Well, this is edition number 30 of FishOMania. As we head into the break, let's set the guys here a question. How much do you know of FishOMania? This year marks Jamie Hughes' consecutive FishOMania Grand Final. How many years? Andy May's got to get this. A, B or C? Tell us after the break. (15-17). He likes to win it in the odd years. The legend of FishOMania. I thought YouTubers are always young guys, but he's a YouTuber with Andy May, very popular, and he's the man whose standards they all have to live up to. A lean, mean fishing machine these days. Look at that. He gets wet every year virtually. And a great ambassador for the sport as well. Very charitable guy. He gave his kit away one year to our charity Stick and Step. I'm being kind to him now because I know that he can hear every single word we're saying. Jamie, don't want to disturb you for too long, but just tuning in. How's life on your side of the water?
It's getting a little bit better.
You fish, we'll come back to you in a second. You concentrate. We're not going to distract you now. Unless you want to talk us through it.
No, we're fine, mate. We're all good.
Yeah,
we're fine. It's just, it's very spelly at the minute. I feel like I'm in an area where there's not many F1s, but there's some carp. And if I'll just be patient, I'll start catching odd fish now, just in little runs. So I don't feel like it's all over just yet.
10 out of 10 up in J, lad?
No, 6 that one, Ann.
Oh, was it 6?
6
Good
that one.
scoopage, old mate. Good scoopage.
Thank you.
What are you on, mate? Talk us through what you're fishing.
I'm fishing all sorts. I'm fishing pellets on one line across. I'm fishing casters on another. And I'm fishing casters on I've got a bit of a deep edge, so I'm fishing casters there as well. But it's just working out my spells. I only ever catch 2 or 3 fish.
Like you said before, Jay, when we had a chat over just the one beer.
Yeah.
Are you just catching like 2 or 3 off one and then rotating swims?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. I just need it to speed up a bit, but it's time that it should start happening. It's so frustrating how many bites you get that you miss. Right. I don't know what happens in that shallow water. Very clever.
You're well up there, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, we've got...
You know what's going to happen.
We'll see. So that's all we're after. The way it's been fishing in the last few matches we've fished, it feels like it is fishing quite well today. It's fishing better than it did last time. And the last 2 hours can be mega, like quite easy. 40, 50 pound an hour, easy when they rock up in that edge. And it feels like it's one of them days when it could happen today.
It's fishing. I can't believe how well it's fishing, Jay. It's just like gone crazy, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's good. They like a bit of nasty weather, don't they?
Yeah. And how's Richard doing as a bank runner?
He's wonderful as always. He's doing his second bar run in a minute.
We've got a challenge for you today, Jamie.
Go on, Steve.
I haven't made it up yet. I haven't found one yet. We're going to have one for you before. Might actually involve your mate a little bit as well.
Oh, no,
join in.
Keep him away from me.
He said that you're donating all the money to him.
Yeah.
Is that a lie?
I thought you two were friends.
I did as well. I'm going off you. I'm not speaking to you again.
Well, you're up there with them, though, Jamie. It's not as if you're dropped off or anything like that. You're in with a...
We've still got half a chance.
Yeah, You know what it's like here after last year? He's off again, look.
Yeah, it is. So it's just, it's carp, isn't it? So they're so prone to feeding steadier as it gets later on.
Is that what you've been catching, Jay? No
yeah,
F1s or barbel?
It's probably, no barbel, probably 50% carp.
Right.
So it's...
Proper suits your style of fishing then, mate,
Yeah, I'm
doesn't it?
starting to feel it. So I've just had 3 clean bites then and 3 chucks and 3 fish.
It's mad how many bites you're getting. It's just phenomenal, isn't it, for that part? Even we were talking before about how Andy Power's doing. Obviously, didn't fancy it, and then he's gone and caught a few, hasn't he, there?
Lovely steady. Well, it's a testament to the venue it is. There's some serious fish in this place, isn't there?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
They're
venue.
just quite tricky to catch on some days.
Have you got a best line or bait?
Literally rotating, Steve. Yeah, so I've got... It's really noticeable that to me left when I'm fishing pellets, I catch carp.
Yeah.
And then to me right when I'm fishing casters, I get more bites but more F1s.
Yeah.
So slightly less. And then down the edges seems a bit of both, but I'm just feeding casters here at the minute. What we plan is to fish deep down the edge with casters, and then the last hour and a half I'm going to go 1 metre past where it's a lot shallower and put some ground bait for some carp, hopefully. That's where.
Yeah. For a mad finish.
With a bit of luck, yeah.
We don't mind waiting a little bit for one of those.
No.
Decent sized fish they are, Jamie.
Yeah, they're steady, they're worth catching. I've just caught me rig that I loose fed about 20 minutes ago with a plummet on. Not even lying.
And that's live, Jamie. You've shown everyone how lucky you are.
Well, I threw it in because you've got me using that feed connection that I don't like, and I loose fed me rig and I've just caught it again.
Can I just say, while we've been with you, you've caught 2 fish. I mean, we can stick with you all afternoon if you want. I mean, I can get rid of these 3.
It's always my fault.
The Jamie Hughes Show.
Well, I was saying before, Jamie, that when they draw next to you, how you changed people's matches. Well, they have a plan and sit next to you, and how you fish and push people, that you force people into making decisions sometimes they don't really want to do, as me at Allcroft.
Yeah. Exactly, but that's what it's about, isn't it? There's a lot of mind games involved in this, isn't there?
Oh, yeah, yes.
And if you can, I mean, get in people's heads and show them that what you're doing might be better than their plan, then you've almost got them already then.
Yeah. I remember years ago when he was fish on rivers with them in the winter when we were catching roach. Those that were in the know, when you were catching a few roach, you were feeding 3 and 4 maggots, and you used to fire your catapult out 3 or 4 times with nothing in. So they think that you was putting loads of bait in to start up the feed and they kill the swim.
What are you fishing over there, Jay? Are you on casters over there, Jay?
No, that's me pellet one.
Is that pellets?
Yeah.
You getting liners or are they bites?
Oh, mate, there's no...
You don't miss proper bites, they're liners, aren't they?
It's unreal, and this would break you. It just keeps going undead non-stop. But
would I be getting a bit giddy or what?
Yes, you wouldn't like it. But no, it's slowly starting to happen. But you've just seen me catch them 3 fish really quick. And now you want to catch another, but really you need to come off it and go to the other line.
This is exactly what you're saying, isn't it? I think this is the trap that most people fall into, like, because there's so many fish come in, you naturally want to catch another one. You're like, just one more. Whereas if you change, you catch a fish a lot quicker, don't you? Because it's been settled.
Yeah, especially this first.
Have I just taught you through what to do, Jay? Come on, listen.
No, but I just proper mowed
No
one
coaching,
in there.
please.
Oh, sorry.
He just totally ignored you there and he's just got one.
Well, that's why he's got one.
But to be fair, I think you've been an inspiration to because he's exactly shown you what to do.
Exactly the opposite, Jay, lad, he knows.
There's going to be another distraction in about 10 seconds.
I know, but
Nobody
I knew
wants
you were
to
going to
see
say
that.
that then.
Be kind, you two.
I won't say anything else now, Jay. Other than good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Jamie, thanks very much for joining us there. That is Hooter number 5, you can hear in the background. Jamie will want to know what he's got in the bag. He's currently in 8th place. Last weigh-in he got just under 3.5 kilos, 17.475 kilos. And now it comes down to his talented bank runner to wake up alongside him and do the business. Let's get down to the water side and find out what's happening. Ashley Wilmot.
Thanks, Rob. Yes, I'm here with Jamie. It's great to have a chat with him, wasn't it? And Rich is obviously raring to go with yet another weigh-in. As you can see, he's caught quite a few in the last half an hour. He's doing really well. 3 catches there. And up on the scales.
kilos, 850
2.85 kilograms, so a slightly smaller catch this half an hour, but still very much in the running. Thanks for your time there, Rich, and we'll keep an eye on what Jamie gets up to and keep you updated. Now let's head over and see who Zara's with.
Thank you, Ashley. Yeah, I'm here at Peg 14 and Matt Dawes, wow, isn't he having a fantastic 2023 campaign? He is currently leading. And it's bank runner Sam, if you're ready, Sam, if you want to bring out what he's caught in this last half an hour, sounding like he's got quite a few fish in there. He's been catching like nobody's business, the man from Chester. So I'm very, very excited to see what this one is going to say. Steve, on calling duties. Over to you, Steve. Just letting it settle. Fish just don't want to keep still at the moment. That's totally fine.
7 kilos and 50.
There we have it. 7 kilos and 50. Fantastic down here at Peg 14. Over to Claire.
Well, we're back at Peg number 1, where Germany's Marvin Röttger is angling to climb the standings here at FishOMania as the 5th weigh-in comes around, and perhaps, who knows, land the biggest prize of his career so far. His bank runner Christian is going to do the honours and bring up what he's caught over the last 30 minutes. Just to remind you, Peg 1 was a highly favoured spot around the banks of Westwood Lakes today. Marvin was absolutely delighted. He said he wanted number 1 or number 16. So really, odds-wise, that is pretty good going indeed. Here comes Christian, a good friend of his from back home in Germany, who's also an avid angler. So has been offering plenty of advice. If you watch them in action, there's a real dialogue between the pair of them. They are working in close harmony. And actually, there's quite a few in there. For this end of the lake, that's a healthy haul indeed. Let's get it up on the scales, see what we're working with numbers-wise. And then, Christian, we might keep you for a little chat, if that's all right. Hear how things have been going here at Peg number 1. 4 kilos, oh, maybe even 5. Will it break over the 5 kilo mark? These fish have got ants in their pants.
4 kilos,
But there you have it.
950 grams.
4 kilos, 950 grams. I'm going to wander back over with Christian while he releases those into the keep nets, and then we'll get his thoughts. Because what's particularly interesting with the 2 international qualifiers that we have at FishOMania every year is that, Christian, the conditions here in the UK, particularly here at Westwood Lakes with the Snake Lake, with the F1 carp, very different to what Marvin is used to, isn't it?
Yeah, we are used to fish for big carp normally. The real problem we are having right now is the margins. You want to have very shallow margins, like on Peg 2. He got very shallow margins. He's catching big fish. We're fishing for small fish, and that's kind of difficult at the moment, but we try to keep it up, and yeah, we'll see.
When we spoke yesterday, Marvin told me, and you backed him up here, that it was really important that he fished the way that he knows how, to not look around and see all of these superstars around him and try and imitate what they do. Is that still the plan?
We worked out a very good plan, and we will stick to the plan till the end, and maybe we can upset some big names. We'll see.
And just finally, I heard that Marvin found out all about FishOMania because he caught some of it live on Sky Sports a few years ago, and he quite fancied a go. Have you watched much coverage yourself? And now that you're here, do you fancy coming back and giving it a pop one day?
Well, hard to answer the question because there's many good anglers in Germany as well. We are not the big country for that kind of fishing, but there's many newcomers. So we'll see, maybe one day. But I always will trying to get, how to say it in English, to back up Marvin. So always when he is fishing, I try to keep my best for him, and yeah, that's it, I think. As it's not about me, it's about his day, and I will always support him, and yeah, that's the key today.
Well, that's very supportive of you. It's clearly paying off. 5 kilos is not to be sniffed at. Christian, thank you for your time. And as you taught me to say yesterday, Petri Heil.
Yeah, Petri Dank.
It is truly the world of fishing, Marvin there. And well, we have anglers from Germany, Belgium, Wales, England. Truly international event. I just got a message from my friend Colin, who's watching in the heat of Madrid. Sent me fishing pictures of him catching a shark. I think you can do Photoshop these days, can't you? I think we're going live in Canada as well. So hello, wherever you are watching. I'm sure that it's warmer and the weather's not as inclement as it here in Lincolnshire. The winds are whipping in, the rain is lashing down again, but it's not stopping the anglers catching the fish. The man they have to catch up with is Matty Dawes in the last weigh, and he had just over 7 kilos. So as things stand, he has a lead of around 9 kilos at the moment. But this is kind of hard. Well, it's not half time because they don't go off and have a cup of tea or have a break or anything like that. But we're at the halfway point night of FishOMania. £50,000 for the winner today. £10,000 for second, is it? We have section winners as well. And there's a big gleaming trophy and the honour of being the champion. As things stand, at the turn, it's Matt Dawes who has set the pace, Emma.
It is, and just watching out the corner of our eye, since that last weigh-in, he's just had 3 fish fishing across, and he's just hooked another fish as well. He's lost that one, unfortunately. But, yeah, he's literally, so he's already got 3 fish in the bag for the next weigh-in. He's catching at a really good pace.
The thing is, with him being that far in front, if he needs to have a bit of a disaster for somebody to catch him up where he's doing at the minute. Because if you think about it, the average weigh-in is about 5-6 kilo. He's nearly 2 weigh-ins in front of average weigh-in already, and he's got 3 fish. He'll be getting building up more and more confidence now.
Yeah, he's got a right plan. Obviously, I think the last practice match, Matty won, and he's done well in the other practice matches. So he's got a plan. He's sticking to it, and obviously he's got his margins to go at yet as well.
This is his style of fishing as well, isn't it? This is what he does.
There's not many better than Matty. You know, a lot of aspects of fishing, in particular this, he's really, really good.
You can see his bank runner there. He's not watching what Matty's doing, he's watching what everybody else is doing. Look, he's spending all his time looking at other places because he knows what he's doing in front of him.
How aware do you want to be of what's going on with the other 24 competitors?
Well, because if you're fishing for F1s, which would say they weigh, if you say nearly a kilo, 3/4 of a kilo, a carp you might get 1, it might be 4 kilo. So it's a lot of F1s to catch you up. If they're all catching carp and you're catching F1s, you have to make a decision: do I carry on, or do I try to catch carp like that one that's been caught on screen?
That's Ricky Small there on screen on peg 2. He's currently in second place, 23.625 kilos. So he's about 9 kilos behind the leader, Matt Dawes, but that's a good start to the second half.
Yeah, but that carp you've seen there was probably going to be, what, 2.5, 3 kilos?
2 kilo, yeah.
And that's probably 4 or 5 F1s. So even though we've seen him catch 4 fish, we don't know whether the carp are F1s. We're not sure what it is. But there's a lot of carp being caught as well today. A lot more carp than last year.
There is. Last year it was predominantly F1s, wasn't it?
Till late on, they caught down the edges, yeah.
Family man Ricky Smalley's brother Nigel is his bank runner today, and he has vowed that if he wins the money after he's spent it on an extension for his home, he'll share it with members of his family.
Oh, good lad. Yeah, so if you just saw him then, just as he was shipping out, he stopped sort of 4 or 5 metres, fed some bait, and then he shipped across where he's fishing on the far side. Obviously, the reason he's done that is to prime that swim for later on. So he's going to catch a fish or 2 on this line, then rest it, come back to where he's just fed, and so on. And that's what we mean by, you know, rotating his swims. Just keep him putting fish in the net.
You just want to keep in contact. You want to keep in contact with the top 3 and hope for that run to come at some point. But at some point they have to make a decision, don't they, Andy? They have to make a decision whether to carry on doing what they're doing even though they're behind and hope it improves, or push it. And your problem when you come to pushing it, you push it too far and blow your swim, so it's...
Welcome to my world, Steve. That's what I do every time. Welcome to my world.
This is peg 23. This is Dan Squire, who's toying with a fish there. Dan, who's made the long journey from Somerset. A picture of concentration.
When we're talking about pushing a swim, what we mean is that if you're catching slowly, say maybe 1 every 5 minutes, and feeding say 6 or 7 casters or pellets or whatever you may be feeding, it's feeding double amounts and increasing the irregularity that you're going to feed it to try and increase the amount of bait in, to increase the amount of fish, or to feed that much to catch your bigger fish.
Yeah, or, you know, different size pots. If you're setting little tiny traps for these fish, you know, increase your little feed pot size from like a medium through to a large one, or even use like a big pot that you'll see some of the anglers use. You know, try and get some bait in and get them fish competing for that feed. Doesn't always work, but when it does, it's phenomenal.
And when we say you've blown it, it's when you've fed too much bait and destroyed your actual peg. You put too much in, and so the fish have got too much choice, and you just don't catch them.
I think after this next hooter, I think that's when the anglers that need to make a change will make that change, won't they? They'll make that decision.
With an hour to go, you've got to make a decision to blow your peg and go out to all-out win, or pray for the fish to change. You can't just carry on doing the same thing.
No.
And that's where your bank run becomes so important and vital, making that decision for you as well.
We saw Dan Squires catch a decent fish there. That'll be good for him, heartening for him, because he's currently in 25th place of 25. The camera there is on Andrew Crocker, 41 years of age, making his debut in Fisher Mania. He's currently in 3rd place. He had a poor half an hour, just under 2.5 kilos. He's on 24.325, so about 8 kilos behind the leader, Matt Dawes.
And when you see there what he's just done, Crocker, he put a biggish pot in, put it down the edge, and now he's trying to push it. He's trying to push it a little bit by putting that bigger pot in, put some bait in. He might not fish it straight away, he might leave it a little bit and then corn it a little bit later.
That's exactly what we've just been talking about, Steve, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Now that may improve it if they move on to that may give him a real chance to put some big fish in his net really quickly, or it may destroy it. But sometimes you have to make a decision, that's what you want to do.
I mean, generally for them carp, what he's done there is he's fed that big pot down the margin to come and let them big crafty fish like the carp settle, and then he's gone elsewhere. So he'll be trying that swimming in, you know, usually 10 or 15 minutes, see if there's anything over it. If not, then obviously you can think about putting less amounts in and drawing any in.
I'm a big believer that fish have memory, so when you feed a big pot in, they may come and have it all disappear, but they come back and search that bit again when they're there. They don't just swim around the lake in circles. They know where the food is, they come back and have another go, and it attracts on 1 fish, then 4 fish, then 10 fish.
Anti-clockwise, Steve, anti-clockwise.
Keith said.
Saying about those anglers coming back into it, Andy Power's now in 2nd. He's 27 kilo.
That's Oliver Robinson, 15 years of age, which means that he wasn't even thought about when we started Fisher Mania 30 years ago. We've got 5 previous winners out there by the lake. We've got 2 previous winners here in our, well, if we can call it a studio, standing here in the damp at the water's edge this afternoon. We have winners of 8 of the last 10 years as well. Well, we have a new champion in Fisher Mania, which is after the halfway point. Stick with us. Well, there's been a lot of talk of F1s here at Fisher Mania. There's the other F1 happening tomorrow, the Hungarian Grand Prix. Join us here on Sky Sports on the F1 channel, and the race starts at 12:30. If it was like this, they'd need the wet weather tyres. Horrendous conditions. I know that we've got a great audience because they're not playing the cricket. I think they're due to go out again at about 2:45. But the weather isn't deterring the anglers here in Lincolnshire. It is Fisher Mania, edition number 30. And, well, we have a runaway leader at the moment at the halfway point. That is Matt Dawes. A reminder, if you're just tuning in, whoever wins today takes home £50,000 and the esteemed Fisher Mania trophy. Matt Dawes is the leader. Andy Power in 2nd place on 27.5 kilos or so. Andrew Crocker, we know, has had some fish in the bag in the last half an hour. If you're just tuning in and wondering what on earth you're watching, I know the anglers have been here from 11:30 this morning, but if you're compelled by this, I just saw my Twitter feed saying I'm not an angler, but this is weirdly compelling. And it happens every year. I know they're watching in the sunshine down there on the Costa del Sol as well, in the shade from the Gulf. We've seen lots of action, a lot of fish being caught today.
I have some friends that don't fish, and they only watch this every year. This day, they're sitting on a Saturday, get a couple of tins and take out lunch and sit and watch it. And they have no interest in fishing whatsoever. It's so enthralling watching this. It's just one day a year.
The number of people that say that to me, you're doing what? Obviously 99% of my work is football, and they say you're doing fishing. And then they tune in, and then they can tell you everything about every angler. And they say, how long did you watch it for? And they're, well, do you know what? I was watching for 2 hours. So it gains an audience. It is. I think we're going to use that. Weirdly compelling.
Yes, yes. Because it's so... If you don't know fishing and you sit down and watch it, and what are they doing? What's them things they're shoving out? How they're doing it? And why the feed? And, of course, we go into that a little bit to explain to people. It makes it such a strange, impelling thing for them that don't fish, people who don't fish.
Andy, when you were talking to your great pal Jamie Hughes there, he gave us an insight, didn't he, as to how he's got a game plan, how he's going to plan out the next couple of hours, 2.5 hours of this.
Yeah, definitely. So his plan was to, put the casters in, fish the casters over the top of it as well, but constantly rotate his swims, so have another sort of 2 or 3 swims as backup swims, if you like, before he focused on his margins, similar to like what Christian did last year for the bigger fish.
Now, he understands, she understands, the viewers understand, but there'll be a certain member that hasn't got a clue what you just said there. Put that into layman's terms.
Right, so basically it's
you don't have an idiot's guide. I'm going to play the idiot here. Yeah, just typecast.
You do a good job of that.
Right, I can do that really well. Don't you worry about that. So yeah, basically he's putting his feed bait in a little tiny pot, a little pole pot that you'll see on the end of the pole. He's tapping that in the water. That bait sinks to the bottom. He then comes back and gets his what's called a rig with a hook on it, baits up, goes over that same spot. Fish takes the bait and away you go.
Educated, thank you.
This is
and a line is, when he says a line, that's the area that he's chose. It could be the line furthest away from him, which means on the far bank, up to the reeds or whatever, or in the middle, or the near side. So when we say a line, it's the actual position where he's actually going to be fishing his bait.
Sometimes we have to explain when he says, Mummy's got his waggler out.
Cheeky.
There we go, so you can see some going long, some going short.
If you see where he is, that's long, he's fishing up closest bank. So that's his long line, what we call his long line across. His short ones are down the edges, and they said deep water be down the middle. So
how deep's deep water?
It depends how deep this is. If it's only 3 foot deep, that becomes deep water.
I expect you to be in there testing the water for us.
What we need to say is obviously this kind of lake is what's known as a snake lake. Obviously the shape of it is shaped like a snake.
Really?
But
where did they get that from?
Let me go with it. So basically what you've got shallow water in the margins and it's on a slope, and then you've got a flat bottom down the middle, and then it comes up for the far side, which is very similar depth to what you've got in the margins. So it's identical, it's uniform on pretty much every peg on here. Obviously the depth's going to be a little bit different because there's got aerators around, and what the aerators do is obviously put the oxygen in the water. I'm going off on one now, aren't I? I'm going off.
Brilliant, no, it's just fantastic.
Let me go.
Yep.
The aerators put the oxygen in the water, but what that will do is move the silt on the bottom. So some areas will be a lot shallower, some areas will be deeper because of the silt displacement. You like that?
That's
displacement.
Fantastic. Silt displacement, aerators. So good job, I think, we've taken the headphones off Jamie Hughes there, because he would be giving you so much stick if he was listening to that.
He would have got up off his box and come and slapped me.
Perfect explanation. I've got no idea what time of day it is, by the way, but we have just completed weigh-in number 5, which means we're into the second half of Fisher Mania. And as we suspected, Matt Dawes has a very solid lead of just over 5 kilos from Andy Power. But Andy Power, in that last half an hour, had the best catch, 8.25 kilos, to give him a total now of 27.67. Andrew Crocker only got, well, just less than 2.5 kilos in the last half an hour, so he remains in 3rd place. It was a good spell for Marvin Rodka, who's now moved into 8th position. He was I've got a foreign competitor. I think he's from Germany, isn't he? So there we are, between top spot and 13th place. My math isn't great, but it's 16 kilos, which is very easy to catch it. We saw 10 kilos caught, and it came down to a few ounces last year, didn't it?
On a personal note, I think you've got to start moving up as every half an hour ticks off. So them 13 may be just outside him with a chance, but you're going to have to start dropping like 3 or 4 at a time as an half an hour wane comes up. But look at Andy, where Andy's come from nowhere, and I said this last year because he did very similar last year. I said you won't want Andy Power on your tails, and today hopefully he'll keep powering on.
Max Beeston, by the way, also got 4.7 kilos, which is why he's moved on to the top half of the leaderboard. So just under 5 kilos for him in the last half an hour. Did that in the next, we've got 5 weigh-ins, haven't we? Next 5 weigh-ins, he'd be very happy with that.
And don't discount Christian after last year. He's in 4th place. He's still within easy reach.
I think, yeah, from Ross Harold up, I think below Ross Harold you're going to have to think about starting to make a move now, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know, possibly try and
push your lines.
Yeah.
Push your lines.
You'd still be quite happy if you're in Ross Harold's position at the minute, wouldn't you?
I won't say happy, but
you'd still be feeling in the mix, though, wouldn't that?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too disheartened there.
Well, we've come here to see anglers catching fish, and here's a study of Andy Power, currently in 2nd place. But maybe, just maybe, if he lands this, catching Matt Dawes. Oh yes, back of the net. Never say that in my football commentary, by the way, ever. Only when it comes to fishing, once a year.
Yeah, fantastic bit of angling skill by Andy there, netting that fish really quickly. So what we try and do, obviously, is net the fish as quickly as possible.
There we go, mass checking of the watches. We're into the second half of FishOMania, and that is the current leader with 32.7 kilos, Matt Dawes. Wonderful weekend of live sports here on Sky Sports. Tomorrow, the Ashes, day 5 of the 4th test. It's going to be a crucial day. Join the cricket team, Sky Sports Cricket at 10:15 tomorrow morning. There is rumour they may restart this afternoon, but I wouldn't bother watching. It's not going to be very exciting. It's just going to rain. Just stick with the fishing. Go nowhere. Stick with us here on Sky Sports for FishOMania 2023. The noise you can hear in the background, disturbing 1 or 2 of the anglers who are getting their bait out there, is the hooter, which means that we are due weigh-in number 6. If you're just tuning in, waiting for the cricket, or waiting for Rory and Tommy Fleetwood to go out there at the Open on Merseyside, you tune into FishOMania. £50,000 for the winner today. For the trophy everybody wants to win. Right, let's get down to the water's edge. I think we can get down to our reporters. Braving the rain is Claire Thomas.
Well, you're dead right, Rob. There is an awful lot on the line here at FishOMania, the festival of fishing, the carnival of carp. But the question is not what's on the line, but what's on his line. Let's find out what Mark Griffiths has caught here at Peg 7. Not a favoured peg, but he's not worried about that. He says that takes all the pressure off. He's got a free hit today. I've just been chatting to a very proud mum and dad who are really enjoying their day here at Westwood Lakes. And he's had to work hard to bring in a few fish over the last half hour, but he has landed a fair few. And he's right up there, rubbing shoulders with the big names in this draw. There are 5 absolute whoppers in the basket. This could prove a good one. His best finish at this event. Oh, that doesn't look quite... There we go, there's the scales.
400 dead, 6 kilos.
6 kilos, 400 dead. The crowd absolutely love it. Mark looking to improve on a best ever finish of 11th, which he secured back here in 2020. 3 years on, that is the ticket. Ashley Wilmot, what's going on at your pegs?
Hi Claire, yes, it's all happening over here as well. I'm here at Peg 20 with the 2021 champion, Harry Bignall. Now, he's middle of the leaderboard at the moment. Chris is just picking out the net and we're going to get his 6th weigh-in. Here we go, Chris. They have had quite a few bites, but in terms of catches, what have we got in there? Oh, let's have a little... No, they are ready. They don't mess around here. And we've got 3 kilos, 075. So ticking along, keep ticking along. I think Harry will be happy with that. As you know, he's got his family here supporting him for the first time. It's the first year they've been allowed to come down and watch him in action. So we'll keep across the next few catches as well. We're going to head over to Zara. Zara, who are you with?
Thank you, Ashley. I'm at Peg 10 and I am with Andrew Crocker, who is currently in bronze medal position. Now, the Welshman is having a very good FishOMania. I'm going to call out his bank runner, Tom, if he is ready. So at the last weigh-in, Andrew's haul was about 2.5 kilo. So will this haul be an improvement? We shall see. He's had a decent half an hour, I'm told. There's a fair few in there.
Okay.
Alan?
We have 5 kilos, 600 dead, 5,600.
5.6 at Peg 10. Andrew Crocker, back to you, Rob.
Thank you very much to our bankside reporters there. Well, it's I thought it got a little drier. Can I just say that you are fair weather fisher folk? I'm glad that came out right. I don't need my umbrella anymore, but 2 former champions, Emma Pickering, former junior champion. She's been out there as well, looking after her dad, the legend Tommy Pickering. He's got a book out, by the way. At what point do you start, Andy, to change your tactics, to discard the original method that you were using and then to maybe just go off in another direction?
Yeah, so this is time now to make your move, Rob. Those from like, I think it was Ross who was in sort of 14th position with sort of 15 kilo. And then when Matty's got what the weight he's got now, you need to start about making the decision to what we saw before, what we covered, big pot in your margins. That's where the big fish like to patrol. Getting that bait in and seeing what the response is going to be. You need to stop thinking about, you know, catching these smaller fish now, the F1s, and try and target the bigger fish, the carp, up to sort of 2-3 kilo in weight.
Steve, with your wise eye, what are you seeing out there from the pictures that we're seeing? Well, what changes are taking place?
Some people's already started to do that, to make that decision to push the peg a little bit. Now, if you're fishing 3 lines, 3 different areas of your peg, you may just decide to push your near side line, or it may be your far side line across. You may push that first and think, well, I'll try and catch them from there, but keep these ticking over sensibly before you make that final push to put a lot of bait in. And sometimes somebody like Andy Powell's doing what he's done. He may have done that and it's worked, and somebody may see what Andy's done and start to push their peg as well. But it's a fine line. It's a little bit early really to do that. It's normally the last hour where you push it. But because how it's fishing, how well it's fishing, it may take it now. It may have took it a little bit earlier. So some have tentatively started to do that, to push the peg.
You were here last weekend. How different is this to last week's match?
It's very different. Obviously, it was drier.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of people fishing shallow, caster shallow last week. But you can see just on the views then there's a lot of people fishing on the far bank now. That seems to be working. Matty Dawes is catching there. And just along that bank where the barbel are caught with Christian, they're fishing that far bank in that little bit of shallower water. Yeah, so you can see there they're fishing the longer poles, and it's predominantly seems to be like that rather than the caster shallow what we've previously seen.
Quite often as well, Rob, with the amount of people, if you look, you see other people all around the outside, it forces the fish away from the angler to the far side. So they'll be over there confident and out the way of the noise and all the people that's on the bank. But eventually they'll come back to you and come under your feet. And the reason they catch close in late on is traditionally when people used to finish a match, you chucked all your bait in the edge. So fish remember that and they come in searching for that food. So when you put, say, 4 or 5 pints of bait that you haven't used in the edge, it's a one whoosh, like a real big attack, like, you know, emptying your tray, chucking a bucket full of water in. It attracts the fish.
You're tell me that dispels the memory of a fish theory then?
Fish.
Can't remember what he's talking about.
Fish have got fish have got memories, and they remember quite well where feed is. So, and it's just through habit that at the end of the match, when we all finish off fishing, they all come in and feed, but they start to come in a little bit early.
And it's that great phrase that Keith Arthur, sadly not with us as our wingman for the first time in many, many years, but I'm sure he's watching at home with his tinnies up, sitting there watching, giving all the guys shouting the advice. And there's that great phrase that he's had, that when the crowds start to gather, the fish get a little spooked.
Yeah, definitely. We touched upon it before. Obviously, with how well Andy Power is, and obviously Matty, the crowds are going to make their way over there. So it allows the anglers that maybe weren't doing as well, you know, the crowds start dissipating from them, and obviously that's going to get the fish. You like that word? That was a good word. You like that?
Where did that one come from?
I don't know. Just sort of like, yeah, we'll use that. Yeah, so obviously the fish are going to go and settle in that area.
Do you have a bet that you could get dissipating into the commentary today with someone?
Might have done.
Quite often when you're going to push your peg as well, you'll change. Instead of fishing with maggots and casters, you may fish with a big full worm on, a big bait for a big fish. It's just a change, subtle changes that can make a massive amount of difference.
I think it's worth mentioning that. Obviously, we touched upon the baits before, but hook baits is massive. You know, a big sort of standout bait like single or double corn, bright yellow corn stands out over anything. You know, a big bunch of maggots. You know, rather than putting traditional 2 on, 3, 4, 5 maggots, or you know, a whole worm, that kind of thing, as Steve said. It does, or a big expander pellet. Anything that sticks out, you know, the fish tend to pick up on that a lot more. You just get that bite a lot quicker.
What are the different local rules here to elsewhere?
I know you can't use a jigger rig. I've not been through the rigs, have I? I know you can't use a jigger rig, and what a jigger rig is, it's for when you're fishing up in the water shallow, which is not really coming into it yet, but well now, but it would have done this morning. That's where your line goes completely through a little float. You've got a weight on the end of it, and you're just literally just jigging your pole up and down with your. So you can't use that on here. So what you do use is like a little tiny dibber float, it's called, inline. I'm going all technical again, aren't I? I'm going off.
Dibber float. Dissipating is dibber flow, ladies and gentlemen.
No, they are actually called a dibber float, rather promise. And you'll have a little tiny bulk of shot just above your hook bait.
Yeah.
Now, what happens when your pole's directly above that? Fish comes, takes that bait, and hooks itself. So that's when you're fishing up in the water shallow.
It can't eject your bait, can it, out your mouth? Because it's so direct and positive, line straight through, and really taut and tight. When a fish sucks your bait in, it feels it against your elastic, and it can't eject it out your mouth. When you're fishing a slack line, it's got every chance to suck it in and blow it out without you hooking it or moving your float even.
Yeah. Yeah, but these lads now, where they're fishing, you see them fishing across, and in the margins they'll be using a very similar rig or similar setup. Quite a positive float with you'll see a round bulbous body that takes quite a lot of weight, and that keeps your heavy hook bait in position. So when a fish does take it, you're seeing that bite straight away. You need to talk about obviously the amount of fish in here. You will get what's called line bites, and what that is, when you put your bait in, you'll see a load of fish coming into your swim, and that's creating these line bites where the fish are touching your line. So by fishing a heavier float, that eliminates that. Going all technical, aren't I?
That's wonderful.
Just let me go.
Compelling.
Are you going to bring a book out?
Matt, I've already brought a book out, Steve.
Does it come free with cranes as well?
Oh yeah, you can tell what mine are. Mine are the pictures and the big words in bold.
Well, behind the scenes, we're still doing the maths and the calculations. I can tell you that in the last weigh-in, Matt Dawes had 6.8 kilos. I don't think that anybody else has quite got a catch like that. So as things stand, he's extending his lead. It looks as though Ricky Smaller got just under 5.5 kilos. Jamie Hughes had 5 kilo catch as well. He's in the top 6 at the moment. There are still 1 or 2 that we are waiting to add to the previous 5 weigh-ins. Remember, it's £50,000 for the winner today. £10,000 for second place. It's a festival of fishing, 5 hours of continuous angling here on Sky Sports this afternoon. Right, let's test your knowledge again in FishOMania 30. This is the question. We knew it would come eventually. Right, I'll set this to the guys in the break. Who was the first two-time FishOMania champion? Was it Matt Hall, Nathan Watson, or Jamie Hughes? I know that one. Here's the question we set you before the break. Who was the first two-time FishOMania champion? The answer, of course, the great Matt Hall, who won it back in 2003 and again 6 years later in 2009. Well, this is the 30th edition of FishOMania. The signs are that we may have a new name on the trophy at the moment. Our engraver is prepared to scratch the name of Matt Dawes. A weight of 39.5 kilos after 6 weigh-ins. That's not official yet. We'll be getting all of the weights in a second or two. I think we're just due a couple, and there's been a couple of good catches in the last half an hour. Mark Griffiths had 6.5 kilos. Andy Power, Ricky Small, both around 4.5 kilos as well. Andrew Crocker, 5.5 kilos. So it's getting quite tight in the competitors to Matt Dawes, and of course nobody can discount the legend of angling, Jamie Hughes, currently in 8th place, 5 kilos himself, 25 kilos during the course of the afternoon. The man who has won it on 3 occasions and always wins when it's an odd year. It's an odd year when he doesn't win it, to be fair. But here we go, another masterclass. We were speaking to him as he caught 2 fish live on the air earlier in the day. And as the afternoon progresses, we will be miking up and putting the headphones on the various anglers that are competing for the esteemed Fisher Mania prize. And they will be talking us through. Now, talking about anglers who are able to multitask, we've lost Andy May. That's because he's gone over there and he's got his toys out. Now, he was talking a good game. Andy is now going to demonstrate a good game. Andy's got his rod out.
It's only what Jamie's taught me, that's all. I'll just take all this advice is from Jamie. No, but basically what we were talking through before with the rig, so starting off wise, most people this morning would have started off on a rig similar to this, fishing in the margins or fishing across, and that is, as we were saying before, with a nice bulbous body, and what that does, that eliminates line bites. You imagine when you put your bait in, fish are instantly coming into the bait, so like all the wafts of the fins and all that, that can potentially blow your float around and you're striking at the wrong bite. So by using a bulbous body float, that eliminates that, and also by having a bulk of shot. So we've got a bulk of shot down there to keep your rig nice and stable in position. Elastics, so we're not really talked about elastics, but most anglers will be on sort of an 11 or a 13 grade, and what that does, it cushions the fish's lunges, and rather, because we're not using rods today, they're using poles, this is your reeling effect. Yeah, this puller kit here, that tensions the elastic so you can get the fish in nice and quick. So that's the rig that we started off on, and that's what most anglers are going to be going on to towards the end. The rig that they would have been using sort of, you know, an hour in, something like that, after a little bit of bait would have been going in the deepest bit of water down the middle of the canal, would be what's known as a shallow rig. So inline float, and basically your pole tip wants to be directly over your float so that when a fish takes the bait, it basically hooks itself. So we're not fishing nowhere near the bottom on this, so if the depth's sort of like 3 foot, maybe 3.5 foot, you're going to set this at like 12 inches, something like that. All about that feed, keeping that feed going in. Again, little bulks of the fish hooking themselves. And the last rig that we need to talk about is, because all that bait's going in for attracting the fish up in the water, you don't want to forget about the fish on the bottom. So once you stop getting bites on that, it means that there's not as many fish there competing for that bait, so you need to drop down onto the bottom of the lake bed, and that's using a float like this. We don't want anything like little short and stubby, nice slender float, so that when you get a bite, when the fish takes the bait, there's not much resistance there, nice strike right the way through the fish. And then what's called the shotting pattern, where all the weight is, that's keeping your hook bait fixed firmly over your pile of bait. And what happens when you start getting liners on this kind of rig, when your float starts dancing around like that, that tells you that the fish have come up in the water. So all you do is just go back onto that shallow rig that I've taught you through. And that's it, that's the rig's done.
Andy, absolutely brilliant. The way that you finished talking about your pole dancing. Not for the first time.
One of the things is that the poles that we use now have got, obviously it's hollow, so through the middle we set some elastic and just tension it just nice and soft, so it just keeps back inside your pole, so when you hook a fish, depending on its size, it pulls the elastic out the end of your pole, maybe 2 foot or 4 foot. If it's a really big foot, maybe 8 foot. So you'll see, like you can see now, you'll see is elastic, that orange, out the end of the pole into the middle of the lake to where the fish is. The further out it is, obviously the bigger it is. And the puller bung on the back of the pole allows you to pull the elastic through and tension it more. So it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger until it brings your fish back in towards you so you can get it in reach to net it. It's just varying thicknesses, so the bigger the fish would tend to use stronger line and thicker, stronger elastic. The smaller the fish, you'd use softer elastic and a little bit lighter line. So it'd pull, you always want it to pull some elastic out of your pole, but the secret is not to have too stiff an elastic to catch small fish, so it doesn't pull it out, or very little, because the fish tend to pull off the hook. So when it's a big fish, big elastic pulls it out and it keeps it firmly embedded in it. If it's too soft elastic, the fish should be on the other side of the lake, or in this case, the other bank, while you're trying to pull it back towards you. It takes too much elastic out. That's instead of using reels.
You passed the test, you got the job.
See there, another carp as well. The thing is, this year, it's really strange. It was nearly always F1s last year.
Yeah, it was.
And we said this morning, we didn't really know how this change in low pressure, this cold snap, was going to affect the fishing. and obviously it's carp. And we said earlier that some people will have to make a change. Well, I think Andy made that change real early, Andy Power, because of where he was, he didn't fancy it. He thought he had to catch carp if we're going to do any good. He's fishing for carp, and it's working. Now, whether others are following him and doing the similar sort of thing by fishing for the carp across, like Matty Dawes has been catching across, it's worked. It's worked.
It has. There's definitely more people fishing across. It's like you say, they've changed that game plan going into the last sort of third of the match really now, aren't we? What are we, nearly weighing 7? I mean, it's going incredibly quick. But
7.5 minutes to weigh.
So all these anglers are making those changes now, and it's definitely looking like there's more people fishing on the far bank.
Well, I think one of the things as well, Matty Dawes is doing it already, so he's either got some info off his bank runner, or he's made his decision himself that he's going to try across for carp, and he's had some carp. I know he's only just had a weigh-in, and we've seen him catch a couple more carp, so he's keeping his nose in front.
He is, and he's sort of just under 10 kilos in front of Andrew Crocker. But we've got to remember, peg 10 was the winning peg for Christine last year, and it got stronger and stronger. So I don't think we can rule out Andrew Crocker just yet, or Andy Power or Ricky Small.
You know, I said this last year, you know, you don't want Andy chasing you because he's such a positive attacking angler. If they fish stopping his peg and keep feeding, he's so quick at landing them as well.
It really is. But like you say, the worrying thing for me with Andy is that line is so close to him with the spectators as well. And that could be the downfall for him if he gets a bigger crowd.
Well, this is confirmation after 6 weigh-ins that Matt Dawes indeed leads by, well, almost 10 kilos from Andrew Crocker in second place. Andrew in the last weigh-in had 5.6 kilos. Ricky Small had pretty much the same as well. That keeps him in third place on peg 2 on just over 29 kilos. Andy Powell, remember this was after weigh-in number 6, we're due weigh-in number 7 in a few moments' time, but Andy didn't catch much the last weigh-in, less than a kilo, but he remains in fourth place, a vastly talented angler as well. Christian Jones got 3.5 kilos. So Christian is now in 6th place. Mark Griffiths, 27 kilos. Jamie Hughes, as we've seen, he's continuous with his catching in 8th place. Jamie in the last weigh-in had 5 kilos. Maybe catching up. Steve Openshaw had almost 5 kilos. Mikey Williams had 4 kilos as well in the last weigh-in. Harry Bigelow, former champion, down there in 13th place. But as we found last year, things can change dramatically in the final couple of hours of Fisher Mania 30. These are the guys, but I dare say at the moment, not completely yet, Steve, the also-rans. Not yet.
No, I think I would say from Jamie up, still within a shout. Below that, maybe not.
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
Well, we're approaching weigh-in number 7 here on Fisher Mania, year 30, and the countryside of Lincolnshire. Peg 10 and peg 14. What they'll want to know is what they've got in the bag in the last half an hour. And, well, I think that any second now, the hooter is due. Psychic. Magic of television. Psychic. What I can't tell you, though, is what they've caught. And we're going to find that when we go down to our bankside reporters in a second or two. First of all, we join Claire Thomas.
Well, Sebastian Vettel, Nico Rosberg, Michael Schumacher, and now Marvin Röttger, all Germans making their mark when it comes to things F1 on the international stage. The first 3 are racing drivers, of course. Christian, we're about ready for you. Bring them up. And Marvin is specialising in the F1 kart variety, but they all count, and this could be a really significant moment in the Germans' Fisher Mania debut because he has caught so many fish over the last 30 minutes. Look at that, Christian Rex proving one of the fittest and strongest bank runners of the lot. That is a teeming net. And crucially, Marvin is sat just a kilo or so behind three-time champion Jamie Hughes. What a coup it would be if he could leapfrog the triple winner here at FishOMania in only his first outing on the biggest stage in the angling world. Here we go. Let's hook that net up and get a reading.
5 kilo, 575 grams.
5 kilos, 575 grams. It's another good haul from Marvin Rutger. We're going to head over to Zara next to hear how she's getting on with her anglers, but what a coup for the German.
Thank you, Claire. Peg 14, Matt Dawes, very much in first position here at Westwood Lakes. Going to call Sam, if he wouldn't mind bringing out that net, and we can get this 7th weigh-in for Matt Dawes underway. It looks like he might have had a slightly quieter half hour, but no one really knows until we get it on the scales and see. The last weigh-in for Matt, he got 6.8 kilos. What is on store this time? The crowd are waiting in anticipation. Over to you.
2 kilos, 425.
Very, very interesting. Slightly less than the last weigh-in. But let's find out what Ashley's up to.
Thanks, Zara. Yes, I'm here at Peg 24 with Andy Power. He is powering on. Of course, he was currently 4th in the table. Neil, are you ready? Should we get the show on the road? Let's get Andy's 7th weigh-in and see how he's added to his tally. Now, I was speaking to Neil just a moment ago. Of course, we know he's very experienced fisherman himself. He was just telling me the fish are a bit more tentative. They're a bit harder to entice at the moment, but it's normal. It's for it to be a little bit quieter at this point in the match. But we've got some fairly decent catch there. 4 fish. Mostly Andy's caught 3 to 4 bonus carp. The rest have been F1s, and yeah, slightly quieter catch. So that's 2.95 kilograms to add to the tally, slowly ticking on. Thanks so much, Neil. Keep up the good work. What I will say is I know that his mum, Jackie, is watching on. So I just want to say, hi, Jackie. I know she'll be very proud of the efforts he's achieving this afternoon. So I'll keep you up to date. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you very much. We're talking of shout-outs. I know a few people have wondered where Keith Arthur is this afternoon. Keith is watching from the warmth of his home. Just got a message from him. I'm watching. What a great match. It's a belter. Wonderful viewing. Enjoying watching from the dry of my own home. In the words of young Mr. Grace, you're all doing very well. Hey. And then he says, which teenager did Steve steal those shoes from? No, I'm only joking. He didn't say that.
I wish he hadn't.
I got a pair, but I wasn't going to ruin them this afternoon because I'm slowly sinking into the mud here this afternoon.
Thanks for that.
But they're lovely. They're actually, they suit
There
you.
was lovely.
Yeah, they were, yeah. But Steve, I mean, our leader there, Matt Dawes, proving that he is human. Just 2.5 kilos. That's probably his worst catch of the afternoon.
I've just noticed before they actually weighed him in, he's big potted it across, so he's put a big pot on and fed quite a lot of bait across because his peg's dried up, so he's trying to push it now. But he's in front. They're all playing catch up to him. He's the one who's leading this now. So he's making decisions that's going to try and keep him in front. All he needs to do is keep putting 2 or 3 kilo in and hope that they don't catch a 10 kilo. But it's quite a way in front.
That's it. He can afford to be in that position, you know, where he is, that he can choose to do that, if you like. And if he sees it's not working and other people catching him, he's got his other swimmers to fall back on.
That's right. He's pushed his far line, so he's give it a big pot to try and induce some big fish to come into his peg. But he's still safely looking after and taking care of his closer lines to hopefully keep pinching fish and adding fish. He'll not destroy them by overfeeding.
Will he be overthinking it, Emma, out there? You've been bank running for your dad. It was so very, very close with your dad, junior champion yourself on a couple of occasions. Do they start to wonder what's happening elsewhere, or does he just keep his eyes focused on his waters?
I think you keep your eyes focused. That's what your bank runner's there for, to do the looking around for you. You're concentrated on your swims that you're feeding. Obviously, Andy and Steve have said people are having 3 and 4 swims, continuously feeding, rotating those lines, and it looks cool as anything. And I know I'd rather be in that position, just 10 kilo in front, and keep ticking over and catching a couple of fish each half hour.
there's one thing as well. He may have been forced into big potting because his peg might have dried up a bit as well. Remember what crowds can do to you and changes in day. He may be pushed into that feeding heavy to try and bring his fish into his peg. He's having to go up to, like, is it shallot? Was he fishing?
No, I think he's on the bottom of his...
feeding a bit, loose feeding over top.
Yeah, this is what we touched upon on it earlier. Obviously, the crowd would have made their way over there to him now. You can see there's a lot of people over there.
Yeah, there's more than...
It's potentially pushed the fish away a little bit. Obviously, you saw him and Sam then looking down the edge all the time, so maybe something's happened down there. You've just seen a bit of colour, you know, with the fish coming in, churning the bottom up. You might be making the decision to fish in the margins.
You can see the crowds gathering behind him now underneath the umbrellas, and even the paramedics have decided that's the place to park the ambulance and get the best view through those blackened windows. Yeah. They might need him for hypothermia when he goes head first into that water later on.
I wonder if he's got anything for shriveled up feet.
The warmer might be water. Yeah, what was that song, Hotter Than July? But they didn't write that in the UK, did they?
But he might have been forced into doing that big potting.
Yeah.
Because it has slowed up, because it's 2 kilos. It's probably his lowest weighing.
He has had a really, really good run on that long line, though.
Yes.
And he obviously wanted to rest it as well, and he's gone onto one of his other lines. Like you say, big pot in it and just giving it that little rest.
And crocus catching. This one he's got is what we call foul up, which basically into foul fish. It means it's actually been hooked in its tail or its dorsal fin. So it's coming in, if you look, it'll
Does that make it more difficult to catch?
Horrendous. Yeah. Horrendous. That's trying to swim away from you. So
I knew the answer. I just showing off that I listened to it over the last 20 odd years.
You can't lead it in by its mouth, so it sort of tries to swim away from you. So the real nightmare, you have to sort of pull them over you, then let them swim into you net. They're really difficult.
This is Andrew Crocker, who is on peg 10. He's currently in 3rd place. We don't know what he got in the last weigh. In the one before that, he got 5.5 kilos. So this could be a significant catch, because the 2 guys ahead of him, Ricky Small and Matt Dawes, both individually got less than 2.5 kilos in the last weigh, in weigh number 7.
He's got him.
That could be a game changer.
That's a good fish. That's a good fish. It may have foul upped it, but it's that's 3 or 4 F1s, isn't it? That?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like what Ricky and Matty have had in the last 2 weigh-ins, isn't it? 2 kilo. That's over 2 kilo fish, that. And it's peg 10 again.
Yeah.
Where Christian was last year. Here we go. The charge is on.
It's that time.
It's not as crucial yet. It's not as crucial as last year, where it was also the last 40 minutes that it came alive.
Yeah.
But Matt is still all right. There's still plenty of fish. He's in front. He's catching fish. But it's noticeable he's made some decisions. I think he's playing a fish now, actually, Matt. He is. Matt's playing a fish now. So he's ticking over as well. This is him, as you can see now.
Matt Dawes is over there on peg 14, our current leader, with a combined weight of all of his catches of just under 42 kilos. That's Marvin Rutger, who's in contention, 28 kilos himself this afternoon. Had almost 6 kilos in his last weigh-in. We're just due a couple of the 25 before we can make it official.
So you can see Marvin there who's fishing shallow across, and you can tell that by, you see them little flicks he's doing with his pole. What he's doing with that is, as he flicks his pole up, his float lands on the water, and then his hook length's coming down nice and natural, and then the fish takes the bait, but by the time the fish has gone to spit the bait out, he's already struck up again.
Yeah.
It's a deadly tactic for F1s.
There's a minimum length as well, isn't there, between your float and your tip here?
There is here, 6 inches.
6 inch, yeah.
And 6 inches maximum depth.
Yeah.
6 inches depth.
And that makes a difference as well, doesn't it, with the direct hooking and things when you're fishing shallow. The shorter the length between your float and your tip,
yeah,
the more direct you're going to hook the fish. But they're using back shot on there, I can see, just to help with that directness.
So yeah, so back shots just above the float, keeping that line nice and nice and tight. Yeah.
A back shot is where you, between your float and your pole tip, where you put some extra shot, and because if you lower it down, your float will sink. So it makes you keep your float underneath your pole tip directly. So when you get a bite and you lift it up, it's really direct straight away. You've got no loose line or slackness between the two. and it's a really easy method of keeping everything really direct.
Yeah.
The more wind, the more backshot you put.
Good to see Kaylee Dowd on peg 12. The Angling Trust, the ladies' champion, twice the ladies' champion, making a debut in FishOMania, backed by husband Adam. If they can catch a few more, then they may be going on a big family holiday. Remember, there is money for the section winners, money for second place, but the big prize is the £50,000 to become the FishOMania champion 2023.
Nice carp for Kaylee. Looks like
Top catching Kaylee.
In the deep water down the middle, probably.
Kaylee really knows how to ramp it up as well. You know, going into the sort of the last hour, she's caught some big nets of fish going into those last few minutes.
Oh, look at her weight on the ladies' national. 119 kilo.
123 kilo,
Wow.
and she caught that over half the match.
We've seen Kaylee catch that. I think we've seen virtually every one of the 25 anglers catch the fish this afternoon. It's been a festival of crazy fishing here in Lincolnshire. It's the 30th edition of FishOMania. Let's cast our minds back in a second or two, and we'll give you a trivia question. We'll test the guys in the break. Neil Machin's final haul in 2006 was a record, but what was it? A, B, or C? They got it. The closest since was Harry Bignell back into 2021 with 85 kilos. He ran away with it that year. Well, Matt Dawes isn't exactly running away with it at the moment. It's FishOMania 30. He has a total, after 7 weigh-ins, of 41.925 kilos. So 42 kilos. Mark Griffiths virtually 33 kilos. It's catchable. It was caught that kind of weight in the final 30 minutes of FishOMania last year. Andrew Crocker in the last half an hour had 2.5 kilos. Let's see who's catching up. Marvin Rutger at almost 6 kilos. So Marvin from Germany moves into 8th place. But it was a disappointing half an hour for Matt Dawes, 2.5 kilos. Also for Andrew Crocker, 2.5 kilos. Twice as many fish in the bag for Mark Griffiths, who moves up on peg 7 into 2nd place. Well, these are the guys who really do need to catch something between now and 4:35 this afternoon. 10 weigh-ins. We've had 7 so far. Kaylee Dowd, who we saw catching live. Steve Openshaw, the oldest angler, 62 years of age. Oliver Robinson, only 15 years of age. It doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, how fit you are. You can come out and you can angle. And this is a great advert for angling in all weathers. Well, this is Matt Dawes this afternoon after weigh-in number 7. This is where the fish have been caught this afternoon, Steve. This is what we call in the television world a Manhattan, because there's a bunch of skyscrapers. That's Matt Dawes who's leading. He's on peg 14. As you can see, most of the fish there being caught in the middle of the lake.
I still think that below Jamie and above still in with a shout. I think them below are starting to drop too far back to catch up. But Mark Griffiths has started to make a pull.
I think Andy Powers and above, personally. I think
you're going further up than me.
I'm going further up. I do. It's fishing incredibly well. And there's fish coming out from all different areas, but I think it's those 4 now for me personally.
After my come on last year, where you can't be touched, I'm not going that far yet.
I'm going to change the subject completely and come back to the Manhattan. I thought you were on about my favourite bar in Manchester.
Let's face it, you know a few.
I do know a few.
But you're not barred from.
No, I'm with you, Emma. I think, yeah, I was at both, definitely.
I really would love to see Andy win it, Andy Powers. But there's something telling me about Andy Crocker, to be honest. I know it's the peg Christine won it off last year, but he's creeping and creeping up. but Matt again's had a couple of fish after that last weighing straight away. So it's so hard to call, isn't it?
I'm just wondering if we can see, we skimmed over it a little bit then. I just wonder if we can see the Manhattan again in a second or two, because then we can make sense of this now. This is an indication. Steve can get closer to the screen now so he can see it here in the rain. And this is an indication. You can come closer, Steve, come closer. You can explain this. This is where the fish are being caught this afternoon. And we originally thought when the draw was made that it would be somewhere between, we said 9 and 18.
Yeah.
And I guess 1 to 4 has been reasonably prolific, between 7 and 14 as well. It's been a good spread all the way around the lake. When
you look at it as a fishing match, it's been a real good match. I mean, you're always going to have some that drop behind and some that lag behind, but there's people moving up and having a push for lead. As it's gone, it's changed, and Matty Dawes has been in front all the way from start, really. He's been the man that's been pushing this. But if you look, Mark Griffiths has moved up into second, so there's people that's making the move now.
He's sat right in the middle of the lake, isn't he? Great position to have. Peg number 14. It was peg 10 last year, wasn't it? So it's a good place to be in, and things will change as the weather is changed.
But if you'd have spoke to every one of these, they wanted to be in that area.
Yeah.
They wanted where he'd drawn, so.
Speaking to him this morning, they wanted sort of like 10 round to Jamie on 22. But looking at that Manhattan, not Manhattan, the fish are like literally everywhere, aren't they? And it's testament to the fishery how well it's fishing.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah. Under this pressure as well.
Yeah.
It's unreal that they can bring it on to feed.
Conditions constantly. So we feel it's gone colder again now, isn't it? So another pressure drop. But yeah, I think if it was in Andy Crocker's position now, I'd be fancying it. He'd be confident. Obviously, it won last year, late charge.
Well, one of the traditions in FishOMania is that if you're doing well, then you get one of the Sky Sports technical team comes and applies a headphone to you, sticks a microphone underneath your waterproof suit, and then you have to talk to the expert. So Matt Dawes has been doing brilliantly this afternoon. Let's hope, Matt, that we're not going to change your luck. You're wired for sound. We can hear you. Congratulations. You're playing a stormer.
Hopefully. Just keeps going along nicely, but it's gone a little bit slower now. But I don't know if everyone else has stopped catching. It's a bit...
We saw you a bit earlier just big pot it across, Matty. Was that because it had slowed up and you was wanting to push it a little bit?
Yeah, I just wanted to... it gone a bit scatty, so like I'd get a few bites. There's fish coming in, but I was missing them. Like that, I'll miss one then. But I think it just clattered them too much. I don't know what I've had on it. I've had I had most of my weight on it across, so I just thought I'd give him a little push, drop on the middle line, see if there's anything down the middle, and then literally go back. But there's nothing really down the middle now, so.
We saw that you've been catching a few across. It just when you had a 2 kilo weigh in, and it was a bit unusual for what you've been weighing in, and then you put your big pot in. So to us here, we thought that you're probably having to push it a little bit.
No, I just wanted to give it a little rest, but obviously there's a lot of fish over there. Just really hard to catch. They're so quick at trying to pick up your bait. So.
Do you think that's the F1s that's having it and you're missing?
Yeah, they're so clever in this lake. That's the problem. Like.
Yeah.
They're just coming in and out all the time, and because it's so shallow, I think they're a little bit crafty. But just try and trick them, hopefully. But.
So you're fishing it to your plan, or have you had to change it as days gone on?
Nah, nothing changed. Nothing. When I've been practicing, like. Caster's been miles better on the bottom than anything else, so I just thought, right, even like if you can tell it's right, because you fish pellets across, you miss loads of bites, don't really catch anything. You fish casters across, which seems a bit mad. And like potting in casters not conventional, is it really?
No. Are you fishing wormhead on the hook?
Got 3 maggots is best at the minute. Yeah.
Not that we're going to tell everybody.
Yeah. Don't be telling everyone. You keep that one to yourself.
Yeah, it's under wraps.
Go on, Matty, it's Andy here. You're doing awesome, mate.
All right, pal, you're all right.
Was that a liner then? You don't miss proper bites, mate, do you?
No, just odd in there.
What do you keep looking at down the edge? Have you fed that? Have you primed that? And you keep looking for signs and tails and that, Matt? Or?
Yeah, they're coming in now. They've got like Sam. He's like a meerkat if you see him.
I've seen him, mate. I've seen him.
Like a little meerkat.
Well, we have, yeah.
It's not going to be long before you go down there, then. Presumably.
No, I think I need to have a look in a minute because I can't. This is slowed up massively now.
Go on, do it. Do it now, Matt. Go on, do it.
Try and shoot down there.
You want to see?
Just put a pot. Oh, there's one. Just need to keep moving.
What is it? Is it mainly F1s, Matt, are you catching?
No, I've had like some carp across and stuff.
Right.
Just feel like I just need to keep potting it all the time. and then you get a little run, but it's obviously slowed up a little bit. But...
So no loose feed whatsoever, the fish are already there, you just got to try and pin them down, is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I don't... It was Jay who sorted it out, to be fair, the other day.
Oh, it would have to be him, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but we beat him on it, it'd be all right.
No,
you make him look good now, so...
I'll make him look good.
At least you're in place you want. You'd have took position you are now any day, wouldn't you? To be in front with a bit margin.
It's a bit of a weird feeling. Because
Yeah.
you don't really need to play catch up, you just need to catch an odd one, so it's like I'm not trying to drop down the edge 10 minutes earlier than I need to. I don't know what's the next weight behind?
Sorry?
What's the next weight behind?
32 kilos, Matt.
What have I got?
41.
41, so like 9 kilo, yeah, so...
It's a lot of fish, that, mate.
Like you say, you've just got to keep putting the odd fish in the net and keeping that lead. It's a hard lead to...
It's a weird feeling, because normally you're like, if this is open now, you'd be like, right, I need to empty it, but just because there's an odd bite, you can just sit here for a little bit longer.
So knowing you're that far ahead, Matty, are you going to change your game plan or anything like that, mate? Are you just going to stick to it?
To be fair, this was like a little outside chance. I didn't do it the other day when we practiced. Jade obviously did it across.
Yeah.
And I thought it'd be good for an odd bite in the middle. I never thought it'd be that good. And see, one just swirled at me edge then.
Try it, mate, try it. No, it's the fortunate position that obviously you're in your lead, you don't really need to change much, do you? So, and you and obviously Sam can be looking round, and if anyone else is making a charge.
I think that cross is just going now, though.
Well, you're dictating how everybody else has got to fish this last bit of the match.
That's what I mean. I said to Sam, if you can just stay at like, I know it's like a luxury 8-9 kilo with half an hour to go, and then you catch some, it's going to be very hard to catch up in it. They're not.
Just a warning note, remember last year?
Yeah, I've watched it back, I was here as well.
So you just got to keep plodding fish in net. Just got to keep plodding them in.
We keep going, it's just...
I see you keep looking down, there's another one swirled down there.
Yeah, it's not... Have a look. Yeah, there's not one there yet.
It's definitely slowed on it, hasn't it? Definitely slowed down.
I don't know whether it has around the lake or whatsoever. It has little walls.
Everybody's changed how they're fishing it now. Everybody's decided that they're going to push the pegs a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's just whether pushing it blows it completely for them.
I know, that's what I don't want to do. I know my edge can be good.
You don't need to, have you? You don't need to push it.
Yeah, you're in that position, you don't need to, mate.
I just keep potting it every like 15 minutes, nice and steady, and then... Yeah, cat Sammy loves it.
How much of an influence has Sam been in your decisions, Matty,
yeah,
today?
he does a lot of like, it's just, you know, when you're in an open match, you kind of don't make them, you don't make your own decisions, don't you? But like, when you're in this, it's a bit surreal, isn't it, really?
I know, I suppose it stops you making the wrong decisions.
Yeah, like
he's
before,
got his eyes on the bank.
with the pot down the edge, I like made a bit too much noise. I didn't even realise, you know, where I was fishing and Sam just like would slow down a bit, then we had like 3 and 3 chucks. It's like, makes a difference when you got someone like that does it a lot as well.
Matt,
Matt,
thanks very much for being a great sport. I think Andy May has just put the jinx on you there. He did the same to Jamie Hughes earlier in the day.
Ah, good.
But at the moment, Matt Dawes over there on peg 14 is the leader with just under 42 kilos after 7 weigh-ins from Mark Griffiths. You've been a brilliant sport. Thanks very much. We may be coming back to you later on, but we will ensure we'll take all of that microphone and headphones off you when, if, as things stand, you go head first into that water. Cameras trained there on Kaylee Dowd, who's having an excellent little spell at the water's edge. Kaylee, the ladies' champion, 32 years of age, making a debut in the main event. And despite that growl on her face, clearly enjoying life and enjoy.
She's in the zone, isn't she, Kaylee?
She's about 9 stone under that as well, isn't she?
She's just had 2 really good fish in that spell, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Obviously, she'll be fishing definitely to try and catch carp now.
It's interesting as well, Steve, how Matt wanted to know what was happening elsewhere. You've all been in this position before. They want to know. They want to know what's happening elsewhere. Who's catching what? What have I got? What have they got?
The year I won it, I was in first position right up apart from one weigh-in when they had to re-weigh it because there was a mix-up with the weigh-in, and I dropped back, and then I put a 5 kilo carp in my net, which put me back in front, and I stopped in front all the way till end of competition. So being in front is best place to be.
Oh, absolutely. Just as you say, it dictates what everyone else needs to do, doesn't it, to try and catch you up, and they end up making silly decisions.
Sometimes these silly decisions pay off.
You can do, absolutely. Never happened for me, Emma, but you can do.
But Matt is doing brilliant, isn't he, how he's fished it today?
Yeah.
He's come with his plan, he's stuck to his plan.
Yeah.
But what's changed it a bit is what's fed. The type of fish that fed now than wanted to feed today.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It just settles you down as well, doesn't it? When you're in that rhythm, you're in that zone, and it's about the lead he's got.
There we go, we are due weigh-in number 8. That is the sound. I don't know if it's a sound that will be welcomed by most of the anglers. For some, it means that time is running out. For Matt Dawes, it means he's maybe closer to seeing his reflection in that glorious trophy. There is Jamie Hughes, 3 times champion. As we know, you were speaking to him before, he will still have the belief. But this is like lottery time, isn't it? Now they want to know what their numbers are. Behind them on the bank, we've got Claire Thomas, Zara Bluck, Ashley Wilmot, our bankside reporters who'll be doing the business with the bank runners, calculating the catch. As you can see, the weather here is absolutely miserable. Claire learned from last year's experience that she was going to get the right attire this year. Claire has been at Glastonbury. Today, she is at Castonbury.
I absolutely am. Well, I've gone from a festival of music and the contemporary arts to a festival of fishing. And the headliners, one of them is right here. His name is Mark Griffiths. He's assembled quite a crowd. Everyone here is fascinated to see how he gets on. So it's time to find out, thanks to his bank runner Sam, what is in this basket. It's been quite an alternating afternoon for Mark. He tends to have one big catch and then one slightly smaller one, and this really epitomises that. There's only one fish on the scales right now, and that's not going to be the tally he was hoping for. 625 grams. That only allows Matt Dawes to pull away as the finish line of FishOMania draws closer. But don't write Mark out. He has been landing some whoppers this afternoon, and this lot, they want to see him catch some more in the future. Ashley, over to you.
Thanks, Claire. Yes, I'm here at Peg 19 with the defending champion, Christian Jones. I've actually just been catching up with his mum and dad. They're a little bit dab, Liz and Carl, on the bankside. They were actually telling me that he's fishing in memory of his late grandma, Leslie, who was here supporting him just last year. So with that, I mean, I'm sure she's looking down, wishing him the best. We're going to do the 8th weigh-in for Christian now, hoping for a really, really big catch. There's so many people here watching on, wishing him all the best. He is, of course, one of the favourites for the match this afternoon, but they are having to really contend with some difficult conditions. So quite a decent catch there, but, you know, the scales will confirm the tally.
4 kilo 300.
So 4.3 kilograms to add to his already pretty impressive tally, and we'll keep you up to date with Christian Jones's action. But over to Zara, who are you with?
Thank you very much, Ashley. I'm at Peg 10 with Andrew Crocker, still currently in 3rd position. And we're all trying to stay dry here a little bit, but let's crack on with this way on. Tom, over to you. Let's bring it over and see what's happening. What a debut Andrew is having. He's taken to FishOMania like a duck to water. It's been excellent to see. His last weigh-in, 2.5 kilos. What is this one going to be? And how is it going to contribute to his overall tally?
Okay, we have 2 kilos. Two kilos, 750 grams. 2 kilos, 750.
There, you heard it there. Similar to the last weigh-in. So that's 8 weigh-ins, 2 more to go. Over to Rob.
Thank you, our team. Braving the conditions down at the water. I say braving the conditions. I'm about to drown, I think, here, up to my ankles. If a couple of fish just come by, bring a rod and cast in here, you might catch something. But that wasn't the most prolific half an hour, was it, from what we're seeing?
No, we're not in any stretch of imagination. We've just been talking, me and Andy. It's noticeably got cold again. And it started to rain, it's lashing it down, wind's picked up, which is making presentation of your bait really difficult for some people. It's conditions. It's conditions now.
You see it all the time, don't you? Pressure changes, conditions, and the fish will just move where they're feeling happy. And obviously it's up to the anglers now to suss out where they are.
Well, the good thing for the viewers is they've seen less of us and more of the fish this afternoon. There have been so many fish caught all around the lake, as well as we saw from that graph, the Manhattan, as we call it. Pretty much every peg has been active this afternoon. So we're seeing pictures there of John Jones from Wales, who's currently in 18th place. You can't just say you can't discount anybody, but maybe we look at the top 8. Last year, as we got into the final half an hour, we had to make a decision as an outside broadcast unit. We trained on 3 of the anglers. It looked to be a 3-way race. And then, of course, Christian Jones on peg 10 came, well, say from nowhere, but he wasn't going anywhere, was it? And then he just had this absolute sprint for the finish line to win FishOMania 2022. It could happen again. This is getting into the gripping end of this fishing festival.
I think the difference is this year, at that time of the competition last year, everybody was catching a few fish.
Yeah.
It's dried up for most at the moment, and we could see Christian last year catching odd fish, and Andy was like broke his neck over here watching him while we was commentating to watch what he was doing. So he was trying to keep us informed, but it's really difficult when you're trying to see everybody else to notice what really is happening on the lake.
And normally it's a sport of solitude as these anglers are out at all hours, enjoying the quiet and the reeds on the banks up and down the country. 4,000 anglers applied for the golden ticket to compete in a FishOMania qualifier. 20 made it today. Last year's champion, ladies champion, junior champion, 2 from European shores as well. We have 11 debutants today out of the 25. 5 previous winners, 8 of the last 10 years. Only Peter Black and Andrew Geldard are missing from the last decade, who have had their name on the trophy. As things stand, it will be Matt Dawes, who I've got to actually work out where he's from. Where is Wrexham or Chester? We keep hearing differing views. Those people don't like each other. There's a big border right through the middle of the football ground. They don't mix well. Will it be going back to Wrexham or will it be going back to Chester?
Wrexham.
Yeah. The only way is Wrexham.
I think this change in weather, the wind has definitely picked up, and obviously people who's fishing long, if the wind's blowing your pole sideways on, what it causes your pole to sway and it moves your float tip. If you look at the one in shot now, you can see his pole moving backwards and sideways, so you can see it's moving from side to side. It's really difficult to maintain a steady bait, because obviously when you drop your bait in, it falls directly to the bottom. And if you look, his pole tip's waving about, look. So that's really causing him major problems.
And that's where we talk about, obviously, where the presentation, the rig comes into it. You're just not getting any presentation there because your float's all over the place.
And possibly that's where all his fish is that he wants to be catching is on that side, away from him at the far side.
The other factor as well, with the drop in temperature with the wind, it could have the adverse effect and push the fish back up the other way out of the wind.
Yes, up to the
towards
lower numbers.
Where Andy Power is.
Yes. I've just noticed Matty has made a move and had a look down his side, and then I didn't see whether he caught one, but I know he's definitely fish down his side. His meerkat's there keeping an eye on it for him as well.
Go on, the meerkat.
But it's that time of day now, isn't it, where somebody's got to say, look, I'm in 5th position. I need to go big now. Win or lose.
Yeah, definitely win or lose. We're in the final hour, and like you say, Andy's got that calmer water there as well, and the fish might just back off there to where he is.
He's gone down to, it's go on big, isn't it, now?
Look at that barricade he's put up to stop anyone getting anywhere near him as well. Go on the power.
Well, I did actually say to him, I said, make sure you give him, because room that you'd naturally walk down to him would be that way.
Yeah.
So I said, make sure that nobody's going to destroy your inside line if you need to.
You can see there the difference in presentation he's getting there. This is what we were on about before from the other angle that we saw with his pole waving around. Andy's got supreme presentation there. It's not blowing around at all, perfectly still float.
That's Andy Power's peg, or as he likes to call it, the power station. We're getting to the crunch time in FishOMania 2023. Fish being caught all around the lake here at Westwood Lakes in Lincolnshire. We are due weigh-in number 8 shortly. As you make yourself a cuppa, cast your mind back. See what I did? There's a Fisho trivia. Separate FishOMania champions in the same family were the bowls, the ringers, or the cooks. Steve Ringer won the competition in '98. His father Jeff won it 2 years later. And Steve Cook, who's here today, is affectionately known as
Mrs. Ringer.
Is there a reason behind that that's broadcastable?
Well, we grew up with him, man. It was taking years and years of fishing. So it was Steve won it, I won it, and then Jeff won it.
Those were the days.
Phil, I don't know what happened to Phil, the youngest one. I don't know why he never won it.
You are tuned into FishOMania 2023, the 30th anniversary of this groundbreaking fishing festival. Go back to 1994. There's been some great finales to this at the moment. Matt Dawes is the man in the box seat after 8 weigh-ins, 44 kilos. Ricky Small isn't too far behind. He had an excellent weigh-in of almost 7 kilos. Andy Power is coming up as well. Andy's up to 37.5 kilos with 6 kilos. So if my math is good, there is less than 6 kilos between second and first place. And John Jones is coming up on the outside. Christian Jones is in 5th place, who is the reigning champion. All of a sudden, the weather is worse, and it is absolutely lashing it down here in Lincolnshire. It's not a great advert for the Lincolnshire Tourist Board. However, if you're an angler, this is the place to be, because the fish are leaping out of the water. They want to be on TV.
If you look, what we experienced last year is starting to happen. People have started to make that move, push the peg a little bit, and in some cases it's working. John Jones has just had 2 in like space of 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So they look like 2.5 kilos. He's got another one now.
No.
So he's making his move. Now, whether he's close enough to catch up, we don't know, but he's certainly...
The last count, John Jones was in 16th place with around 21 kilos. You know, you just said that. I was going to say lightning doesn't strike twice. You just don't want to be saying that as you're holding an umbrella in an open field, really, do you?
But things are changing now. Obviously, the bigger fish are starting to make a move. Matty Dawes has slowed a little bit, but he's still caught a couple of fish.
I've seen him. I'm just had my eye on him. He's gone down the margin and he's had one straight away.
Yeah.
And he's just missed another bite, come back, fed it again. So, yeah, he's made his move down there.
So if he catches down the edge, pretty much that's game over for everybody else, I think.
Yeah.
Because the fish are generally bigger, they're more than likely always going to be carp. But they come so quick, they come in massive numbers when they come in.
Yeah.
And we can see him now. We can see him quite easy from here when everybody else is catching.
Is the temptation then not to rush things? You've got to keep you calm and just slow yourself down, make sure that you land it.
Depends how far behind you are, Rob. You know, this is when obviously the margins are coming into play now, where the bigger fish are going to feed. Potential is you need to get them in really quick, but then you risk losing them, so it's difficult. But certainly what we are noticing is Whereas earlier on in the session, people were rotating lines, keeping 3 or 4 swims on the go. Now they're not. They've neglected them lines and they're focusing mainly on the margins because that's where the bigger fish are going to come from.
I think only one person who's going to carry on rotating lines is probably Matty, because he's in front. He don't want to blow all his peg in one go. So he's going to try and keep a couple live and stable. And if you look round the lake, majority now are down the edge. Because they know they need to push it and they need to catch a 15, 20 kilo in this next hour.
Yeah.
Jamie Hughes is currently around 12 kilos behind Matt Dawes, the leader. Jamie had 3.5 kilos, which he'll be disappointed with in the last weigh-in.
But he's really not out of it yet. Matt is definitely slowed down a little bit.
Someone we've not really talked about is Ricky. He's creeping up there, isn't he?
Yeah, Ricky Small in second place. Yeah, great point. Ricky Emma got just under 7 kilos. It was an outstanding catch in the last half an hour.
Yeah,
had a really good half hour there, and he's sort of all the way on the other side of the lake as well. So it's.
Matt has just got off fish now. He's playing a fish. I can see him off the camera.
And it comes back to what we said, Emma, about that calm water, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The cold wind pushing down here.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. It's getting closer and closer at the top.
And as you say, Ricky Small there, he's been quietly efficient. He's only 6 kilos behind Matt Dawes. We haven't focused on him a great deal this afternoon, but he's kept catching and catching and catching. We've seen Andrew Crocker have a good 10 minutes or so since the last weigh-in. You can't discount the likes of Christian Jones and Jamie Hughes have been there, done it and won it previously. Harry Bignell, who had that amazing catch just a couple of years ago as well. He got off to a bad start, but he's slowly catching things up as well. Using cricket parlance, it's not a case of Matt Dawes declaring yet, is it? He's got to keep getting, even if it's like just little singles, the others have got to go for 6s.
Absolutely, I've just seen him say that's his second fish down the edge and he's still feeding his other lines, which, yeah, you've got to keep doing.
I really think that below Jamie are out of it now. They need a miracle.
You just said that out loud, Steve?
I've said that out loud.
You know what happens, mate?
I think they need snookers now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still going on the 4.
They're just too far behind. I think they need snookers. Yeah, you're probably right.
Still going on the 4. It'd be interesting to see what he's catching on peg 2. We've not really viewed him much, have we, today?
We'll maybe try and get over there. Claire Thomas is looking after that particular section of the lake, and I'm sure Claire will have some insight into what is happening with Ricky Small. There we go. Your wish is our command. And there is Ricky Small.
Down the edge.
Down the edge. Where you're liable to catch a big weight from, isn't it? Down the edge.
It is, yeah. And like you said, Steve, is that most of the anglers are down that edge now, hoping for a few carp, better fish to bump that last hour weight up, straight in again.
Straight in. And look, a lot depends. You could have somebody fishing the opposite way towards you, and his edge be literally a metre deep, and yours could be half a metre deep, and that's the difference between catching and not catching.
See how quick he netted that fish.
He did. It was an F1, wasn't it?
It looked like one. Yeah.
Was that a good scoop, that?
That was a real good scoop. I'm just going to come on to that, actually. Yeah, that scoop. But you saw how he got down to his top kit and pulled out with his left hand and all that elastic come out. That's sort of similar to what I was talking about before, and that replaces the reel. Obviously, elastic's doing the job, and by tensioning the elastic, that's what I was on about before. It's allowing you to get that fish in the net very quick.
You know, Ricky's biggest fear with 2 weigh-ins, that Andy May starts talking to him.
Just put me on silent, Rob.
Impossible.
He said he could hear you from here.
Probably.
But yeah, this is what we wanted. This is what we want. We want 2 or 3 fighting it out into the last 15 minutes.
He's had another bite then.
Yeah.
But what was interesting, just before he went down that edge, he fed his short line as well, so he's got 2 swims on the go. Definitely, we think Ricky's in a position now with how quick he's got that fishing, how quick he's getting bites.
The reality, I think, is he's top 3. There are 3 or 4 that it's reality. It's from that, but Ricky's catching.
and he's still getting bites as well. Isn't he?
Yeah.
Look at the difference in that water there, you know, flat calm. Fish have gone and settled there to where we can just see Matty's like winds howling in there for him.
He is fishing quite close to himself as well, so the theory of people saying when you take your nets out for that half-hour weigh-in, it's clearly not affecting Ricky's edge line, and you can see with Matty, he's fishing further down his peg away from himself.
Yeah.
But to me, that's quite close for a...
It'll be for his depth, to get the right depth. I mean, he's probably, look, say he wants to fish 18 inches, that's where his 18 inches is, and you want a flat tabletop and bottom.
Well, at some point we may go down and talk to Ricky Small, but the man that we have picked out here to get into the mind of is Mark Griffiths. Mark is wired for sound, and he can talk to our esteemed panel now. Steve.
How's it going, Mark?
It was going all right, Steve, but I lost a decent one down the edge foul hooks, and I've just foul hooked 2 shallow light, so it's gone a bit wonky for me, really.
So, are you trying to push it now, trying to force your peg?
I would do, but my edges are so deep that you can get a bite down there, but it's...
Shallow?
No, not shallow, but you go down the edge, you get a bite, but it's so deep, you're getting light, you know, liners, and then you hook one, and it's gone...
Well, looking round the lake, most of the people have been foul hooking a few fish root day.
Yeah.
Is it going to plan? Is your plan working?
It was, but I'm sort of chopping and changing now just to try and keep putting a few fish in the net, and I don't think this way I've got any. So, and my last way was poor as well, so it seems to be sort of falling off a cliff at the minute, Steve.
Yeah, right.
Go on, Griffiths, Andy. How you doing, mate?
All right.
You fishing shallow, mate?
I am having to now because I've sort of run out of bites any other way, and I've just hooked a couple that foul hookers on it though, so I'm going to put a shallower rig on in a minute and have a...
Plenty of signs though, Mark?
I wouldn't say plenty, there's not been plenty of signs all day really, but I had a good spell just fishing casters on the deck, like a bit of worm and stuff like that, and then it's just gone a bit iffy, to be fair.
What's been the main fish? Have you been catching F1s or carp?
No, carp, so I felt like I could put a bit of bait in and sit on it. Wind's been horrendous here at times. So I felt like I could hang a bit there and just fish for a bite, you know.
Yeah. And what have you got on, just banded caster?
I have on here, yeah. I've caught some on worms, a couple on white maggots as well, but I don't know, it seems to be tailing off now. I feel like I'm going to start dropping unless something drastic happens soon.
How long are you going to leave it for you? Try to really push it and go for it.
I've fed some micros and whatnot in the edge, trying to push it, but it's so deep. It's like probably 3.5 foot where I am. It's an angler's nightmare for this sort of lake.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll push it again. I'll put some more casters in short and just hope that I'll get one or two more of them carp. But it seemed to go downhill since I lost that one, and I've probably my head's gone a little bit, and bad angling now, I'm afraid, Steve.
No, I don't think it's bad angling. At the end of the day, you've got at some point during this, you've got to make a decision. You're either going to force it and come nowhere, or you're going to sit there going through motions and come nowhere.
Yeah.
You've got to try and win it, haven't you?
Yeah, I'll shut. It's going to be edge, and then I'll pot some back in on the short line. But it seemed all right earlier, and it seems to have gone weird. It's quite deep where I am, and you know, even out on my short line, it's sort of 5 foot odd. So I don't know. Everywhere's deep here.
Is it a problem with foul hookers down the edge then, Mark, or because it being so deep?
I've had 1 or 2 in the gut. I've caught a few in the mouth early, and then I don't know. I've not had a rake of bites, so I think it might be worth going down there and just be patient and just hope that you hook a few in the mouth.
Yeah.
You've got to keep putting fish in there, haven't you? So you've got to keep trying to put something in.
Yeah, the last 2 ways have not been good, to be honest. I mean, I had a 600 and something, like not even a kilo on me last way, and I haven't got a fish in the net this time. So, you know, it was looking good. I was getting excited, and now I'm back to reality. So,
well, your fish dictate how you fish it, don't they?
They sure do, Steve.
So
they do, yeah.
You know, you're not doing anything wrong. It's just that you need them to come onto your line and make a decision for you, really.
Yeah, well, it's getting a pot of casters now on my short line, and I'm going to have another look in the edge, I think, to be honest with you, Steve.
Well,
'cause-
you can look really, really good doing what you're doing, and putting
Yeah.
nothing in net don't matter, does it?
No, definitely not. But yeah, frustrating. Nice to be up there for a while, but I'm just hoping I can find a few more, you know.
They might decide that for you. If they don't want to feed, there's
No.
nothing you can do in that depth of water. If they want to be in a little bit shallow water, you haven't got that shallow water to catch them in.
No, that's exactly it. I'll be honest, Steve, I wasn't fancying this peg a great deal, so to be in the running at any point was quite a nice feeling anyway. But obviously, once you're up there, you want to stay there, don't you? So, yeah, you know what fishing's like. It's your best friend, and then it's your enemy, isn't it?
Yeah, I've come off of that bank that you will do today and thought, what have I done that for?
Yeah.
You know, and you go from greatest feeling to most desperate feeling in the world, longest drive home in the world.
Yeah.
So, you know, but you're not doing anything wrong, are you? You can only work to what your peg allows you to fish it for.
Exactly, and I was sort of not cruising, but I was feeling good at one point where everything was sort of nice, and you know what it's like. You think that's all right. I've caught a carp, I've had a barbel, you know, and you think everything's going quite smooth, and then it just goes silly on you, and then you're left scratching your head for a bit. So.
Well, the wild animals.
Yeah, they are.
We think we know what's going on. We don't really know sometimes.
We'll never work these little fellas out, will we? That's why we go.
No, yeah, that's it. If it were easy, there'd be one peg on one winner and we'd all be going home watching him catch his fish.
Yeah, yeah.
Just keep pushing it and trying to do what you do.
I will do. It's going to be down the edge or on my short line now, and I've just got to hope and pray that I catch a few more of them carp that are here. But it was good, and now I'm sort of tailing off, and I'm feeling a little bit more pressured now. So.
Well, I think it's only fair that we ease the pressure on you, let you concentrate on your fishing.
Yeah.
You've listened to our wise pal. Mark, thanks very much for joining us.
No problem.
I hope you have an excellent final half an hour. We have, well, 31 minutes left of angling. Remember, it is 10 weigh-ins during the course of the afternoon. Every weigh-in, we had how many fish have been caught. And the angler with the best catcher in the whole course of the afternoon takes home £50,000. We are due the penultimate weigh-in in around 30 seconds' time. John Jones is an excellent last half an hour. Is he going to emerge from the pack? Last time we weighed the fish, he was in 16th place. He only had 2.5 kilos. In that last weigh-in, he's on 21 kilos, so he's some way behind the leader, Matt Dawes. Ricky Small is catching up with Matt Dawes. Andy Power, who's been here before, has had the full Fisher Mania experience, is also a contender in third place, as is Andrew Crocker. That is the penultimate sound. They can keep catching now, and it doesn't matter whatever's in the bag, they take to the bank runner. The bank runner takes it to the scales, and we will get down to the water side. First of all, one of the big questions is, how has Ashley Wilmot's hair remained so flawless this afternoon? I think I'm going to get mine done like that next year, Ashley. The more important things is, how are the anglers doing down there in your corner of the world?
Rob, I think it would look good on you. But yes, we're here at Peg 24 with Andy Power. Once again, considering he wasn't too happy with this peg draw, he is making it look easy. I've just been speaking to Neil, his bank runner, who has told me that he is mixing up the tactics, the strategy a little bit, and is fishing down the edge a bit more towards the end of the match. But it's crunch time. So, Neil, we ready? Let's go for our 9th weigh-in. There is the pressure on now, because of course that battle at the top of the table is getting closer and closer. Sounds like they've got a few fish in there. Okay, so here we go. Neil popping it in the bag, ready for their 9th weigh-in. Oh, they look quite big. A great catch there. Let's see. The scales will do the talking. So that is 4.525, adding to his current tally, ticking over. He'll be pleased with that. Sorry, now I'm totally in your way. There we go. He knows where the camera is, doesn't he? Good job. Right, over to you, Zara. Who are you with?
Thanks, Ashley. I don't know how you've managed to keep your hair so dry. I wish I could have done the same. I'm at peg 14 with Matt Dawes, current leader. Sam, over to you to get this penultimate weigh-in underway. Now, about 15 minutes ago, Matt caught a massive one, and it's all to play for, isn't it? As we know, all it takes is that one fish. There's a few in there, and let's see what it's saying. There we are.
3 kilos, 925.
There we go. It's getting very interesting. Over to Claire at Ricky's peg.
Well, we're about to get the weigh-in from peg number 2, where Ricky Small is having a debut to remember, having been the last to qualify for this year's FishOMania. But first of all, we've just got to bring you up to speed on what's happened on peg number 1, because Germany's Marvin Röttger has just caught 11 kilograms of fish. How about that for a sprint finish? Christian Jones last year finished like a train. Well, perhaps Marvin is going to finish like a bit of a rocket. And we'll just get Ricky Small's fish over whenever you are ready, brother Jeremy. Here we go. Just been chatting to his daughter Jessie, who sat alongside her brothers and all of the Smalls. She's been absolutely glued to the action. Now, she's a bit less excited by the prospect of the house extension than her mum, who's also watching on. But what she's excited about is the thought that if Dad gets the job done here today, he might finally stop talking about fishing. Apparently, he's been dreaming of this event for years, and it's all he can chat about when they're at home together. Well, there are 4 fish in there, 2 of which are particularly large, so this could be interesting. A reminder, Ricky's currently sat second. It's going to be over 3 kilos, but by how much?
3 kilos, 175.
3.175 for Ricky, so a decent tally as we head into the final stint of this year's Carnival of Carp. But how about that? Marvin Röttger, 11 kilos. I cannot wait to see what that has done to the standings.
Well, thank you, Claire. Well, there's the man they have to catch, Matt Dawes. He has quite a lead, and we'll be back after the break in a second or two, but it has just been proven 11 kilos have been caught in the last half an hour by Marvin Röttger. Can somebody replicate that in the final 30 minutes? We're getting very, very close. There are shades of last year in FishOMania. Quite an incredible weekend of summer sport here on Sky. Tomorrow is the final round of the Open on the wonderful Wirral. Join us from 11 o'clock on Sky Sports Golf. If you're lucky enough to watch it on the television, or Andy, I think you're going to be there tomorrow, Andy, aren't you?
First time I've ever been, Rob. I can't wait for it.
You will love it. We'll love it. Get your injections if you come to the Wirral later on this evening. Absolutely fantastic. We don't know who's going to win the Open. We don't know who's going to win FishOMania. At the moment, Matt Dawes is leading with a catch of just under 48 kilos. Marvin Röttger has got into second place, incredibly, as things stand. And he had 11 kilos in the last count. But we are just weighing up what the Ricky Small got. I think Ricky Small is just a tiddler now ahead of Marvin Röttger, and Ricky is back in second place. Now, this is always a tough time for us because we have cameras trained all around the lake. And we like to train the cameras on who we think are going to be the winners. We would have gone for Matt Dawes, Ricky Small, Andy Power, Jamie Hughes. But, of course, Matt Röttger from nowhere in the last half an hour has caught 11 kilos of fish, which is exactly what happened last year in the final 30 minutes to give Christian Jones the championship. So, as it stands, Matt Dawes is there. It's his to lose, but there's a lot of contenders. And still, there's even Jamie Hughes, your pal Jamie Hughes, is only 10 kilos behind Matt Dawes. Well, Ricky Small is still there. What can you say to Ricky? Can you inspire him, Steve?
Well, he's doing the right thing, isn't he? He's fishing down his edges and catching and pushing them What are you catching down there, Ricky? Are they carp or F1s?
No, I had 2 carp about half an hour ago on the last weigh-in, but I've had a few small F1s.
Is it slowing up for you as well?
Yeah, it's really slowed up, to be honest.
Are you just going all out on that edge line now, Ricky? It's
Yeah,
Andy,
mate.
you all right?
I'm all out now.
That's it. Go big or...
Yeah.
Or go home.
Yeah. I mean, they're coming down. It's just getting clean bites.
And what's the... We spoke to Mark Griffiths before, and he says his margins are too deep. He's got sort of 3.5 foot. What's it like where you are? Go on the fishes.
Go on the fishes. Yeah. It is quite deep up against that netting.
And what is it? Is it F1s? Oh, it's F1s
Yeah,
catching
F1. I think next door's catching now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is that Marvin next door to you?
Yeah.
Ricky? Yeah.
Big one.
Yeah, I think he's had 11 kilo on his last weigh.
I think.
Try and stick to your own game plan. It's hard, isn't it, when someone's catching an old, but
Yeah.
stick to your own game plan, mate. You're doing awesome.
Well, I think the thing is as well, everybody's just slowed down. You just need a good last run in this last half an hour to push it.
Yeah, need a few carp to shop.
What tactic? What bait are you using, Ricky?
Alternating between pellets and worms, to be honest, down this edge. Rather ground bait.
As the pictures we're seeing now is Marvin Rutger. There's a carp congregation. The fish are all heading over to Marvin Rutger. He's not so far away from Ricky. His neighbour on the lake today. Remember that Marvin, the last half an hour, course almost 11.5 kilos, which is taking him right at the leaderboard into 4th place. Ricky's in 3rd place. Andy Parrott in 2nd place. Andy's on 42 kilos. Ricky's on 41.45. Marvin Rutger was on 41.125. Andrew Crocker on 4 kilos. So between 5th place and Andy Power in 2nd place is, well, less than 2 kilos, and Matt Dawes is the man for all of these guys to catch.
Matty Dawes definitely slowed up, 100%. He's gone long, he keeps having a look down short. It's definitely slowed up for him. If any of them can do a 10 or 11 kilo, they're going to really make him start to nip a bit this last 20 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I can't imagine what he's feeling now, Matty. Let's not go to him.
No. But he's gone back long again, and he didn't stop down his short. If you think about it realistically, if he gets what he caught last time, 3 kilo, it's going to be hard to beat. 3 to 4 kilo is going to be really difficult for him to be beat. But his peg's getting harder.
I suppose it's difficult though, Stephen. You know, we've all been there, but on this scale, when you know that people are catching you up, to keep one line going, if you know there's no signs of fish there, you've got to try and make things happen.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the guy on peg 1, he's just had another fish. If he has another 11 kilo, it's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying, he's Marvin.
Matty would just be hoping to... If he catches a 3 kilo, he's probably home and dry, but...
I think he's panicking a little bit, Matty. He's swapping and changing quite a bit and trying to just nick those odd fish, isn't he?
If he can just get one fish off each line from now to end, that might be enough to see him through, but it's really difficult. Really difficult for him.
There are shades of last year when, remember, Art Hilmy looked as though he was going to be leading, and then we were concentrating the cameras on 2nd and 3rd place, and then from nowhere, Christian Jones had a wonderful final 30 minutes, and then we had to get the cameras around there, get the reporters around there, found out what had happened with Christian, and when we did the final weigh-in, he was the champion for 2022. If you're just joining us on a very wet and windy afternoon in Lincolnshire, we're into the final straight of FishOMania 2023. We've had 9 weigh-ins. The anglers can continue catching fish during those weigh-ins, but all of the fish must be in the net for 4:35 this afternoon.
When that buzzer goes.
When that buzzer goes, that's it. They're in the net.
Normally we allow 15 minutes to play a fish if you've got a fish after the buzzer. But on FishOMania, the buzzer goes, it must be in your net.
Right, here we go. We've done the calculations. This is how it stands. I dare say, I don't want to upset Jamie Hughes, 3-times champion, but it's between those top 5. 8 kilos between Matt Crocker, Andy Dawes, in the leading spot. Matt Dawes has dried up a little bit. Andy Powers moved up the leaderboard. He got 4.5 kilos in the last half an hour. That wouldn't be enough to claim the title. He needs to better that in the remaining minutes. Ricky Small, he's doing OK. He's in third place. He had just over 3 kilos his last catch. Marvin Rotger reminding everybody how things can turn here. He had 11.5 kilos in the last weigh-in that we had, and we've seen him catching fish as well.
Matty's just had one what he thinks of 2 kilos. So if you add that to that roughly, that's taking Matty up to best part of 50 kilo.
Yeah, he already won his net as well, so yeah.
So look, so this is going to be close, this.
Is this Marvin?
Yeah.
This is Marvin Rutger. Marvellous Marvin Rutger. Peg 1.
I think something that's really important as well when you've got your bank runners at this critical time of the match, if you've got a fish on with those dying seconds to go, they need to be counting you down to the second. You've got 10 seconds, you've got 9 seconds. It's so crucial because that fish, if you don't net it in time, it's win or lose, isn't it? It's really, really important. So hopefully the bank runners have got the clock set right.
Yes. You want a proper countdown so they can give you that. So if you have to pull really hard, you pull.
I remember 2008 final at Cudmore. They used to the biggest fish prize, £5,000, and that would have paid for our honeymoon, and I missed out on it by 10 seconds. So I netted the fish 10 seconds after all out, a massive big wobbly common carp, but there we go.
Is that the tale of the one that got away?
I don't get reminded about that at all, Rob, you know.
If you look at the final seconds of when I won it,
yeah,
it flies through air.
Yeah,
it's in air and lands in net as it goes. So
for Marvin, he's used to, with him fishing on the international circuit, he's used to these match rules as well. So
yes.
all the fish on the international scene have to be in the net as the hooter goes, and they have to be out of the water. The net has to be clearly out of the water, whereas, like you say, in
just
the UK...
needs to be in your landing.
Yeah, in the UK we get a 15-minute allowance normally.
The beauty of Marvin's peg as well, and that peg 1, there's no one can get to him. That's probably where all the fish have pushed to this last sort of like hour.
And a lot of people fancied that, didn't they, yesterday at the draw?
Yeah. And he'll be used to these situations, obviously fishing international events. He'll be used to the pressure.
We touched earlier on how we've had the competitors that come over from mainland Europe, and they don't normally make it into the 4-way boxes when we come to this point of the day. But Marvin Rutger on peg 1 is, well, he's having an absolute flyer, 41.125 kilos. Matt Dawes, who has been the leader, is the man that they have to catch. Andy Power, 4.5 kilos, his last catch. Needs to better that. Needs to better Matt Dawes. Ricky Small, things have gone rather quiet on peg 2. That's because the man alongside him, Marvin Rotger, has been catching all of the fish in that corner of the fishery this afternoon.
What a place to be in. All them for a really close, tight battle for a shout.
And if you look, they're all fishing completely different methods.
Yeah. Well, some of that's maybe they're giving it a rest. Obviously, Marvin's fishing shallow at the minute.
I think he's had a really good run on that.
If you look at the picture of him, where his pole tips is going up and down, you can see he's trying to catch fish shallow at this moment in time. He's trying to catch shallow.
There we go, less than 12 minutes remaining to the final weigh-in in FishOMania 2023. A gripping finale to the 30th edition of this groundbreaking event. Barry Hearn brought it to Sky. He had the darts, he had the snooker, he had the boxing, and he decided he wanted something to compete with those, and this has been a constant on Sky Sports since 1994.
This is taking it down. I think Matty's got one fish that we've seen him.
Ricky Small, box.
Ricky Small.
Yeah, bottom left box, if you remember play school. He's down there in third place.
Marvin's dried up a little bit because he had that really good spell and he was catching down the edges. Something's happened for him to move out away from his edge. But we know Matty's got one fish.
He's still out long as well, so I think
still
he's
long,
confident.
but that's where he got his last fish. Has Marvin got one?
This is spread around the sections as well, isn't it? OK, pegs 1 and 2 have been quite hot in fourth and third place. On one side is Andy Power, peg 24, and Matt Dawes right in the middle of the lake as well. It is our leader. So again, a fantastic spread of fish. There hasn't been one particular area this afternoon.
No, it's been spread out all, which is really good.
That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, really good. Because if you draw an area which you think is out of it, and then for today, so I've drawn. Well, nobody wanted where Andy's been. Nobody wanted to where Andy's been, and he's there and he's catching a few fish.
Just shows what a good stock of fish is in the lake as well.
Yeah.
It's a big old expanse of water, isn't it?
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
As an angler, all you want to do, competing angler, is to sit down there and say, I've got a chance at start.
Yeah.
At start.
So you just saw Marvin come back there. He's fishing shallow. He would have obviously no bites at that depth. He's come back, changed his setup, and he's gone a little bit deeper, just to see where the fish are in that column.
I think Power's got one, has he again?
Ricky's just
netted one.
This is going right down to it again, isn't it? Brilliant.
Power's got one. This is going to be close.
Who's going to hold the nerve?
One of the things is because Matt has been in the front leading all the time, it gets more difficult because he's getting less and less and less bites, and you start to do strange things, trying to get a fish.
So he's just changed again to go down his edges, Matt.
And he's got to do because he had a bite across there.
Well, I think Andy's.
Andy's your man now.
He's just pulled out with that one.
8 minutes is going to seem too short a time for second, third and fourth place. It's going to seem like a lifetime, isn't it, for Matt Dawes?
Oh.
He want that clock to be going extra fast. He's the clubhouse leader, so to speak, with 47.975 kilos. Andy Power, hot on his collar. Ricky Small, Marvin Rotger. Let's hope there's nobody that we're not capturing on camera, as happened last year, somewhere on the lake, that catches a crazy 11 kilos.
Has Marvin got one?
Yeah, Marvin's
got one.
So he changed tactics, went a little bit deeper. He's found where the fish are again. And this is what we talk about, you know, keeping in touch with the fish, finding out where they are.
And the funny thing is when you're catching fish like those two, well, all apart from Matty, is you start to get a bit of adrenaline kick and start to pull a little bit harder.
Ricky's just had one as well, a good sized fish.
That's 3 we've seen him catch, isn't it?
Yeah. And we've only seen Matt, catch 1 or 2 in this period?
I think he's... I'm not saying nothing. I was going to say I think his lead's enough.
His Power's got one, look, he's netting one.
Here we go.
And the thing is about Andy is a proper animal when he wants to.
That's his 3rd carp I've seen, so if they're sort of kilo and a half, 2 kilo a piece.
So how far behind is he?
We'll say 8 kilo, isn't he, roughly?
Matt is
8 kilo behind. Matty's had one, he's got one now, so he's got 2 in his net.
2, that's just, 3, that's a carp, yeah. So I think Matty... I'm not saying anything.
We're paying you to say things.
All right, Matty's going to do it.
To be fair, you did say that in the last break. He's going to be close, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Andy Power has been the bridesmaid on a couple of occasions. He has Neil McKinnon, a former champion, in his ear, his bank runner. But it is Matt Dawes, who has finished in the top 5 before back in 2020. Mrs. Dawes is going to be very happy because he said that if he does win the £50,000, which is what's at stake today, he'll get the trophy and she'll get the cheque. And she'll decide how it is invested if he is the champion. We're guesstimating from people that are good at guessing these kind of things that Ricky Small, down there on peg 2, who is, 6 kilos behind, may have around 9 kilos.
I don't think that's quite enough. If he has got 9, I don't think that is enough. I think Matty's had 2 or 3 fish.
Matty's definitely got 3 kilo, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. There's time yet. There's time.
Catch quickly, guys. How long we got?
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
A lot can happen in that time in fishing.
Has Power got one?
Got another.
Power's got one, hasn't he?
No,
he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
The thing is, Matt, to me, Matty's fish looked smaller in this last half hour, but that might just be the camera view. But
Ricky's
do look a better sized fish.
Yeah, they do.
You're listening to the voices of experience here. Emma Pickering, junior champion, women's champion. Andy May, winner in 2016. Steve Cook took home the trophy back in 1999. He's got his 1999 partying shoes on today.
Dancing shoes.
These guys have been there, done it, and won it in the past. The voices of experience, Emma as well, of course, been on Dad's shoulder, haven't you? The situation very much like this. Sorry, Tommy.
Has Andy got another as well?
Marvin's got one. In. Andy's got one. This is going to be really close again. But this is what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
This is what, not unless you matter.
What a finish.
Suddenly Andy May's looking nervous now, where he stuck his neck out.
I said Andy, didn't I?
Said... No. Less than 5 minutes remaining. Go nowhere. Stick with us. Keep your eyes peeled. It's a four-way chase.
Well, it's done it again, hasn't it? This place has done it again.
It has.
Unbelievable.
Just incredible. There's so many fish being caught, and
tell Matty that.
Everyone's doing their own thing as well. Everyone's fishing to the strengths as well, which is really good to see. It's not just one fixed method that everybody's fishing.
Not in?
No. It feels quite tense in the studio right now.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, Fran.
Yeah. Feeling the tension. You don't want to speak and put them off, do you? The wind is carrying the noise.
Marvin's got another.
What will that be? 5 or 6 fish in this half hour?
Yeah, I think Marvin, with his fishing shallow, there'll be F1s, won't they? So whether they're going to make the weight up, I'm not sure. Whereas Andy's fish, I think they'll be carp, and Ricky's will be a mixture with him fishing in the edge.
This last 5 minutes, Ricky's not really had one though, has he? And what was he saying about 9 kilo?
Ricky's 9 kilo.
Yeah.
Marvin there, desperately trying to get the fish in the net, get it in the keep net, get out there, start angling again with around 3 minutes remaining. We can tell, you can probably hear in the background, the wind is absolutely whistling around here.
I felt like
lashing down.
Then. Matty Dawes is in now.
Matt, the leader, has got one up in first place.
That may
in
be
the top
enough,
left-hand corner.
That could be the...
that may be enough, that one.
The big check fish, that one. Go on, Matty, lad.
He needs to give that fish a big kiss. That could be the one that wins him the 50 grand.
He's lost it.
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
That's not good. And I think that comes down to a bit, he's rushing the fish.
The pressure.
The pressure, he's rushing to try and get the fish in the net. And that just shows how close it is and how nerve-wracking it is for those angles on the bank at this moment in time.
He'll know how close it is and how tight it is. He'll know. So he'll have been pushing that a little bit to try and get back in and get another one.
Yeah.
But as your dad always used to say, Tommy, make sure that goes in your net, because that means they need another one to get in front of you.
Absolutely right.
I thought he said, don't move the feeder.
That's why we call him Plip Plop.
Mr. Plip Plop himself.
2 minutes to go.
See, now's your time. Your bank runners need to be on the mark, know the time, because these last fish, for any 4 of these anglers, could be that winning fish.
Marvin's got one.
That looks
That's
like
a big
decent fish.
That's a big fish.
He's got to land it. We saw one lost by Matt Dawes a couple of moments ago.
That's a big fish, that. That's definitely a carp.
And this is where these Europeans now do know how to get these big fish in, because obviously they've got to be in their rules and their competitions. You watch this. He won't be taking his time with this fish.
His last fish was a carp as well.
Look at that.
Well in.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Got it.
Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
Awesome.
Dexterous stuff.
Has Andy Power had any in the last couple of minutes? No. Matt's playing one again now.
Yeah, he's playing one. How long has he got left?
1 minute.
Oh. He's got time for that.
And a reminder, it's whatever is in the keep net when we get that final hooter. No extensions, no extra time, no stoppage time, no injury time.
That's his.
And then we head down to the water's edge to our reporters, the bank runners, to see what is in the net do our calculations. Matt Dawes currently leading with just under
he's got it.
48 kilos. He's lost one, but he's got one in with just over 30 seconds remaining. Is that the one that wins him the 50 grand and the trophy and the fabled title? The Fisher Mania champion.
Marvin's got one.
Marvin's got one.
He's got a proper.
Marvin's not giving up.
Come on,
Marvin, you've got 20 seconds.
Come on, Marvin.
Come on, Marvin. He's got it all in there.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Unbelievable.
It's too much for me, this.
If you can't see anyone else getting one now, they need to pull, don't they?
Both of them got it in just before the final hooter. Here at the Westwood Lakes in Lincolnshire. There's been a respectful silence all around. You maybe see pictures of the spectators here as well. I mean, they've been quiet, they've been absolutely brilliant. They're all envious, they're all green in the gills, aren't they? 4,000 anglers tried to get tickets to be here in the final today, and it's come down to the top 4. Andy stuck his neck out and thinks that Matt Dawes has won it. 15. Marvin Rocker tried to prove him wrong by going on a fishing spree with 5 minutes remaining. Ricky Small's had a great afternoon. It appears to have gone quiet for Andy Power. We thought that Ricky Small had around 9 kilos, didn't we, when we had the last look inside of what was in his handbag, so to speak.
He can go anyway. I think Marvin's just going to be short.
Yeah, and Ricky hasn't caught many in that last 5 minutes as well, when Matt and Marvin have.
Right, we thought Ricky Small had around 9 kilos in his bag. We're going to find out exactly what he's got now. Let's go down to Claire Thomas.
Thanks very much, Rob. Well, you're dead right. After 5 hours of high-octane top draw angling, it all comes down to fish. It's been a blockbuster in Boston, but there's no doubting who the international star gracing our screens has been. It's been none other than Marvin Rotke, and we're going to get Christian to bring up his final haul of the afternoon. Whatever happens, it's been a debut to remember for the 28-year-old German who's all smiles. Hope you've enjoyed your day. We've certainly enjoyed following you. Let's have a look. What have you made of this final haul?
I think that's around 6-7 kilos.
6-7 kilos, Marvin says. He's smiling next to me, but looks apprehensive. It's the scale that will decide his fate. And it's just settling down now, the numbers on that. Here we go, scores on the doors. 6 kilos, 925. Not bad at all from a man who's played at Fisher Mania for the very first time this afternoon. Let's head around the lake. Ashley Wilmot, your final weigh-in. Can't wait to hear what you've got.
Thanks, Claire. Yes, I'm back again on peg at 24 with Andy Power and, of course, his bank runner, Neil McKinnon. Neil, ready for the final weigh-in? Yeah. He caught a few in the last half an hour, and I think maybe not in contention for the top prize, but I don't think he'd mind getting his third runner-up position, taking home at the £10,000. That would be quite nice. Nice day at the office here. So let's take a look in the bag. Quite a few caught in that last half an hour. I think he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah.
We're just going to pop that on the scales.
Kilos,
6.625 kilograms. Now, if we just come over here with the team, Kelly, can you confirm the accumulative total?
The accumulative total is 48 kilos, 0.625.
So we will have to wait and see. Back to Claire.
We are back down at peg number 2 because Ricky Small has finished his day's angling, a debut at Fisher Mania, an event he didn't even have a place at 9 days ago. He scraped through qualifying at the very last gasp, but, well, he's smiling now, and so too is bank runner and brother Nigel. There's one other brother in the Small family. He's sat over there wrapped up in his cagoule along with the rest of the family. Daughter Jessie's in her fleecy dressing gown, which I've been enjoying all afternoon. That's one way to battle the elements. Nigel, over to you, as you have done all afternoon. Would you please help us find out just how well Ricky has done in his first ever Fisher Mania? Well, there's 5 fish in there. One of them is a big one. Let's get it on the scales. There's fist bumps going on behind me between Ricky and Marvin, two debutants who've sparkled on this stage, lit up the festival of fishing on their first outing. It's going to be nudging 4 kilos.
3 kilo, 825.
3.825. It won't quite be enough for Ricky today. So there's one angler remaining in the hunt for carp glory. Zara, over to you.
Thanks, Claire. Here we go then. Final weigh-in for Matt. Doors at peg 14. Sam, back runner, over to you. How exciting. So Matt's caught a few and the crowd went ooh, very tight margins at the top of the leaderboard. It all comes down to this for Matt. Crowd watching on. Let's hear it then.
Four kilos, 900.
4 kilos, 900. Many claps around me. Well, I'll let the guys behind the scenes do the maths and back to Rob.
Doesn't quite believe it yet, does he?
He doesn't know he's won it.
He doesn't know. Oh, if he'd listened to Andy May, he would have known he'd won it about an hour ago.
Told you, didn't I?
But he went down to the edge, though, didn't it? And he deserves that. He kept his nerve, lost a fish in the final minutes of Fisher Mania, then got one right before we heard the final hoot. He's kept dry all afternoon, wisely, got all of the gear there, but he's going to be going in the water. But they are just catching up before they make things official. Down at the water's edge, he's still waiting to find out exactly what the stewards are saying down there. He can't quite believe it.
He can't run because he had more than power, and he were in front of power, so he can't. He's got to have won it.
You notice who was in the background then? Andy Bennett as well.
Anything electrical, anything valuable out of his pockets. Yeah. The tradition is, we had pictures earlier on, and we're not going to show it again, of one of the winners bungee jumping into the water. we kind of lost that idea in health and safety and all that. It was in a different decade. These days, he's just going to go head first in there. Such is the tradition. And he's going to meet those fish face to face that he's been catching prolifically all afternoon.
There's that many fish in his peg, Rob, he'll not get wet.
He'll just land on top of the lot of them.
I feel like I've been in with him, actually. Well, what a finish again.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
No, what a worthy champion. He's such an awesome angler, great kid.
Yeah.
Chuffed to bits for him. Brilliant result for him.
And I've said it before, as much as I'd like Jamie to win it or anybody else who passed winners, he can feel what you felt when you went up and got that trophy now.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Just, yeah.
As soon as you get out, everything off will put this one straight on.
He's got to have won it, hasn't he?
You going in?
He's got to have won it.
He's getting ready for it one
going
way
in
or
anyway.
another.
No, but he's got more than his weight, that half, I think, and he was in front, so...
Well, we're pretty sure that he's won 52.875 kilos. We have to be sure that there's not been some kind of miracle elsewhere on the lake, of course. There are 25 anglers we have to catch up with, but his nearest competitor, Andy Power, had 48.625. Matt had 52.875. Christian Jones has 40.85. He's waiting. There's nobody elsewhere that's caught 20 kilos, anything like that, to catch him up. Is it confirmed? Can he get in there?
He's going in anyway.
Yeah, they're engraving the trophy. They're writing his name on the cheque.
He'll have enough to drink when he goes in.
Exactly.
Go on.
He's a little reticent. The moment he dreams of is getting on the podium. The moment that he dreads is going head first into the water. Come on, Matt. Don't be shy. Deep breath. How deep is it there, Andy?
About 3 foot.
Be a bit deeper once he jumps in, eh?
He wants you to step in, doesn't he?
I think we're going to have to get Claire.
He has one.
Yeah. Zara Buck is our reporter down. I think we're going to get Zara to actually throw him in. But I guess, as we have found out this week, that you can't make things official. We have to wait until all of the boxes have been ticked, and we know that all of the anglers have their weights measured, 25 to get in. As I'm looking at it, I think we've got about 4 or 5 to confirm.
Andy, what's it feel like? What Matt will be feeling right now?
Oh, it's just the best feeling in the world. I'd have jumped in by now, Emma. I was celebrating. I'd have had a pint in behind by now, 100%. But no, just no words can describe it. It's just phenomenal. Here we go. Come on, Matty lad.
Hey!
Brilliant.
2023. It's Matt Dawes who makes a big splash.
Well, when you think about it, this place has produced again a really tight finish, and what you, as a viewer or us stood here, you couldn't wish for anything better than what we've had again today.
It's what you want. Obviously, cameramen like, which one to go next? Someone's got a fish on. He's got a fish on. Everyone's caught. It's been absolutely.
It's only one thing. It could have been dry.
Yeah. We can't have everything.
We can't have everything, Steve.
Now I see why the medic was there, just ensure he's OK once he's come out of the water. See, we think of everything here. He's OK, they've checked his heartbeat. He hasn't got hypothermia after 5 hours of continuous fishing.
Oh, brilliant.
There we go, let's get him dry. He's going to be signing autographs, posing for photos, telling the story of 2023. And we're going to hear his thoughts now. First person to congratulate him officially is Zara Buck.
That's right. Matt, congratulations. You are the 2023 Fisher Mania champion. Just try and sum up how you're feeling right now.
I don't really know. That last hour was horrible. Because when I had the earpiece in my ear, I thought I'm doing all right. Then he said he had 11 kilo. And then he was catching, I thought, oh, just come on, just a few more bites. But I don't know what to say. It's one of them. You've done it for years, and just like I've been with past winners, Chris and all that, Bennett, and I just want to thank everyone for helping me in the past. Like, too many to name. It's just a bit surreal. Like.
Oh, it was super tense in that last weigh, and like you said, did you have any idea when you came in today that you would dominate in the way that you did? Because you got that 9 kilo at the start, and then you were so consistent.
I was confident because the practice went so well, but then I was thinking it can't go that well. It didn't just be that simple. And then when I started capturing all that across line, it was like, all right, and then just faded a little bit, but it's enough in the end. But I don't know, I can't even speak. I'm shaking.
Oh, speechless. I don't blame you. You said that if you were winning, you would take home that 50 grand and you would put it towards a holiday. I think you deserve one, don't you? After all this rain?
Yeah. Hopefully get some sun, but no, Mrs. can have that. She's thinking,
She's been here supporting, hasn't she?
Yeah. It's quite a selfish sport, really, isn't it? So just give it a back and just carry on doing more and more. So.
Yeah. What's next for you then, Matt?
I've got Lindholm Festival next week, so I've got about 10 days on the trot now fishing after tomorrow, so straight back into it. But.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I'll let it sink in for you, let you dry off, and you are the 2023 FishOMania champion. Well done.
Cheers, thanks.
How sweet does that sound? Matt Dawes, 29 years of age. He was born the year that FishOMania started. How old does that make you feel?
Very old.
30th edition, 29 years of age, heading over there to his family. Now, there we go, the first autograph. That's the FishOMania champion 2023. You can buy those from Andy May on eBay later on today.
Before you know where you are, he'll be doing his own channel, competing against you.
Yeah, we'll have his own YouTube channel, won't it? There's a gap in the market. What does that feel like? Steve, you were there, 99. Andy, you were there in 2016. What a feeling, eh?
Unbelievable. I'm pleased, like I said earlier, I'm pleased it's a new winner. It just spreads it about a bit and let them feel all what it's like to go in and win. He's fished it well. I never said at any time it was his match to win. Because I didn't want to say that and jinx him. But he's fished really, really well, and it must have been agonising, like I said, that last 40 minutes especially. But been a close match, brilliant. Do you think, Emma?
I think he's done absolutely fantastic. I think the 25 anglers that have been fishing have, and this is a moment that he can cherish for the rest of his life. But I don't think he'll realise at this moment what an achievement it actually is, and what a title it is to actually win. It'll take a few months for him to sit down, sink in, and be like, wow.
What I can remember is that fishing never said the same for like 4 or 5 months, because you haven't got the impact what you have off this. Like tomorrow you'll go fishing, think, was cameras, was all crowd shouting behind me.
It's like
and you're on a high.
You've reached the high, haven't you? Like, literally can't get any better than this. FishOMania champion.
No,
it's like,
not at all.
Everyone wants it. Everyone wants that title, and he's got it. So, awesome performance from him. Chuffed to bits for him.
Yeah, I am too. I am too.
Right, as our team grab a hold of Matt Dawes, then take him over to the winner's podium and take him away from his adoring public and his family and friends, we can now make it official. The winner of FishOMania 2023 is Matt Dawes, down there on peg 14. But life was made very difficult for him by Andy Powers, a constant all afternoon on peg 24, but eventually finished over 4 kilos behind him. Marvin Rotka was nowhere to be seen with about an hour to go, and then he remarkably got 11 kilos, the best catch of any 30 minutes during the course of the afternoon. And over there on peg 1, he can head back over on the ferry to his home. I think he's from Germany, isn't he, Marvin? And Ricky Small, we have to feel sorry for Ricky because he was doing exceptionally well, but then the fish went to sleep in his section. So it's going to be 50 grand to Matt Dawes, £10,000 to Andy Power, and, well, tales to tell for Marvin Rotka and Ricky Small, who will be the section winners there as well. So there are prizes all round, but yeah, Andy made the money means a great deal. It can be life-changing, but it's that name on the trophy, isn't it?
It's the name on the trophy, as you say, Rob, and it's like, look who he's mixing with. And likes of, obviously, Steve Cook here, Steve Ringer, Jeff Ringer, Jamie Hughes, Andy Bennett. It's just phenomenal, the amount of names on that trophy, and he's got his name on it now. That's it, he's there.
Just to complete, well, say also rans, but these are the people that have won the heats around the country, the junior champion, the ladies champion, the champions from over Europe as well, and even the last place, almost 16.5 kilos. For last place, that's a fair old catch. It's been a wonderful afternoon of fish being caught all around the lake, the Falcon Lake here at Westwood in Lincolnshire. Congratulations to all of them. They are the envy of the 4,000 anglers that got tickets to compete in the heats up and down the country, and it all starts again next year. Oh, this is the moment that Matt Dawes is going to relay year after year after year. The fish went in there. His final weigh was just under 5 kilos. They made it official. And then he went the half Monty. And he has made an almighty splash. And congratulations as well to his bank runner, Sam Slockett. There we go. Soaked in rain is the Kazoo FishOMania trophy for 2023.
I wonder how Mr. Power feels. Second again.
Yeah.
Again, unbelievable. Three times second.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
His third silver medal. He feels £10,000 richer, but there'll be no compensation, will it?
No, not at all. But I'm sure we'll be back here again.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no doubt about that.
I tell you what has been good as well, Andy, is if you think about it, nobody gave his peg a chance,
no.
Let alone to come second. Nobody wanted to draw, though. Everybody thought it was a no-oper, and then you put him on it.
It's testament to the angler that he is, Steve, isn't it?
Yeah, you put him on it, and he makes a bad peg good.
Yeah.
There he is, just waiting for his big moment in the angler's car park. Nobody gets in there without a pass. Especially
Not
Steve
even
Cook and I, yes, exactly. There we go. Do we have a brolly for the champion?
Well, you don't want him getting wet, do we?
Yeah. Right, let's head over to the winner's podium. Our master, was she a mistress? Our mistress of ceremonies this year is Ashley Wilmot.
Well, please give a huge round of applause to all of our anglers this afternoon. What an incredible FishOMania final we've had, and with these conditions to contend with as well. So without further ado, we've also got the Westwood Fishing owner here, Alan Copeland, along with Kazoo representative Matt Lynch, to congratulate our section winners to start with. So please put your hands together for Marvin Rotka, Christian Jones and Andrew Crocker. Well done, well done. brilliantly fished. Now we'll turn our attention to the runner-up. His third time being runner-up from peg 24 with a weight of 48.625 kilograms. The man with the power is Andy Power. What a nice takeaway. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Like I say, it's been a fantastic afternoon here at Westwood Fishing Lakes, and there can only be one winner. And so, this afternoon's winner, collecting the huge prize money, £50,000, a man on debut, peg number 14, with a huge weight of 52.875 kilograms. Please put your hands together for Matt Dawes. Matt Dawes, your FishOMania 2023 champion.
Well, posing for the photos, that one is going to be on the mantelpiece for years to come, isn't it? Be telling his children, his grandchildren, anybody that will listen. And many people that won't need to listen as well, because he's going to be recognisable now wherever he goes. The man that everybody wants to talk to. The man that won in Western Pools about a month ago with £196. He finished 5th 3 years ago. But he is the champion, £50,000 richer. But Andy, Steve, Emma, he took it right to the edge.
Yeah, proper kept his calm, you know, obviously rotating the swim still, keeping the fish going. Obviously, you can't imagine how nerve-wracking he must have been, knowing, you know, it was an 11 kilo and there's three other anglers catching him up. So, yeah, it's just an awesome. Well done.
New name on the trophy, follow some great names on there, the likes of Andy May there, won it in 2016, and it wasn't far off last year's catch at the same venue.
No, very similar weights. Very similar weights. It's been a tight match again. Exciting, really, to end. We weren't really sure here who was going to win it.
No, fish really well. Testament to the fishery.
And poor conditions,
yeah.
Really.
He's going to get used to these demands, isn't he? Posing for the pictures, giving the speeches. He'll come off that podium as well. All the junior anglers will want their photograph taken with him as well. Wherever he goes, they'll want to all hear the story of a miserable afternoon in Lincolnshire where the rain was lashing down, the winds were swirling around, but he didn't feel a drop, did he? He just felt like it was a beautiful summer's day.
I tell you what's been nice as well, the young lad has been just down here and he's caught a few fish and held his head up, fished really, really well.
I think he's had just over
what an experience for him, isn't it? In a field of these anglers of this calibre, what an experience for him. Brilliant.
Look where we're standing here. It's like being at Glastonbury, isn't it? I'm going to drown if it gets any more like this. I hope the weather's not like this elsewhere. Let's see what else we've got for you on Sky Sports coming up this weekend. Weather permitting, of course. Can only be better. I think we've had all of the rain from Manchester here in Lincolnshire. It's going to be dry tomorrow for the World Match Play. PDC Darts, Sky Sports action, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. I think we've got all the Manchester rain here. My thanks to Andy May, thanks to Emma, thanks to Steve Cook as well. Congratulations to our new FishOMania champion, Matt Dawes. Thanks to Claire and Zara and Ashley, who are braving the conditions out there. We've been singing and dancing in the rain. Enjoy the rest of your summer.